Welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here. Another beautiful weekend of CBLOL, this time in English. I am 4Y4. That is RMC. We got two interesting matchups today. Fluxu versus Furia, and then Los Grandes versus Pain. There are clear favorites in both of these matchups, but RMC, starting with the one that is on tap here, Los Grandes versus Furia, or excuse me, Fluxu versus Furia. Fluxu riding a bit of a high right now. They came off a good little win against Loud. The Scrim God rumors are starting to rear a little bit more of their head. RMC, does this roster has top 6 credentials because you can't be worse than Lever Pain. So by definition, you have top 6 credentials. That being said, does this team have top 4 credentials?
I don't know, for I'm not even sold that they have top 6 credentials right now, but it's such a hard case for me to argue when Fluxu just beat Loud, right? And they did it in dominant fashion as well. So today feels a bit more like of a test to me for Fluxu to see how good are you really, and can you take advantage when the opportunity comes? Because up against them, kind of not a fair fight. It's Furia, sort of the international darlings of Brazil right now.
Yes.
At the America's Cup, you know, they kind of won it all. They've shown us multiple times that they're really, really good individually.
May or may not have given us 2 international slots.
True.
Who's to
yes.
say? Who's to say?
Tatu.
Shout out to Tatu.
I'm going to credit that to Tatu in his interview. But yeah, Furia, second place right now, 3 wins, 1 loss. They're an interesting team because they are a top team. And nobody denies that they're definitely one of the top teams. But they do throw the occasional game here and there. I mean, tripping up against random teams like Pain Gaming, that's not what you want to see. And as much as I love Pain Gaming, I can't say that Pain Gaming deserved to win on their own. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, to be clear, they did not drop a full series, but they did drop a game. But that being said, no one else has dropped a game to Pain Gaming. That might change later today. They're playing Los Grandes, and look, for all of my Los Grandes haterade, they should 2-0 Pain Gaming. They are better. They're on a different level to them, but we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get there. RMC, I think we'll dive a little bit deeper into perfect transition because we have a little bit more to talk about between the 2 games. This is a fearless best of 3, as are all the series. Let's dive into draft for now.
It looks like Furia will be on the red side, but they will get first pick. You get sneak peek of a graphic that we'll run later about these 2 teams. We are, however, into draft, and once again, it is Furia red side, but with first pick, and they've gone straight for a jungle for Tatu. They, I think, are smarting a little bit over their loss to Pain last week. They are not messing around this week.
It certainly doesn't feel like it. Yeah, it's okay. You've banned away the Pantheon. Okay, we're gonna grab kind of one of the big 3, right? Panth, Jarvan, Xin Zhao. As far as just these, I just kind of call them Tatu junglers, right? Obviously, they are kind of the big junglers in the meta right now, but Tatu is the spiritual, emotional, psychological, everything leader of this team, in game, out of game. Everything. Like as far as I'm concerned, as the Aatrox and Bard are locked in here for Fluxu, Furia have like the Pantera plushies, right? The Panther plushies.
Yep.
As far as I'm concerned, a Tatu plushie is in order.
Yeah, they need a armadillo, right? That's what.
Yes, exactly. Bingo. Thank you. You're doing it for me. Exactly.
I'm learning all those years in CBLOL Academy and CD. Now, it is worth noting Aatrox being picked up here by Fluxu could be a flex between top and jungle, but given that we already see the Jarvan, I suspect it's more actually for jungle. When Jarvan goes in with the Cataclysm, it's just set up for Aatrox to have an arena, a stage of his own. You're now with the Lucian as well. He did get buffed on this patch, so
yeah, we are on 26-8.
Yeah, so a little bit. I guess we should expect to see Lucian rise in priority. Karma did get nerfed a little bit, but still very strong, and everybody's still banning her for now. Milio going to be the pairing here with the Lucian. So not the usual Nami we see for lane control and dominance. Milio, you're still really good for the trading. The kill threat's a little bit lower, but the safety for Lucian goes through the roof at that point.
Yeah, and even in lane, right? You get hit by one wayward Cosmic Binding. Stuff could start to go sideways, right? So you could cleanse out of that at level 6, obviously. So, maybe not a ton you can do with that. But like you said, in the team fights, there's a short range AD carry still. But again, it's the one big weakness that it has. The range is something that is kind of mitigated or assuaged, to use another SAT word, by the Milio. Akali banned away. And there's a bit of a denial for kind of both of these mid laners, right? We talk a little bit on the podcast. Gringos Liberados available on our YouTube channel and the Discord channel and Spotify, everything you can find right below. So wherever you're watching this, which is only on Twitch, scroll down just a little bit, join the community Discord. come on in and chat CBLOL with a couple of not a couple, a lot of like-minded. Well, I don't know, like-minded, but we all love the same things, and that is this beautiful,
CBLOL.
messy region, sometimes deeply unserious, but always entertaining region, Brazilian League of Legends. Now, with 2 world slots, the bans keep coming in. RMC and Zoe going to be taken away as well. Not surprised to see the mid lane pools pinched for these 2 mid laners.
Okay, and we see the Annie ban, which I actually kind of find funny because that was the champion touch that we struggled with against Pain Gaming. Also, the fact that Fluxu's banning the Akali is weird to me when Cody had such a phenomenal performance on it, and I feel like Cody on Akali, it's kind of like Mirio on Akali, right? Like those are mid laners who can literally 1v5 in the right scenarios when given that champion. So a lot of respect being paid to Tuts, and that might come as a little bit of a surprise when you look at the names across Furia. Usually we're talking like Ayu carry, Gigo going nuts up the top, Gigod, Tatu in the jungle. Rarely do we see Tuts pop off, but Fuchs are saying, no. Tuts is the angle we want to go for here. Cody's our best player. Cody's our carry. Let's get him the most comfortable matchup. And Furia, they've finally kind of broken the chain instead of a mid laner. They banned the Renekton. I'm wondering if they're looking for an Mbessa angle here.
Well, could be, yeah. Because I'm just looking at this composition for Fluxu. I think you need a little bit more crowd control. You need a little bit more engage. A couple, better ways to start fights. Because, like you said, thankfully, this composition for Fluxu, especially for the first 3 picks, even this 4th one is kind of neutral in this respect, in my opinion. You could play backwards, if nothing else, right? And this composition for Furia, it loves to go forwards, right? The Lucian is, Lucian could play backwards as well, but it's a little easier to go forwards with the Rise locked in, and Nivea locked in as well. And RMC, I saw on the twitter.com that according to the Ninja Kiwi interview that the broadcast was running just now, as there's that Mbessa hover, Ninja Kiwi thinks that Brazil is missing good Anivia players. So Tuts can have an opportunity to prove Mr. Ninja Kiwi wrong in this one.
Fair. Yeah, I think especially in the mid lane. We've seen a couple of good Anivias in the support position, but mid, we don't have a lot. Tuts is actually one of the OG Anivia players in the mid lane who would whip it out from time to time when he sees a favorable matchup. I personally believe Anivia, Cassiopeia, these are counters to Rise. You're able to punish the way he kind of just runs at you and has to play in your space. But we have been seeing them struggle realistically in terms of execution. Rek'Sai being the final pickup here for Flux to round things up into the top lane. He's going to be able to hold his own, maybe bully out the Mbessa early on, but as the game goes on, we've seen what happens to Mbessas, and that's why every time you see a Renekton ban, it kind of signals that Mbessa is on the table. Not a lot of top lane champions are going to have the same impact that Renekton has in that matchup.
No, and that's why you pick it. This champion is eternal, right? And especially in Fearless, whenever he's out of the meta, you get kind of 2-3 deep, and you go, right? So it's like, I should call her, right? And then you do call her, but she actually picks up. Is the difference, and that conversation goes how you're fantasizing that it will go. You get to play Renekton in lane, which is what I love doing with my special friends as well. But into this one, it's the Rek'Sai RMC, and again, you actually have, as far as the Void Rush, right? It's not a way to like start fights necessarily. Does the lack of engage worry you for Fluxu at all? Considering again, kind of what we talked about the fact that for his composition, they're probably gonna be the ones kind of starting fights. Do you trust this Fluxu composition or these players to be the ones to counterpunch?
So I earlier described the Fluxu composition as neutral, being able to play forward or backward. And I feel like in general, this comp from Fluxu is exactly that, neutral in so many different ways. Like it's good at going forward and backwards. It's fine for scaling. Like it's okay. The Pinzetti's out in force for a Fluxu Fury game. That will be locked in, of course, later on as well. It does raise the question of where are the Fury and Fluxu fans, but back to the original question for about the composition from Fluxu. It's just kind of power picks across the board. I don't hate to see it, but it's not a ton of sort of internal compositional cohesion from this composition. Like I'm not saying like, oh, they've got amazing team fight that's suddenly going to pop off or anything. But by and large, they are going to have avenues to play out. Looking for the engage, they do have ways of getting in there. Realm Warp, Rek'Sai just kind of dashing in as well. Aatrox is going to be fine, especially like we talked about, the Cataclysm actually sets up for Peach to look for his own engages, and there's always the Bard Tempered Fade to kick things off. So yeah, for Fluxu, a very neutral, I want to say meh, because it is strong meta, and all of them can kind of do their own things. I think Furia, they're a lot more team fight-esque with the Anivia and the Jarvan. But in terms of sort of how they scale and how they want to work together as well, they also have a lot of different parts. Right? You've got the potential split push of the Mbessa. You've got dive from the Mbessa and Jarvan. You've got that front to back fueling with the Anivia and Jarvan. but Lucian isn't a hyper carry. So it does feel like both teams don't want to commit too much in this game one.
Excuse me. And you see on the side card to your left there, 7 games, 5 wins for Cody on the Akali. I'm assuming that is, obviously that is not just the split. But yeah, he like you said, it was a little bit odd to see them ban it away, but Tuts has priors on this champion as well. He's got the sauce on the Akali as well. And honestly, I don't know, into this composition, I just like seeing Tuts play Akali. He actually usually does all right. Maybe it's selection bias, but I feel like it's been a while since I've seen a clanger from Tuts on the Akali.
It's kind of weird because we think of Tuts as like a very stable mid laner for the most part, but when you actually look at what he's done, he was the guy who kind of pioneered,
especially when he
carries. Yeah, sure. Like he played Assassins coming up initially, right? That's why he whipped out like the Kassadin last year at MSI. Now, infamously didn't work out.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, it was his bread and butter champion when he came up, and when he also pioneered the marksman in the mid lane in CBLOL as well, or LTA South at the time. So he is somebody who explores a lot, but it just feels like we're used to seeing him on mages. And in a way, it might not be his comfort champion, but it's certainly the champion he has, the style of champion he's played the most here in Tier 1.
Tuts and Cody furiously trading back and forth. A little surprised he kind of let himself get traded on for. I mean, look, I love minions as much as the next guy, but you're probably going to get Dominion over that, especially over when you hit level 6, you'll make that back, right? Momochi going for the flash cosmic binding, won't find it. Love to see those level advantages just being played on immediately, especially with something like an Ezreal, where that power spike at level 3, right? For the first 3 levels, it's 3 massive steps up.
And I feel like that's actually an important difference for Fluxu here in Split 1 compared to what we used to see with them in the past when they had Pro Delta as a support. Pro Delta and Bao never felt like they were quite on the same page. And as much as we've seen Pro Delta be a very aggressive, engaged support, in lane, it just felt like he never connected with Bao, and Bao was overly passive. Speaking of Bao, taking a beating right now.
It's League of Legends. No. I've been told League of Legends is a game of turns, and now it is Furia's turn as Ayu and JoJo know that Tatu is coming on down, so they press the go button, and First Blood falls into the hands of their adorable, lovable mascot.
And at this point, you just got to expect that Tatu is probably in your jungle early on, one of the hyper-aggressive junglers we have here in CBLOL, along with the likes of Bookie and Drake Hero. But imagine you're Momochi, man. It feels so bad. You're just like, oh, I got a portal right out of here. Oh, surprise. You literally land on the flag, and you know you're cooked right at the moment. No flash, no escapes whatsoever. You just kind of have to eat it. I guess the saving grace is that it went over to Tatu and not Ayu. But while that might be good for Bao and Mochi, it's kind of bad news bears for the rest of Fluxu because you know Tatu is going to be roaming around.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a bit of there's a phrase for it, but like a moral victory. There's another word I'm looking for, but yeah, it's like, okay, it didn't go to Ayu. Congrats. It went to a guy that is going to, I mean, like you said, if he's going to be up in your grill, right? Then the fact that he's got another kill, right? Oh, jukes him out of his shoes. Curdy with the flash. As Curdy just expends the one flash, but Tatu crucially holds on to his. So we'll get a little bit of priority. I mean, yeah, like look, he's going to be, up on Peach, and he's going to be first to that Sundered Sky spike, and that item is insanely strong. That first item spike for these sort of junglers is absolutely massive. Gigo get himself a little bit of a shield. As he and Curdy are trading back and forth. Yeah, talk to me about the Rek'Sai a little bit. Do you have any lingering thoughts on that pick? Because we've seen it, here and there, right, in the leagues that we cast, but not quite as much in CBLOL as it's just the second one all split, as Tuts now hits level 6 and gets to play PvE farming.
Mid lane's just going to be a farm fest. Rise also pushes out fairly comfortably, especially once he picks up the tier. So I'm actually surprised that Tuts and Cody are trading as hard as they currently are, because usually you just kind of push the wave, walk away, push the wave, walk away. Back to the top lane, though, that you're asking about 4x4. Rek'Sai, I suspect we don't see her as much in Brazil just because her play patterns feel kind of boring. She's not dissimilar from San in that she's a bit of a brick wall in lane. Her sustain makes her really hard to push out, and so she wins most of the top lanes just by out-sustaining. And I'm actually quite impressed that Gigo is winning this out before first item comes through. No Eclipse yet, and Gigo is actually up a little bit of CS. Now, not a lot of that's coming from Tatu. Tatu certainly helped out a little bit, but Gigo taking that terror shot ended up equalizing how the top lane kind of went. So this is the 1v1 setup. And for Curdy, if he falls behind in lane, I am slightly concerned about how much impact he'll have later on. Yes, he still has dive threat onto Ayu, and Lucian's ranges unfortunately makes it a little bit dangerous for him, even with Rek'Sai not being the best at... well, Rek'Sai is decent at gap closing, so we'll look to punish onto that Lucian. And maybe that's where we're going to see Curdy get some sort of help out, because it's not going to get much better for him. Diving the Anivia gets very, very risky, and Anivia also gets kind of tanky, and Rek'Sai does tend to lack damage.
Yeah, we'll see if you get like really late in the game, right? You could see like a, I don't know, like a Titanic or an Overlord's Blood Mail, right? But even then, I'd be stunned if he built that, because that would feel like a bit of a selfish build given the context, given the tremendous amounts of damage you do already have if the game gets that late.
And not to mention, Gigo's certainly not going to be building that sort of full damage. He's going to be straight damage, which is going to wreck your backline in exchange. Tatu now looking for the top side again.
Public execution
nice
in. Curdy going to ward off the inevitability of death just a little bit, but Tatu will quickly go up to 2-0.
Yeah, really nice knock up on Burrow there from Curdy to stop the flag and drag, but the kill goes through. It buys time. We did see Peach be able to pick up the dragon on the bot side in the meantime, and worth noting as well, Tatu's been aggressive with the ganks. You love to see it on J4, one of the champions who can gank early and often, but it has set Tatu behind in terms of farm, and Peach on this Aatrox, literally the ultimate sculpt rolled Ender for a reason. When he gets fed, when he gets items, he can do a ton of damage in team fight.
Yeah, we'll see how he's able to kind of start that snowball, start that slingshot. I mean, if this gets out of control, Furia, they look, for all their warts, they are very good at closing out games if ahead. And Tatu, we're not strangers in this region to seeing 2-0 Tatu, 3-1 Tatu, 4-1-1 Tatu. And then you look up and the gold leads 5,000, and all of a sudden, right, you walk into a dragon fight, and all of a sudden, Gigo's got a double kill, right? And then the kills just kind of start sprinkling themselves elsewhere, because Tatu is so good at, with that lead, just setting up fights in such a way that his gravity makes it so that the fights are set up so easily and so nicely. He makes the game so much easier to play for his teammates.
Nice stun on to Cody. Cody just sitting in the Glacial Storm, eating all the damage. Notably, Tuts, no Tear of the Goddess, so relying on the Catalyst for sustain through lane, and good read from Cody, recognizing you don't have the mana. Like, it's scary the amount of burst
like, you can
damage
auto me all you want.
Yeah, but I will just walk away. You don't have enough to actually finish this. So well played from Cody
phase
there.
rush, baby.
He doesn't even need it. Like, he'll just stand there all day. You'll run out of mana before he runs out of health.
Yeah, we should say phase rush soon getting removed from the game. Probably a good riddance angle. So enjoy it while it's here. It is going to be going away soon. Yeah, it just seemed like way too tough to balance.
Yeah, mobility in general is kind of tough to deal with. And as much as we're used to thinking about dashes, blinks, stuff like that, like instantaneous mobility, honestly, things like Ghost are actually really, really strong, especially in extended lanes. The longer it lasts, the better it is. So I do wonder what's going to happen to Rise after that, though, because I do feel like it was what made him very viable and competitive. They do not see Peach.
No, they do not. They have absolutely no idea. Cozy Campfire is down. Ayu able to flash away, but not to anything finite. Wow, gonna pick up kill number 1. That's gonna feel really good. You invest in kind of that early power trough. No Sheen either for Bao, but now gonna be pretty much equalized here. Actually, slingshotting ahead, about 500 gold in the lane.
And do we hear tons of damage coming through on the bot side? We were just talking about Peach when he gets ahead, how much damage he can do. He hasn't even completed first item, but just on that gank with such a squishy bot lane, really unfortunate for Ayu. Ayu had barrier as well. He just didn't think he'd pop quite that quick.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, to be fair, I didn't either, right? Again, with no Sheen. I mean, I know that, it's like it is the big spike for. Let's see exactly what killed him. Was it really just kind of Peach just beating the snot out of him?
Yeah, and I mean, the auto kind of just weaving through the Fluxu coaching room, feeling really comfortable, very happy about how that
clearly,
went
the vibes are loose in that room. You could tell.
I feel like almost they weren't thinking that was going to work and just get some pressure down. But yeah, really good catch onto Fury, and we've seen this a couple times from Fury, unfortunately, because they are so individually good, because their mechanics are good. Sometimes they kind of slack a little bit on the vision control, on tracking where the enemy jungler, or sometimes even where their mid laner might be roaming, and they do get punished for it. Now, does it change the flow of the game? Not significantly. Fury are still up over 1,000 gold. Ayu comes back to lane. He's still feeling really strong, as you called. No Sheen for Bao, so good consistent damage coming through from this Ezreal from Bao, but the short trades are not going to favor him, and a lot of the 2v2 is more about short trades than it is extended rundown.
Yeah. The question that was up on the screen there for a little bit was, doesn't Anivia go tier first? A genuine question. And it sort of
Yes.
goes back to what you were saying, right? I mean, this champion does struggle with mana. You want to get that rolling kind of as soon as possible, but I'm interested to see whether Tusk goes into it at all, or if you opt for just more straight up damage. But I mean, it just makes it so that look, you and I played this champion a lot. The mana hungriness of our favorite Cryo Phoenix does linger
so
large in the mind. A nice tempered fate to hold IU in place. That's another kill for Bao. Fluxu punching back very nicely.
Okay, the Scrim God allegations are coming through. For they are finding really good rotations. Tatu needs to be careful on this one, getting a bit greedy.
Yeah, he's
with
in a really bad spot here, but Tuts has priority. They don't know where, or I should say, no sight of any kind of further danger here. They know exactly where everybody else is. This Tuts going to get hit by the Infernal Chains, just barely able to walk out of them.
Okay, and I feel like Fluxu's change, a lot of this is actually being prompted by Peach being very aggressive this game. For a lot of the time we've seen Peach has been a bit of a nothing burger. Cody taking a lot of damage on that trade once again, but yeah, again, he's still fine, right? Like the damage coming out from Tuts is kind of slow, so he's okay to do that. But going back to Peach, he's been a bit of a nothing burger, and you can't afford to do that as junglers in CBLOL. Like a lot of our junglers are aggressive.
Especially not in Tatu. You're going to look up and you're going to go, oh shoot, I'm 20 CS and 800 gold down.
Yeah, I mean, the only herbivore jungler I feel like who's made it in Brazil is probably Carioca. And he got away with it because he had incredibly strong lanes. Unfortunately for Fluxu, the individual lanes you can see are still falling largely behind their counterparts. Really only in the bot lane do we see a lead, and that's after 2 kills coming through from Peach. So glad to see Peach starting to come alive a little bit in recent weeks, and maybe that's what's making them Scrim Gods.
Yeah, very well could be. Yeah, it's interesting to kind of, would love to kind of watch this one back and be like, okay, why was he so aggressive? Was it just, he saw that IU and JoJo were pushed up a little bit too much in that bot lane, right? A couple of times, because I mean, that is where both the kills have, both the assists, I should say, have come from. And now you've got Bao, really, really good spot here. And, with a composition like this, you're looking at who's going to be your bridge into the late game, right? Because especially against a team like Furia, like I kind of alluded to, if you look up and you find yourself at the 20-minute mark, down 3,000 gold with, 2 kills onto Tuts, 2 kills onto IU, 2 kills onto Tatu, 9 times out of 10, Furia is able to close that game out, especially against inferior opposition. But maybe what we're learning is that Flukes aren't necessarily inferior with a capital I opposition. As Bao, he's in a really nice spot right now, and I'm looking at Fluxu to fight on that 2-item spike for Bao, which he's going to hit a lot quicker.
Yeah, and for Fluxu's hold right now, they are down about 1,000 gold. But as you said, that's not that significant. And let's talk about the skilling of these compositions, because for Fluxu, we talked about it. It's generally strong meta picks. Rek'Sai might not scale that well in terms of damage, and a lot of utility is more early mid-game. But Aatrox scales phenomenally in terms of AoE damage that he's able to pump out in team fights. Ryze becomes tanky while still being able to output damage. And Ezreal is one of those sort of late-game carries, especially with his ability to put out such consistent poke in face-off situations around Elder, around Baron. Fluxu are happy the later this goes. Furia, on the other hand, Lucian, not known as a particularly good skiller. Like, he'll have impact, but especially against tanks, he tends to struggle a little bit with the ranges he has to play at to pump out the damage. Anivia is actually more of an early mid-game champion. I know it's weird when she builds Roa, when she builds Cerberus Embrace, all skilling items, but her AP ratios aren't actually that high. So a lot of times they're playing more for the mid-game and zone control more than actual straight scaling damage. Jarvan falls off. It's really Mbessa for Furia that scales really, really well. And that to me concerns me that Furia have kind of let this mid-game slide a little bit. They've allowed Fluxu to take control over the game. And if that continues, if Fluxu starts to equalize the game and even get ahead, the late game becomes much more questionable.
Yeah, and Tatu, I mean, we praise him for, all his ganks, and Tatu taking a very creative path there to avoid the Scuttle Crab, thank you. Event now, Gigo will walk into it, but ripped that Herald pretty much on spawn. That's the first objective that Tatu has taken all game. Pretty rare for him as they lock up Momochi there. And you see what Tuts was trying to do there, right? Getting that wall up so that as Jojo gets caught with a Tempered Fate here, is that the go button for Fluxu? True Shot Barrage goes in over the top. The CC chain will mean Jojo's doom. That's now the 3rd kill of the game as a public execution doesn't land. But he says, all right, I've got dashes. I will get close to you. Io going to throw out the culling here as Ryze trades the kill right back. Cody on the board now as Fluxu for the first time take the lead in terms of kills. It's a 2-for-1.
And it's really unfortunate for Furia that it felt like the only viable target they had to go after was Curdy. And Curdy's the tank. That's his job. If he dies, so be it. Nobody else did. And Fluxu was able to continue pumping out the damage. And just like that, for Furia, might continue their stranglehold on Herald. They are the top team in the league at getting Herald, but it has allowed Fluxu to catch up in gold. And Fluxu will continue to apply pressure. Herald to Furia, but first brick might well go to Fluxu.
Yeah, no towers have been taken just yet, but I mean, but like it's been just Herald that Furia have gotten this game. All the other objectives, all the other neutral objectives have gone the way of Fluxu. And now with a minute left for a very valuable soul potentially on the line in 10 minutes, it's Hextech Soul. It's going to be the first dragon up in about a minute. And first one over there, wouldn't you believe it, is Peach. But Tatu and IU and try to make sure that doesn't last very long. They might have a pick on the Fluxu jungle. He's got the Umbral Dash. He's got the help of Curdy over the wall as well.
Now, Gigo left alone in the top lane. A 2v1 gank. I don't think they really have the kill threat if Gigo just focuses on running, but they will be able to push Gigo back out a little bit. And Gigo, notably, no teleport. So that'll give Fluxu the options if they want to kind of grab as much pressure as they want topside, as well still maintaining threat over Dragon. Fluxu kind of controlling the map, and unfortunately for Gigo, he doesn't realize he's out on top of a ward, gets his back cancelled.
Now he knows. And if you're supposed to trade here into Cody, hold on a second here. Cody, dude, he doesn't have Seraphs yet. Oh my goodness, Gigo tried to go for the all-in, the I'm going down with you sort of thing, but doesn't find it, and I guess all's well that ends well, as now Cody going to get even more alone time, crashes another wave into that top lane tier 1. That might be that first break you were talking about, RMC, and just a ton more gold funneled into Cody. Slingshot him even more ahead, now for the first time ahead of Tuss in terms of lane economy. And he should have enough to go back and grab that Seraphs. I'd like to think he's been sitting on this inventory, I should say, for a while. Furia, first one's onto the dragon, not a necessity that Peach takes it, but he will go over the wall and try to grab it. He stole it. Peach gets in, gets out, does not ask questions, and takes the Umbral Dash over 2 walls, the Cataclysm and the Terrain Wall. It is Peach's world. We are all just living in it. What a game from the Fluxu jungler, RMC.
Yeah, Fluxu is looking like a top 3 team the way they're playing right now. Heck, even top 2 if they take Fury out right now. And it's not... Peach played insanely around the dragon. Solo 1v4, hops in there, steals the dragon, gets out alive, blows the ultimate from Tatu, but topside as well. Cody on that play against Gigo is absolutely insane. The fact that he managed to bait out the public execution as well from Gigo, get that turret, and he was just pushing the entire time. Just push. That's 2 more plates off the inner turret. And Fluxu, they just catapult themselves into a significant lead. Furia, we've seen this before from them 4-4, and it is concerning. We saw it just last week on Tuesday when they played against Pain Gaming, or Monday, pardon me, when they played against Pain Gaming. They get sloppy at times, they fall behind. And while we know Furia knows how to play from ahead, from behind, it's been a lot more questionable as to whether or not they end up throwing, or do they find ways back in.
Now TP coming in as Furia starting to get desperate a little bit. Maybe that's not the right word or the accurate word, but Tatu, all gas, no brakes, as I like to say, and the wall comes down onto Peach for the Tempered Fate. Gonna buy a little bit more time here, but the culling comes in, and what a shutdown necessary for IU to get him into this one. Realm Warp going forward as Cody. All of a sudden, he's got a Seraphs, and he's got a ton of damage. He's gonna try to rip into this Furia squad. Tuts goes into egg form. Fluxu get the collapse down. A double for Bao. Fluxu are looking very much in control in this one, as the gold keeps also going into the right places here, RMC.
Yeah, that's the concern that we have with Furia. These sort of aggressive plays. Like, it's good that they're looking for picks, but there is a cost to it. And it's not just an opportunity cost, you know, if the pick doesn't go right. Because Furia full sends their picks, which means when it goes sideways, they often give up a ton of kills in exchange as well. So because of that, like we said, kills going over the way of Fluxu. I believe there's 2 of them going down. IU and Jojo barely limp away alive. But it also just allowed Cody once again to just keep on split pushing, another outer turret going down in favor of Fluxu. And the start of this looks good. Like the fact that Tatu lands the edge of the flag and drag, Tuts with the patience not to go in the wall until we see Peach kind of dash out, is all great from Furia, but they're taking too long. And then Teleport and Realm Warp, the global starting to come through. This is when Furia knows they're in trouble. And the fact that Jojo and IU live, honestly, is already really, really good for them.
That's a huge win.
Should have been worse. You can see how close IU is to dropping, has to use the barrier. Jojo throwing everything in the kitchen sink just to mitigate this disaster.
Now all of a sudden, the genuine smiles coming through for the Fluxu training staff. They're liking what they're seeing. Finally, things that we are apparently seeing in scrims are starting to manifest themselves in stage. Gigo's the only one with a lead in this game. As far as over his opposite number, vision going to be cleared out around Baron. Fluxu, like you said, RMC, it does favor the scaling. It does favor Fluxu. They look a lot more coordinated, and they look like Furia, right? They look like just a really efficient team right now in terms of map control, how they're working the map, and that starts and ends with Peach just feeding kills to everybody on this Fluxu roster. Total damage you see on the left side of your screen there. Gigo, a full 5K above anyone else. I did not expect that, but Gigo trying to will his team into a comeback here. RMC, I mean, what's the way back for Furia? They have decent damage, but like you said, it doesn't feel like in a straight up 5v5 this is going to favor them anymore.
Yeah, they need to start finding picks. I think that's one thing that Furia has struggled with this game. Right from the get-go, Tatu got 2 early ganks, and then that was kind of it. We need to see more from Tatu. Now, Cody chasing on Gigo, Jojo in back pocket, but even in a 2v1 situation like that, even with Gigo, your level member of the team, pardon me, there we go, who has the most gold and most damage, I still just don't see the threat onto Cody necessarily. They kind of need Ayu there or Tatu there to get enough damage to shut somebody down. And if Furia can't find picks, then I don't really know where they go from here. They could look to try and hold as long as they can with Anivia. She is the queen of wave clear. But this year, with the changes they made to turrets and sort of the crystal growth, holding turrets is a lot harder than it used to be. And as we keep mentioning, I don't know if skilling's in Furia's side. So more than skilling, they need to find active ways to come back, shut downs, get bounties, find Bao, because there's an almost 700 gold bounty on that Ezreal.
5-0-1. He's tremendously strong right now. Bao's got to be the one that takes this over the finish line, or at least in the mid game. Cody, once he gets that actualizer, then you've got 2 legitimate hard carry threats. Eagle's going to TP in. They cannot lose this Dragon RMC while we've been yapping away. Hextech Soul is ready to be taken down. Gigo, though, a blind public execution finds Bao with a Momochi and Peach, ready to defend their AD carry. Get away from my friends. Big knock up into the backline for Curdy. Buying enough time for Cody to get rolling in this fight, potentially. The health bar's pretty low. Tut's taken out of the fight. But the health bar's not doing a lot better for Fluxu as they now re-engage onto the Dragon. I don't know about this call, RMC. You don't have to take this one. This could be a precarious position. Are they biting off more than they could chew? DB coming in again here from the side of Furia. Tut's coming back with full health and a vengeance on the mind. Are you trying to go forward there onto Cody if he can get it? But the Dragon taken there by Fluxu. It's Momochi that walks away with the Hextech Soul, and now Furia, they have no choice. They've got to get the heck out of Dodge. Gigo goes down, and that will be the other kill, joining Tatu on the gray screen. As Fluxu now, we looking at Baron?
Yep, because you know that Tatu's down. There's no smite available for Furia. So yeah, you race across. Notably as well, we did see the culling come out from Ayu. So they don't even have that tool to try and contest. No poke, no hard commit from Furia. This should be a free Baron for Fluxu. And 4-4, Fluxu didn't need to hard commit to that, but they wanted to. They know they're stronger. And more importantly, they actually had the setup. They were on the inside as well. It's on Furia to figure out their own way in. And for Furia, it was a do or die moment. I know it looked really awkward for them. The initial trade face-off was good, but Furia had no choice. This is Hextech Soul that Fluxu are fighting for. And the initial setup, again, was actually really, really good. Gigo with the blind public execution hitting Bao. That's the best case scenario you could hope for.
Crazy.
We were just talking about trying to stop take the bounty off of Bao and try and get back in the game. And then the disengage after they got onto Bao was clean. They didn't take that much damage. Curdy ends up losing as much, if not more health than Gigo on the trade. So this part, all good and well. But if you look at the state of the map as well, there are wards in the river, but no wards around the actual dragon. So Furia have to walk in blind, and that's where everything gets complicated because Fluxu have vision, Furia don't. So they're able to go out, stall out Tatu, Momochi the hero here because he did actually get the dragon. The moment they got that, everything was worth. But because they got that and the execution pulled up,
everybody goes on the magical journey. Now Furia might have a comeback in them. That, I did not expect that. Momochi, kind of, I mean, Bardolt giveth and taketh away. And now it's a 5v3. Health bars be damned. Fluxu have, or Furia have a way back into this one, but Fluxu with Cody doing a ton of damage. Now Tatu trying to find a way in. Breath of Life going to buy them a little bit more time, but Cody's just a raid boss. They can't get onto him. He's going to get 2 more kills here, RMC. It's a triple.
He's low, but he's alive. And that's enough. The Quadra to come through. Jojo, give it to them. Realm Warp from behind.
Penta for Cody. Give it to him. Curdy. He's like, come on, get in here. You have to. Come on, just try to buy enough time for Cody. It's not going to be enough. What a fight from the Rise. 2.5 items. Didn't even have the actualizer.
And this is one of the problems with Anivia, and why, despite the fact that on paper, Anivia is the counter to Rise, in pro play, it feels like it's never really converted properly. Because, sure, you're controlling all the zones, you're doing all the you're not doing the damage, is the problem. And then Rise eventually hits the point where he's so tanky, unless you're running something like a Leandries, you're just not killing him fast enough. And even with the Leandries, it feels like you're not killing him fast enough. The setup to this was what baffled me, and it looks like it was just... yeah, Peach overextending a little bit. Fluxu was going for a bit of a 4-1 split push, but, having Peach be the split pusher was a little bit iffy, gets punished. And this is great from Furia. This was good. The overchase gets dicey because you have the numbers advantage. You're 5v3, you think, oh, we got this, but no, you don't. Bao gets the free fire, and I think that's critical because he's pumping out the bulk of the damage. And once again, Curdy has been money with these unburrows. That's the 3rd time, I think, this game we've seen him actually knock up and stop the CC from coming through. Cody almost dies. If he dies, they still lose that fight because Bao would have cleaned up even if Cody didn't.
Yeah, Bao, I mean, just with like 2 Essence Flux Mystic shots, he deleted Tuts' health bar. Again, this is a 10-stack Rod of Ages Anivia, right? You've got a little bit of heft to you, and it just wasn't even close. I mean, Tuts had no way to use like his target selection meter was just like, just going to the left and to the right and to the left and to the right. He couldn't find and lock onto a target. And like you said, Bao was just free hitting onto him. But Cody, man, and now he's got 3 items. Now he's got that actualizer. Now he's on 3.5 items. This one might be cooked.
Yep, certainly feeling like it. They were struggling when they had 1,000 gold deficit. It felt hopeless when they hit 5,000. And now we're just shy of 9,000 gold deficit for Furia. The EXP levels as well. The XP levels actually aren't that different. Like, it's about a level down across the board for Furia on average. So that part doesn't feel quite that hopeless. But I do think it's more about the skill and the item differential that we're starting to see come across. Yeah, it's making this really, really tough for Furia. And yeah, I get concerned for you. Asked me earlier, how does Furia get back into this? I said picks, but they aren't. The pick onto Peach was good, but the team fights are looking more and more hopeless as we go along.
Yeah, like you said, that overchase was like, look, I honestly, I don't hate the call initially, but just going in blind into as Peach might just get a solo kill here onto Tuts. Yeah, there's nothing Anivia can do here. He knows it's cooked. Cody just says, "You guys got this." Okay, great. I'm gonna go this way. It's finally the bird goes down. Peach gonna grab himself another kill. Yeah, man, the objective bounty was worth it, but then going a little bit too far. But Tuts does find his 3rd item. Not for nothing. Went a little bit of a cheaper route with the Malignance and then the Crypt Bloom. Haven't seen that item in what feels like years. But yeah, I mean, this is really good stuff from Fluxu, man. I mean, it just from front to back, it never felt like this game was in jeopardy. And it started with Peach. Cody eventually got into this game, and Bao. I mean, 11 out of 14 KP. He has been everywhere in this one. Now he's got the Cyrildas. This Ezreal's looking absolutely unstoppable right now. And if you picked Cody in fantasy, as our friend Lizard very well might have, feeling really, really good about the points right now.
I think Lizard is like a hardcore Kaze picker, right? Well, we'll see. At the end of the week, how it kind of runs out. But yeah, I think this game is kind of over for Fury at this point. You're kind of looking at game 2 and the rest of the series and looking at draft potentially a little bit as well, because they did index very heavily for the early game with the Lucian, with the J4, and it didn't feel like they actually made good on it. Like, Tatu had 2 good ganks and then they kind of sat back. And even the 2 good ganks as well, it felt like it wasn't being spent towards Ayu quite as much, which is the Lucian that you want to accelerate. Elder being done, and look how Fierce is being zoned out completely.
Yeah, I mean, there was no way into this for them. No. Mochi gonna just extend the inevitable here with the Tempered Fig, gonna give Peach a little more time here. Tatu in there with the Cataclysm, but the rest of the damage just isn't there. It's just Tatu. Gigo gets locked out of the fight. It's a double kill for Bao, as Cody gonna grab himself another kill here. Gonna rack up that fantasy points for Lizard. As they're saying in the chat, look, Kaze costs too many pesos. He's gotten too big for his britches. Cody However, still an undiscovered raw gem in the Latin American League of Legends team. I say that tongue in cheek, obviously. Fluxu, what a dominant win. At no point in this game did it feel like things were getting rocky for Fluxu. This was a rare, and I mean, against this caliber of opposition, especially, a front-to-back dominant win for Fluxu, which I did not think I would be saying here, RMC.
Yeah, and as much as we're talking about Cody, I want to talk about Bao as well, right? Bao was what, 6-0-6,
awesome.
6-0-7 by the end of that? Super clean performance from him. And this is Fluxu kind of firing on all cylinders. Now, for up to this point, we haven't seen Fluxu really be able to maintain this level. So I'm really curious to see into the series against Furia, are they able to do this? I mean, if you think back to, we keep talking about Furia and their loss to Pain, but just Monday, we saw Furia lose to Pain game 1, and then they came back and smacked Pain around as well. So maybe Furia are just limit testing a little bit, to put it charitably. We'll see if they're just trying to max out their game counts and get as much stage experience as they got.
Yeah, but famously, that's what doomed them after MSI was over scrimming and just ramping up the time and getting as much experience as possible. And they burned out, among other things, but it didn't go too well for them. Yeah, I mean, look, for they could very easily come back and just smack this team in back-to-back games. I don't think it was limit testing. I think it was just a game that got out of control. Peach got rolling. He never really stopped. But I don't think this Fluxu team, man, I things have been trending in the right direction for them. And I don't see them. I can see them losing both these games. I don't see them getting rolled in both games. Maybe there's a little too much recency bias for me. Maybe I'm drinking the Fluxu Kool-Aid here. Finally, this brand isn't poison pilled. But I don't know, the Scrim God rumors, or not rumors, the actual Scrim God notes, plus the fact that they look really good against opposition that, granted, like we said, with Fluxu, when they're down, they do struggle. And they do take plays that can catch some teams off guard, but it did not catch Fluxu off guard. And I think that's something to be proud of. Any final thoughts on this game one before we take it to a break?
I know it's a bit early to talk about who's winning the series because there is still a game 2, potentially a game 3. But given that Loud, Los, and Fluxu are all currently 2-2, a win here does a lot of fun things to the standings. Or
it's
not to mention
absolutely
Furia's
huge.
only 3-1. Yeah, so they could catch up to Furia and have the head-to-head if they are able to win this one out. So with those thoughts, go into the break. Lots of excitement for Fluxu fans and lots of excitement, perhaps negatively, for Furia fans.
Yeah, hold on to your seats, boys, girls, and non-binary squirrels. We will be right back for what should be a pretty good game 2 and hopefully a game 3 in this series.
to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkest skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being here. 4x4 and RMC here, bringing you the rest of this best of three that should be a lot more entertaining now that Fluxo have walked away with, I mean, up and to the right. They have been trending in the right direction here the last couple of weeks in CBLOL. And all of a sudden, if they were to pick up a win against Furia, now, if you listen to the podcast, I said that a best of three win for Los Grandes against Furia didn't count because one of the games Tatu was on our jungle. This one does count a little bit more because he wasn't doing that. I think it was a lot more Fluxo being really good than Furia being really bad. I know that you could throw this Los Grandes slander back in my face if I start glazing Fluxo but not believing in Los Grandes. I understand. But there's something telling me that they have got a little bit more je ne sais quoi than Los Grandes right now. What say you?
I agree. I think Fluxu did a lot of the right things. In this game, I don't feel like Furia did anything, or they didn't do anything egregiously wrong. They were just weirdly not doing stuff, which is not what I'd expect from Furia of all teams. Usually they generate something for better or for worse. We're seeing Gigon or Gigod, but this time it was just Gigo in the top lane.
Gimme.
Yeah, which is really unfortunate when he was the one with the gold lead, when he had the Ambessa, the sort of scaling pick to come through. Now, despite our words about Gigo, the matchup I actually do want to highlight is more the mid lane.
Yeah.
Cody versus Tuts, Ryze versus Anivia in that particular matchup. And Cody has been sort of the big hero for this Fluxus, for better or for worse. When they've struggled, he's the guy who steps up, and it shows in his KDA and his kill participation. He's there to make things happen. Surprisingly, his goal difference at 15 actually isn't that good, but I don't know how much of that's coming off of, Peach struggling in the past. And today, Peach just has turned it on, and it feels like, as a whole, Cody is also popping off as a result. On the other side, though, Tuts. Tuts is a bit of an enigma to me, because when like we said, when we talk about Fury, we talk about Gigo, we talk about Tatu, we talk about IU. We don't usually talk that much about Tuts. And once again, it feels like he's largely on mage duty this split. His KDA is average, literally fifth, middle of the pack. Gold difference at 15, middle of the pack. Kill participation, damage per minute. Like, he's just very mid right now. And unfortunately, against Cody, that appears to be an avenue that Fluxu can exploit to look for these wins.
It certainly held true in game one, and you've got things like the Akali pick hanging over these two. They both love that champion. Cody, a lot more recent success on it, right? If we get to game 3, I wouldn't be surprised if that gets pulled out, or maybe because it is such a I guess it's two schools of thought, right? You let nobody play it and you make sure that it's banned, but it feels almost like a wasted ban, right? If you ban it second rotation, right? Because it's just like, well, whoever's got that fourth pick could just yoink it and give themselves a little bit of comfort. I mean, we have seen both these guys pop off on that champion. Like you said, Tuts, he's been known as a kind of a just control mage. He's been labeled the weak link of this team. I've said that before at times, but look, when Tuts is on, he's one of the better mid laners in CBLOL, but his lows tend to be kind of low. But he does have a few of those pocket picks in his bag. I'd be surprised if we saw anything like the Yone. I mean, we have seen like Trist made a little bit in the LAC. But yeah, I mean, it's less like ADC marksman in the mid lane, although he does have that in his bag. What he really has is high highs on are things like the Yone and the Akali.
Yeah, I'd love to see him, on the more sort of mobile carries. LeBlanc is another champion that I feel like both Cody and Tuts have popped up on this particular split. So we'll see what they opt for. Now, I do believe it is going to actually be Furia gets first pick, and they've actually opted to pick second. Pardon me. So they get to pick whether they go first or second. They opted for second, and Fluxu has opted for blue side. So counter pick for Furia is going to be kind of interesting there. Are they going to give it to Tuts? Are they going to get to Kigo? What they are going to give over is Karma. Ezreal has already been picked, but Karma herself is still strong despite her nerfs.
Yeah, got a little bit taken off the shielding. Affects kind of the early game. I mean, some of those early trades a little bit, but a big shield that you might get later into a team fight isn't as upsetting, I guess, as you head into level 15, 16, 17. Xin Zhao locked in here for Tatu, and again, this feels like I want to have the same conversation we did in game 1 of, all right, Furia aren't messing around. They've got a really strong pick for Tatu. Didn't go exactly to plan in game 1, but
yeah,
certainly a power pick in the hands of Tatu. Again, going to try to do the same thing, get into that bot lane, affect things where it didn't really go to play. Yeah, that was the other thing, RMC, like just no lanes kind of got ahead, right? You saw a couple of flashes blown on the top side, right? And the lanes being impacted a little bit, but not to the degree that Peach was impacting his. And you wonder if Peach kind of pulling ahead as the Jhin is locked in here for Bao. So that's gonna be the bottom lane pairing, Jhin Karma. You wonder how much that got into Tatu's head of like, shoot, in a rare moment of fragility here, I am not in control. Actually, I'm gonna be the one responding to the jungle tempo.
Yeah, and with the Jhin pickup as well, I think that might partially be a reaction to the Xin Zhao. When we see the Xin Zhao locked in, it's kind of a denial away from a lot of the hyper carries like Yunara, like Jinx, who just kind of want to pump out all that damage because you just pop the Crescent Guard and surprise, you're not doing anything. So picking the Jhin, I feel like, is something that can actually play inside the Crescent Guard. And it's also a response to the sort of Nami Corki that you knew was coming through because Lucian's already been played. if you're picking the Nami, the other pairing that goes with her is going to be the Corki. Very high all-in potential. Well, so does Jin. Jin also with that 4-shot could happily trade back. So I think Fluxu are okay with what we've seen so far coming through in this draft. It does signal to me, though, that Furia should be wanting to pick up a tank or two to be able to deal with this Jin. Something that can stack armor comfortably. Like, Xin Zhao is okay against Jin. So if you pick up like an extra tank, that'll do a lot of work. And we might get to see Gwen come through from Curdy as a potential answer to that. For now, still mid lane focus, though, for both these teams. And for you talked about Akali's second rotation. Yeah, Fluxu don't want to give that over.
No, they do not. Yeah. First pick. I mean, we'll see as the mid lane pool gets pinched here. Syndra, kind of, I mean, maybe up next year. Oriana has been just kind of pick banned. She's way too strong. A couple of pocket picks needed to be taken away. In the Akali, in the Zoe now. So the second rotation of bans looking very, very similar. You mentioned the Gwen, actually, literally the exact same, the second rotation of bans.
Yep.
You mentioned the Gwen, RMC. Is there a danger to picking that blind, or, are you for sure saving it for R5 here for Gigo?
It was more Fluxu I was thinking who would potentially pick up a Gwen.
Yes, you did say Curdy. My apologies. Yep.
Yeah, if Furia goes for a tank to try and deal with Jin, because I've seen that in a couple of leagues now where they were picking the Jin to set up, and I think it was just last week that, was it Talkers? Red, I think, kind of did that a little bit, where they set up the bait for it and then picked the Gwen into a tank topside where
yeah.
Pre-save scaling. So yeah, that could potentially be an option. Fury gets last pick though, so they kind of get to say, okay, Fluxu, how confident do you feel about this? Are we gonna do it? Are we not? And maybe you just kind of pick a carry and then set up Bao to pop off with the Jin instead. Rumble being hovered, I like the pickup, especially with the Wukong. Now you have that sort of AoE CC to kind of put the damage down, and Rumble doesn't have that many bad matchups. Like maybe an Aurora comes through from Furia, and if that's the case, again, it's fine. No tank, Jin can just rip you apart later on.
Yeah, he will get to that late game fantasy eventually, and it's a lot easier to do so if, like you said, you simply do not have a tank. And you don't have, I mean, you've got the tidal wave, but the Yone will come through here into the Victor. All right, so I thought maybe that was going to be the case for Tuts, right? Highlighting that for him. But now the Cassante will be what's played into the Rumble. I mean, you've got, I think, an easier way to start fights here with the Cassante. Just go all out in there. The bit of the Mbessa about him as well, right? Get into a target, get into the back line. But I do like this composition from Fluxu. I think it's just a little bit better. It seems to flow well. You see the flow of the game and the burden of responsibility kind of being passed from one carry to another a little more linearly for me.
Yeah, and I'm always partial to a nice big wombo combo team composition. The ease of execution is very, very good. You have the Yone scoop as well to set up the equalizer plus a cyclone. Like, if this goes well for Fluxu, it's going to be wonderful. Furia, though, kind of delaying a little bit, getting a bit of that tank they were looking for in Cassante, who can build armor to answer the Jin. So expect to see Bao take a bit more of a backseat. I think he had a phenomenal game one. Deathless on the Ezreal, pumping out the damage as well. This time with the Jin into 1.5 tanks. More likely set up with the curtain call. I'm expecting to see Curdy and Cody get a bit more time in the sun with the sort of wombo combo team comp, and the fact that Cody on the Yone, it's not just the upfront wombo combo burst damage. He actually has sustained damage with the Yone, and he's going to have great split push threat as well. Gigo's going to have problems itemizing, because on one hand, you need magic resist to deal with Rumble in lane, but later on the split push, you need armor to deal with Cody's split push, and with Bao trying to pop your team. So I kind of agree with you. I'm liking the composition from Fluxu a little bit better, but Furious comp is nothing to scoff at either. Like, there are avenues and ways to play through that composition. I don't think the composition should game one either. It's more just how they played it, and that's what I need to see change in game two.
We shall see. I mean, a lot of this composition and a lot of these styles of champions do scream Furia, and I'm looking, more at Tatu and seeing what he can do on this Xin Zhao. Again, you've got early game agency. Your trading power early on is solid enough. Expect him to be aggressive. Expect him to take a similar page out of the playbook. But it's how does Peach respond and do, with a champion that, was one of the premier duelists kind of when he burst back onto the scene in 2023, it feels like, and really took over the meta. But we got fisticuffs here in the mid lane brush. Tuts wandering on over. Peach taking a pretty greedy route back, but with the help of Cody waiting in the wings, should be all right.
That's a game of chicken right there for everybody involved. Peach getting collapsed on by 2, and then oh, okay, do we win the 2v2 with the Rumble on our side? Maybe we don't. And then a game of chicken for Tuts, like, I could be pincered, as Peach, like, I'm taking weird routes, but you have Cody, like, just daring Tuts to kind of overcommit. Just a little bit of poke all around. Peach, kind of the loser on that trade, but he'll be fine jungling. Wukong's jungle is fairly comfortable, fairly safe, so not a huge threat unless Tatu actually decided to full invade, but with the wards down at that entrance, we're just going to see static starts, kind of mirrored starts from the jungler, going opposite directions. And let's talk a little bit about ganks, because Wukong's ganks are not particularly fantastic before 6. Like, you've got damage, you've got gap close, but no CC. So if you're going to try and force a gank, I was thinking actually topside might be a little bit easier because of the slows from Rumble. Bot side, the CC is kind of hard to land, and that makes me think that, okay, Peach is probably just not going to gank at all. Whereas Tatu, starting on the bot side, looking up top, that to me suggests a bit more chance of a gank to come through on a Rumble, especially when the Rumble starts to push back. You've got the scrap shield for a bit of movement speed, but you're probably going to be able to burn a flash at least.
We'll be looking out for that. Both these junglers able to impact the lanes just a little bit, right? Peach able to gap close a little bit with that clone. Atu able to get on you, though. See if you can get in range for that audacious charge. Gigo getting the first crash here onto Curdy. Gigo going to do a little bit of proxying as well. Leave Curdy away from his tower.
I don't know if I agree with that call from Gigo here. Like, the proxy is great. The fact that you're getting the proxy off is disgusting. But I thought ideally what you kind of want to do is actually let that wave push back out so that Tatu has a gank angle. If you proxy this, Tatu can't gank. So then Tatu's just kind of power farming, I guess, at this point. Jeez, Cody.
Wow. Dude, talk about a game of chicken. Cody's got some stones on him, dude.
Like, I was watching that trade, it's like, there's no kill threat. There's no kill threat. There's just the Cody? Like, why are we eating all of this for free?
And every ability that lands, right? A Q auto, he could just kill him. But Cody, recognizing the lack of mana and a couple abilities being down, knows that on those margins, he could not win out, but survive. If he got hit by that laser, maybe he goes down. Gigo going to take a cheeky quick recall, going to come back with a null magic mantle. Maybe now feeling a little bit better about his dueling power and wanting maybe to get that that gank called up. There's a couple pings coming down on the top lane.
I gotta feel fantastic about that sort of cheater recall. So Gigo kind of playing for himself a little bit in that 1v1, and that's perfectly fine, especially when Rumble is kind of strong early. If you can set him behind, it could potentially mess with his power spikes a little bit, and when he thinks he can all in. The side effect of that, though, was that, well, not side effect, because of the mid lane heavy trading, that Tatu actually manages to pick up that Scuttle Crab topside, despite the fact that Gigo had gone for that cheater recall and actually wasn't there to help out, because Cody wasn't there to help out either. We did see Peach kind of rotate to that bot side. He's able to equalize on the Scuttle Crabs, and I was wondering for a second if Tuts was actually going to be able to help Tatu secure both.
And so they will be split. Cody comes back with a cull, opting for a little bit more power later on. As Bao has the lead in terms of combat power here. Ayu opting for that early tier, as Corkies do be doing. Not a ton to write home about here early on. Peach ahead by one camp. Both these junglers just kind of in power farming mode. I mean, level 6, such a big spike for both of them.
And that worries me a little bit when we think back to game 1. In game 1, it was Fluxu. It was Tatu getting off to a roaring start, kind of getting those 2 kills, and then everything slowed down, and it started going in Fluxu's favor. And while the scaling this time, I think, is a lot more even between the two teams, or arguably a little bit in Furia's favor, because there are tanks which are going to make Jhin feel worse. But the mid-game spike is what Fluxu is playing around. So if they go down early, that's perfectly fine. It's more about when they start getting level 6s in team fighting. And I think Fluxu is playing towards that win con, allowing Peach to just farm for free. Whereas Tatu at 6, yeah, sure, he's great at countering team fights, specifically the hyper carries and the range champions. But that's not what Fluxu is about. And that's not, to me at least, the biggest strength of picking that Sinjao pick.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with you there. Peach going to get himself onto the dragon early on. Going to take it pretty much unopposed. Not unseen. Well, I say unopposed. He's there by himself, and based on the fact that he is seen, Tatu going to roam on down here. He's got to be careful, though. Got 4 members ready to collapse on him. Cody will get the soul unbound. Ultimate goes off, but he's going to get hoovered back to whence he came. And now everybody gets to go over the wall. Peach can go over with the clone. Bao has to burn his flash, but that's first dragon over to Fluxu.
And we'll see if Furia can capitalize on this, because both Bao and Memochi had to burn flash in that little bit of a scuffle there. So the bot lane is now very, very exposed. for Flukes. And we talked a little bit about the fact that they don't have a ton of on-demand CC. Like the tether from Karma does take a bit of time for it to actually lock in and get the root down. And Jin has no hard CC of his own. So I'd love to see Furia kind of capitalize on that, especially when they just kind of gave that dragon away for free.
He's still ever so slightly ahead. In that level 6, so big for both these junglers. Each ever so slightly ahead on the level curve. Level 6 being hit in the mid lane, in the top lane. All right, RMC, we'll ask you the question that was asked in the chat here, on the screen. The comp for Fluxu is simply better. Do you guys have that impression as well?
I think it's a lot easier to execute.
Yeah.
But like I said, I don't think Furia's comp is terrible. It's just not as internally cohesive, but there are ways for it to play. The Victor, I think, is actually the big part for this Furia composition. The Chaos Storm that comes through when there's so many melee-esque champions from Fluxu, when the range is so short from them, I think is going to be huge. Corki does skill up really well in terms of raw damage as well. It's more just his range sometimes caps him, and there's that many melee champions with gap closers. It's kind of dicey from IU. So they do have damage to be able to match. They have themselves a tank, which is often a larger margin of error when it comes to face-offs as well. So if the fight goes long or goes messy, that's where I see Furia starting to win out. But if Luxu just find the wombo combos, if the Yone hits, if the Wukong hits, then everything just becomes so much simpler. And at that point, I just think Luxu's their team fighting and the damage that they can bring to the table in these clumps would win out.
Yeah, the press R of it all, as you were alluding to for Fluxu, is just so deadly. And I do want to see that. Look, everybody's kind of hit 6, right? It's not that you like have to fight, but it is a spike that you can fight on. Right? You don't necessarily have to wait for those first items. Maybe with the cull for Cody, you don't feel as comfortable, but look, you've got a little bit of, Yone has just a lot of just raw damage baked into his kit, and you went Berserker's Greaves first, right? That's very common by Momochi. Damn. Almost sidestep that rocket there from IU. But I wouldn't hate them looking for something right now. With Tatu, grab himself a first grubs. A much better objective presence already from Tatu, as he got run off every single objective until the Herald in the early game last time around. But the Dragons are starting to stack here. Yes, just one, but Luxu following a similar early game script here. Cody looking for the all-in onto Tuts. Fate Sealed lands. Actually, he came very, very close to grabbing that damage, but everything coming in now in the Baron, or in the Baron pit, I guess, as Fluxu gonna come away the winners in this one, but just barely. Peach going down, Gigo goes all out. Tidal Wave used defensively here. Jojo trying to get a little closer for Tuts and company to go all in, but double kill comes over for the mid laner of Fluxu, and now Cody looking for another one. It's a triple kill for the Yone.
No.
Is he gonna get a quadra right off the rip? Yes, he is. Cody believers rejoice.
And it's disaster for Furia in this matchup. On paper, it looked good. The Chaos Storm over the wall from Tuts was doing a ton of damage. Tatu manages to secure all 3 Void Grubs and Gigo. Gigo has been building a ton of magic resist, so Curdy's not been able to do anything to him. So it should feel really good. The problem is, you're not against Curdy in this matchup. It's Peach. It's Cody who's doing the damage, and that's physical damage. So that tankiness, that pseudo-tankiness for Gigo doesn't count. Right here, when the Chaos Storm dropped, I was like, okay, this is going to be great, right? Like, Tuts is just doing a ton of damage throughout all of this. But notably, he doesn't get the kill onto the initial pick there, onto Peach, so it doesn't expand and get bigger. And then he overcommits to make this happen. Even with the flash, you can't create enough distance. So Cody being able to pick up the Quadra, Cody on this Yone, Cody the player who's the carry, Yone the champion who's the carry. Yeah, this is nightmare fuel for Fury right now.
And also, RMC, I think Tuts just had the Catalyst in his inventory. So the Chaos Storm went down. It was doing nothing, effectively.
Yep. And now with the Blasting Wand in pocket, it feels too little, too late. He's lucky Cody actually built into the call. If the Blade of the Ruin King was completed right now, this lane is just over at that point. And then Cody, they probably might even rotate Cody into Gigo just to make things worse. Yone can be a top laner. He's basically full build at 1 item, and Gigo has next to 0 armor.
Yep, you got a little bit of health, all that magic resist. How you doing? A little bit of damage there. Dragon up here. Do Furia want to fight it? How much they want to prioritize it? How much can they prioritize it? Tatu, does he have enough gold to come back with a Sundered Sky? Then maybe you feel a little bit better about your dueling power, but Yeah, I mean, just the early game kind of, there's that under sky, but the early game, like,
Mhm.
itemization and early game power trough for a couple of these champions, right? Intentional or not, it just feels really, really rough for you. And that is something that Fluxu, right? You can pick holes in this composition. Okay, you got no true tank, right? It could potentially fall off outside of the Yone as the game goes on. But there is a ton of damage in this composition that you cannot take away. And like you said, really easy to execute as Peach going into the back line there with the double Cyclone. IU trying to get the damage down, but it will not be enough. Picked up there by Peach. Second dragon of the game. Stop me if you've heard this one before, RMC. Tatu going in to try to flip the game and flip the fight. Curtain call on the back end. The rune comes out. The tether lands on a Tatu, and he is not much longer for this world. Bow on the board with his first kill. That's a 1 for 2 again. Actually, Fury actually do come out on top ever so slightly, but at what cost?
At the cost of the dragon stacking for R4. And as you said, we've heard this song and dance before. Slightly better for Fury this time, a 1 for 1. And I was a little bit surprised they decided to commit that hard onto it, especially with how late Furia was rotating. You look at the fact that Curdy shows up first. This is a numbers advantage for Fluxu. On paper, a really bad idea, but props to Furia for recognizing, hey, sure, you've got a numbers advantage, but you've got low health bars. We can commit to this. And there was a world in which I was wondering if the Tatu might actually be able to get out. If he waited for the Crescent Guard for later on, defensively rather than offensively, maybe he could have gone out, but he wanted to secure that kill onto Momochi, try and get some gold swinging back in Furia's favor. Unfortunately, the fallout from the dragon and the fight is worse than the actual fight itself. While the fight kind of went in Furia's favor ever so slightly, they had to base after that. And Fluxu, they're actually first back into the lanes, first ones pushing up. They're finding plates for themselves and kind of equalizing the gold, growing it actually in their favor. It was about 2,400 at the end of the fight. It's already gone to 600 of that off the bot side plates.
It is just a 3,000 gold lead, but I don't know, just a 3,000 gold lead. 3,013 is not
It's a lot,
ideal, right? But I think, I don't know, look, it is just, it's just on one person, right? And if you were to take out Cody, all of a sudden this becomes a lot more of a fair fight. Problem is, I mean, the CC to be able to lock him down is not exactly easy to land, right? Gigo would have to find a creative angle. Tuts would have to hit a really good gravity well, and with as shifty a champion as Yone is, not easy. Jojo with the Aqua Prison and the Tidal Wave, those are slow-moving CC projectiles. It is really tough to lock this dude down. You don't have a Nautilus, a Leona, a Rakan that is much more easy to point and click, and now you do indeed see Cody being sent into Gigo, but might he have a Cassante moment left in him? Ooh. No magic resist, no problem, question mark. He does have the plated steel caps to negate some of the auto attack damage from Cody. If you're going to hit him, you hit him where it hurts. Okay. The Q3 comes out, but it doesn't find its mark, and the rest of Fluxu shows up not a moment too soon.
That was dirty from Peach, man. Let them have their 1v1s. Gigo buffering through the Fate Shield, I think, was actually a key part of why he actually started winning that fight and just doing Cassante things. But here's the problem with the Blade of the Rune King. Cody almost dies in that. One wave, back up to half health already. The push continues. And Fluxu, well, League of Legends, unfortunately, is a 5v5. It is not a 1v1 game. So Fluxu recognizing that, sending Peach to back up, cover that weakness. And it's kind of getting tougher from Fluxu. And this is the bigger concern for me for Fluxu. You're right. A lot of that gold is on Cody. Is that the end of the world? Probably not. But when Fluxu knows how to leverage it, that's when your problem is. And right there, yeah, Gigo starts healing back up. Yeah, was it buffered? I can't tell because Gigo didn't look like he actually got knocked up, but it did look like he stopped auto-attacking for a quick second. And Gigo actually might have won that fight. That could have turned the tides. That you strip the bounty off Cody, Gigo becomes a big split push threat, and you've got somebody who can answer the 1v1. But it didn't happen. Didn't work out. And Tuts certainly cannot handle the 1v1.
No, that was flash for flash. Cody said, I'm willing to commit this. Watch this. And oh man, yeah, 2,500 gold. I mean, the entirety of the gold lead sans 600 gold, 700 gold is on Cody.
Wild, man. Oh, they're showing CD and the matchups this week for CD. Okay.
Oh yeah, RMD. That's a new name. I know about a nerd being there. Team Solid. They've got a presence in BR Valorant. Estral and Red Cadet. I mean, that's kind of a top of the table clash, no?
Yeah.
Estral and Red Academy, right? Two of the stronger teams for sure.
Red slipped a little bit recently. But yeah, Estral is definitely top of the table. Red, funnily enough, I think struggled since Zid's actually left them. They're struggling to just integrate with it was Jotamite, filling in. So struggling a little bit with that one.
Lots of pings coming down. We are going to get a fight here. It's just a matter of where. The top of the map being
Oh.
lit up like a Christmas tree. All the on my way pings, all the hey, help me pings. Curdy is trying to buy a little bit of time here, throws down the equalizer. And even Fluxu know maybe this one is not it. Kill goes over to Gigo, but now attention starting to be paid to the Herald. So numbers advantage for Furia. But again, where have we heard this one before? Cody getting on to IU with the fate sealed. But the Soul Unbound will hoover him back to his doom, question mark. Not able to get over the wall. Shutdown comes in for IU.
And IU picks up the massive bounty that Cody had accrued. Yeah, that is troublesome for Fluxu, to say the least. Now, Bao, not present, was just pushing in the mid lane, will continue to do so, at least find a turret of their own. So you don't get Herald, but you get Herald to get turrets anyways. So I think Fluxu are okay with this. But signs of life from Fury, and you love to see it. Curdy as well. I liked the attempt at the cheeky teleport there. If it wasn't Gigo, maybe it might have worked, but it is Gigo. All instantly canceled this, and fantastic pick. Cody fueling himself a little bit there, and that's kind of the warning and the caution about modern League of Legends. You can't 1v5. Crowd control is a very real thing. If Cody managed to find the pick onto Ayu there, everything is forgiven. But the snapback when the rest of Fury is already ready and waiting, the fact that the rest of Fluxu couldn't really quite commit into this, especially when Bao, the other damage threat, is kind of busy just pushing at this point, meant that Cody giving that one away from free gold lead shrinks so quick.
Yeah, all of a sudden, that got a huge bite taken out of it. And going on to IU, that feels really rough. Again, the range is kind of the only thing holding this champion back. He just prints damage. Those missile barrages are going to start to hurt a lot more. Coming up next, Los Grandes versus Pain. Our great junglers. Still thinking about the Drake Hero Tinder Plus story. If you haven't heard that, if you can read Portuguese, you just look up Drake Hero Tinder Plus. And the auto-translate feature on Twitter is actually getting pretty good. So maybe you can figure it out regardless. Or go listen to our fantastic podcast. Gringos Liberados, exactly. Curdy in a little bit of trouble here. Touch should be able to finish him off. Yeah, a little bit of an overstep from the boy up top. Fluxu, I'm not going to say coming apart at the seams, but giving away a little more than we saw in the mid-game of Game 1.
Yeah, a couple of loose threads starting to show, and unfortunately, Curdy as well. Curdy, a very interesting player, right? He was originally a Loud Academy or Loud trainee. Was coming up through that. Worked with Robo at the time as well, and Robo had very good things to say about him. But since he kind of got promoted up to CBLOL, he has been struggling. In his opening split, he was actually the solo kill leader, so really showed that he had 1v1 mechanics, but struggled in the mid game. And then on Fluxu, it's been kind of the opposite. He hasn't been as explosive in the 1v1 matchups, but he also has been, I feel like, having more impact in the mid game. Like, he's not throwing as much. He's at the team fights when he needs to be. He's applying side lane pressure a lot better. This game, this feels like old Curdy, man. Like when he first got promoted, where he won his lane, or well, he didn't really win his lane. Actually, Gigo kind of cheated with the recall and everything. So well played from Gigo. But Curdy was having pretty good early game impact, and now he's getting caught out. And him getting caught out actually messes things up a lot for Fluxu, because you're giving gold back to Fury and letting them back in the game. But also, when he gets caught, they're losing control over the map, specifically objectives. Like that Herald take was partially because Curdy got caught, and now again he gets caught. It's allowing Fury to reestablish control over this top side, not so much for the objective, but just to allow there to be a safe lane for Tuts to actually go to and farm, or potentially set up for a split push later on.
He's got himself into he's got 4 assists, right? Like the O2, it's not as bad as it looks. And again, the setup for him is still there, right? With the Wukong and the Yone, those ultimates and the crowd control they're able to deliver does make it really easy to get a ton of value from the equalizer. Everything that he's going to get out of it. Now, Gigo, he's in a much better position itemization-wise. We talked about potential weaknesses in his build early on, but now has awoken to the light. His Tuts, he's going to only start doing more damage. I mean, I don't know, man. Like the damage in this composition for Furia, man, it worries me a little bit. And again, that slingshot of gold onto IU, it's not a death sentence by any means, but doesn't feel great. A Stormraiser here for Bao. Going to start orb walking here shortly, so keep an eye out for that. I don't know, RMC. I mean, it feels like this game is very, very even. Because I mean, I feel like it to me, it's just going to come down to execution, right? Because like I don't know, I view these competitions as kind of equivalent at this point in the game. And I don't know, maybe it's just recency bias. Maybe it's just, I know that Furia is supposed to be the quote unquote better team. So I expect them to come good eventually.
Part of it, I think, is just subconsciously recognizing that Furia are about to hit their power spike. Up to now, it's not been Furia's game. They needed to hit the sort of fully stacked Rod of Ages from Tuts, which will happen in 2 minutes. The Manamune has been stacking for Ryu, about to become the Mirror Mana. And that's when the Corki really becomes a menace. So if you think, if with that as the context, and you realize that, hey, Furia's actually been kind of bouncing back against Fluxu when they're in their power trough, that's why we're kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop, because they're about to hit it. Mirror Mana just completed. 1.5 minutes time, Rod of Ages fully completed. And Fluxu seems to have lost control of the pacing of the game. Don't get me wrong, they're still moving on the map, they're still being proactive, but they're not as in control as they were prior. And I think that was what Curdy kind of lost them with those picks up top. That was what Cody lost them when he got picked off. Now, Fluxu are still really strong. They're waiting for the team fight. That's their big time to shine, is when they can wombo combo catch multiple members. Cody right there, finding only one. Hatu walks away alive, and that is fate sealed off the table.
Yeah, that's part of that wombo combo. Not going to be available. Tuts did burn his flash. That's not nothing. That's far from the most consequential bit of that fight. I would argue the Fate Seal is more consequential. Like you, RMC. Gigo steps on a trap. Looking for a way onto Curdy. Cody goes forward. Going to take a lot of damage. Curtain call over the top. It's not exactly the wombo combo that Fluxu are looking for. But with the dragon up, is it enough to get them the Cloud Soul? I think that's the question we got to be asking right now. It's certainly the question that Beach and Bao are asking right now. There's no tank up there. They just got to be nuisances, do Fluxu. Momochi goes forward with a mantra Q, and now the fight breaks out in earnest as Tatu pops a crescent guard. Peach trying to go in, but the gravity well freezes the momentum just a little bit. Furia have the momentum now in this one as they try to go forward. Bao's got to be careful it doesn't get too close. Peach trying to lay down some CC, but the Cloud Soul does go over thanks to Curdy. Ayu going to grab the kill onto Peach. I would say that's a trade that is well worth it.
Curdy trying to get back, does use the teleport successfully this time into the top lane. And was there a stealth nerf to Smite? That's the second time this series we've seen somebody else other than Peach have to secure the objective. It was Momochi in game 1 for Soul, and it's Curdy in game 2 once again for Soul.
Yeah, bit of a weird one, but yeah, I guess this is where we are right now. But yeah, I'm a little surprised. But hey, look, all's well that ends well. Now, Cloud Soul, it does feel, I don't know, does feel all right here. Let's get another look at how this one went down. This was not the fight that Fluxu wanted, right? This is a wombo combo composition that when you get the most out of it, and you got to look back and think, man, fate sealed off the table for Cody, kind of, getting a little too excited.
Yeah, and they tried to chain the rest of the ultimates there, curtain call into the equalizer, but I actually think you should probably have saved it for the Cyclone, because as you can see, the equalizer wasn't the end of the world. It wasn't the best setup for it. And now with all the team fight tools off the table, Fluxu doesn't have the strength to fight this. We talked about it. Longer fight, chaotic fights, that favors Furia. And with how spread out it is, Furia's kind of able to get in there, really punish. The CC chains as well. We saw it onto Peach there. That's why Peach didn't really get the maximal value out of that, was because he got CC'd in. So he dived in and then kind of got caught. It happened to Cody earlier, and that's one of the other risks Fluxu runs when they're so split up on the engage, when they're not having multiple threats all dogpile in.
Speaking of threats of dogpiling in, everyone's into the Baron pit, but now looks like Flukes are going to abandon it. Cody looking for a way into this one. Hits that fate sealed onto 2 members.
Yeah,
How are you going to escape with his life, but not for much longer? Bao going to grab the kill onto his opposite number. And now with this number's advantage, they feel comfortable enough getting back onto the Baron, but the jungler is still alive. But who knows? With that stealth nerf to the Smite, maybe that will not matter. Ego. He's the one getting forward, but Flukes is spending a lot of time in the back of that Baron pit. That is not where you want to spend an extended amount of time. Cody going forward, and everybody pushing the go buttons. Is Cody going to get on the board with a much-needed kill? Gigo surviving, but just kind of taking up time. Tatu, he's more concerned about his Krugs right now. He says, dude, we can't do anything about this. Flukes should be able to walk away with the Baron. Up down to 5,000 health. Yeah, they're not going to contest. They're not going to put up a fight here. Fluxu, after all that toil and trouble, finally walk away with the Baron.
Okay, glad Fluxu's kind of waking up a little bit, because they were losing the threads of the game. But the great call onto Baron, you can see that Fury is actually very late to the response on the Baron. I think they weren't expecting Fluxu to just make a beeline straight for it. Baron's down to less than half health before they look for that turn, but this time they get that wombo combo we were talking about, right? The bait seal to load everybody up, or that equalizer to come across, and then the curtain call to clean house. They took out the bot lane right from the get-go. And while Tuts is skilling up, while Tuts has Rod of Ages, the big damage dealer in these fights right now is Ayu with that Mirror Mana. So taking Ayu off the table right from the get-go does make it a lot easier for Fluxu without a true tank to feel comfortable stepping up and bring the fight to Furia.
Now a 3,000 gold lead, plus again the borrowed power of the Cloud Soul. Is that enough? How can they play out this Baron push that is going to go a long way to deciding who walks away the winner? Excuse me, in this game. It's now Curdy. And got himself a little bit of a better item spike here with that Bloodletter's Curse. As well, Cody been slowed down significantly since that early game. Only accrued an extra 1,000. I say that only 1,000, as if that's, not as if that's a trivial amount. It's not, but I certainly expected Cody to just turn into a raid boss, and that hasn't exactly happened. So maybe that's more on me and my expectations than anything else.
Oh,
as Cody, hold on, looking for it all. Gigo just takes him into the back line with no consent. Gigo decides that Cody's time is up.
I'd argue those consent. Cody went in, and Gigo said, "Okay, bet we go deeper in." Gigo, one of our original Cassante players. I remember when Cassante first came out, the Brazilians really struggled with it, and it was just Gigo and FNP in terms of top laners who could actually play the champion. And his mastery of the champion is on full display this particular game. We saw him buffer away earlier from Cody, and this time, Cody goes in for the Fate Sealed, and Gigo goes in for the all-out, knowing that he gets priority on that particular move. And Cody, like you're saying, he should be a raid boss. This should be a matchup, but right here, that Fate Sealed stack up, oh, nope, all-out, kidnap. And then Cody just gets dragged all the way. And this is actually massive too. They already lost one of the inner turrets. They probably should have lost 2 on the Baron push, might yet lose 2. But shutting down Cody really helps to slow down all of Fluxu. He is a key integral part of their composition.
No objectives to fight over just yet, but that Elder looms large. And for it, with the way they've been playing, I mean, you see how on the margins these team fights are and how critical making sure you have all your ultimates beforehand, right? No missteps as you're stepping up to this objective. It goes such a long way to deciding who wins this one. And with the Elder on the line, go a long way to deciding who wins the game, RMC.
And Tatu's really been struggling with Dragons this particular series. He's not been there on time. He's usually focused on the fight. This time he needs to act as a jungler first and as a tank second. Elder will swing the fight. Whoever gets it will most likely win the fight. Even if it's just 1 or 2 people left alive for your team, it's going to be huge. They find Peach first. No kill, though.
Find Peach first. Tatu going to get locked up here. Going to buy some time with the Crescent Guard, but Cody goes in. It's just a little too spread out as Gigo calls his number again, says, step up, square up, little boy. Able to get the kill there onto the opposing mid laner. And now that's huge. I mean, he's the straw that stirs the drinks for this Fluxu composition. For it with a numbers advantage and a bit of a sauce advantage right now, as they've got full control over this Elder Pit, RMC.
Elder just spawned. There is still Equalizer and Cyclone. They're looking to try and find Curdy. Are you stepping up on the side, willing to risk a 1v1 to make that happen? And Fury now starting this up. Keep your eyes on where Peach is. Peach looking for the Mondo flank.
Equalizer down. Peach looking for a big one, like you're saying. You can get that double Cyclone in. There's that flash. There's the Cyclone. IU goes down. But now, over the wall, another kill goes down. Tatu out of this fight right now. Peach has control over the pit. Tatu can only afford a one-way trip as Fluxu look like they've taken control of this one. They got IU out, and they got Gigo and Tatu out eventually as well. They're going to walk away with the Elder, RMC.
Tatu looking for the steal. He's going in blind over the wall.
There's no way. Just barely. As Momochi just kind of grinning to himself. Oh, thank goodness we didn't lose that. That could have been dicey.
And just like that, Fluxu in a much closer game too, with Elder going to barrel down the front door. Gigo, the last man standing, but he can't afford to step up. He's just going to melt right away.
Yep, Gigo's going down. That is the Elder Equalizer. Where were you when Fluxu, dare I say, threw up a question in the group chat? Hey guys, can we join the top 4? Can we join the top 4 party? Do we have those credentials? Do we have a text to get in the front door?
I mean, arguably after this, can they be a top 2? We said it on the Gringos Silverados podcast, pardon me, that it feels like there's a clear top 2. Well, it's not so clear no more. Just like this, Fluxu, I think will actually be, no, they'll be third because of their game, their sort of game wins.
Yeah, their map
in terms
score,
of the standing. Yeah, but when it comes down to it, they did beat Fury, and they did it in style 4x4. That's the most impressive thing to me. When I look at Fury, I'm like, okay, did they make any egregious mistakes? No. Could they have played better? Sure. But they're not making big mistakes.
Was all right. They were getting back into it.
Yeah,
that was not a perfect game by Fluxu either.
Them open. Yeah, they had the easier to execute composition. Sure, they fumbled at times. Cody overextended at times, but look at the smiles on their faces. Fluxu finally being validated on stage. Because sure, you won against Loud, but Loud is all over the place, and frankly, Loud did make big mistakes for Fluxu to exploit. But this Fury team, no, it's not the it's not the final form of Furia, sure. But again, no mistakes, just kind of out-handsing, being able to win out, playing much better. And Fluxu suddenly out of nowhere for they look like potential contenders, legitimate contenders in the playoffs.
No, they look really, really sharp. And again, right, because it wasn't this like sloppy, this Furia light, if you will. This felt like a relatively solid series from Furia, all things considered, right? There wasn't anything, no crazy mistakes. This was Tatu being Tatu, still able to have an impact on the game. And I don't know, man. But look, I'm happy because it really felt like coming into the split for me anyway. We had a pretty clear top three, right? It was the top three from last split, and everybody else was kind of still figuring themselves out, right? I think Cade, okay, if they can get back to their previous form, maybe they can find a way to solidify themselves, as the former regional power that they were just 6 months ago or whatever. But all of a sudden, you've got a couple challengers, right? If Los Grandes can get a late game together, they can crash the top four party. If Loud can get a little more consistent, they will solidify themselves there. And now Fluxu, a new challenger, has entered the chat, RMC. It should set up for a very entertaining end of the season and a very entertaining playoffs, if nothing else. Because I still believe the top six is set. But the seeding questions are starting to be asked, and the playoff results will not maybe go the way that we thought.
Yeah, there are still chances for Leviathan and Pain Gaming. And what's really interesting to me is the fact that the sort of 4 through 6, or now I guess 3 through 6, or even 2 through 6, is in question, and they're not really facing each other, right? We have Los versus Pain after this, and Pain kind of 0-4, Los 2-2. There could be some funny upsets to happen, and tomorrow we've got Loud versus Leviathan, which is the other one that could be an upset. And if Pain or Leviathan win either of those, it generates a lot of chaos. If they lose, which is sort of the expected outcome, then the upper muck gets thicker, because you've got Cade versus Red as well tomorrow. We're expecting a Red win, which means then Cade starts becoming comparable to the likes of Loud, Los, Fluxu, and Furia, assuming everything kind of plays out as expected or based on the standings currently. So the plot thickens, the pot thickens for and the only one who's kind of just sitting above everybody just watching the chaos is Red Cannons.
Yeah, they're the only ones who have had things go to plan, which is hilarious because it definitely didn't go well. I mean, I don't know. It never feels like it goes to plan in the offseason for Red Canids, but they always make it work, and I end up with egg on my face for criticizing them. So, who knows? But yeah, the point is, it's getting thick in the CBLOL. Tune in to find out just how thick it is getting. We're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, it will be Los Grandes versus Pain Gaming. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being here and join the CBLOL with us on a Saturday morning or afternoon, as it were, depending on where you're watching from. I'm still 4x4. That is still RMC. And this, however, newly, is Los Grandes versus Pain. RMC, Pain Gaming, obviously, in a world of hurt. This is one of their worst stretches, certainly that I can remember. Because no matter how bad it got for Pain, kind of in during the Loud Dynasty era, right? That was all relative. It was like, look, things are bad, but they could always be worse. Despite how I felt in that moment, it felt like the sky was falling constantly because that is Pain Gaming, and that is the biggest and loudest and most obnoxious fan base. But, like we're sort of talking about off air, the league is better when they are good.
Sure. And the thing that we have to remember is that the sky was falling for Pain Zeshis. Pain was finishing second repeatedly. They were the second best team in the league. Now they are one away from the bottom, literally one win away from the bottom from a Furia, and the win was over a Furia squad that is doing all sorts of who knows what, as we just witnessed in their match against Luxu, and now up against Los Grandes. It's kind of interesting because you argue that this is the worst stretch for Pain. Well, this is the worst stretch for Los this split. They are currently 2-2. They started two very convincing wins, and now they've had two very convincing losses against teams. And yeah, statistically, if you look at it, like Los, they still look like a good team. They are the second best early game team in the league, plus 1,715 minutes, and that's a significant lead. You look over to Pain Gaming, and they are dead last in most metrics. They are Barons. They are not the loss because I think Lev has gone like one Baron all split or something like that, but they are struggling. Pain is the worst early game team in the league, and we've seen this with Loud before. Notably, I feel like where they were like the worst team in the league in the early game, but Loud had a late game. Pain, so far, has none.
No, there's not a ton to write home about if you're a Pain Gaming fan. We talked about on our podcast. This is probably a problem that if it gets fixed in 2027. But it's been a rough one, man. It's been a really rough one for Pain so far, and going into a Los Grandes squad that, look, I mean, these guys are teetering a little bit right now, and Los Grandes, they don't have much of a late game, but Pain never get there. This game could get really wild and woolly, but for Los Grandes, this is a must win. It's not feels like might be. No, this is a must win, right? Things are starting to go off the rails. You had a pretty embarrassing loss, all things considered, against Cade Stars, right, where you just kind of threw those games away. It was not great, but it reinforced what we knew about this team, which is that they are a good early game team, but in the late game, man, oh man, they can really, really struggle. And now you've got a chance to go up against the guys who are the punching bags of the league right now. So this is a must-win game for Los Grandes.
It's funny too because the other notable achievements you're saying that not much to write home about. You could write some money into Pain because they are struggling. They are the most broke team of the split, but it's kind of balanced out by the fact that Los might have one of the best early games, but they threw the biggest throw of the split so far, 10,193 gold in that VKS game you were talking about for. So anything could really happen. You talk about a must-win game for Los Grandes, especially with Fluxu winning theirs. Kind of, but most specifically, it is because if Pain win here, Pain are still mathematically alive, and Los are not out of the muck. But if Los wins here, it actually locks the top 6, I believe. So at that point, Pain Gaming has no shot to make playoffs whatsoever. Leviathan would lose the head-to-head against most of the teams who are vying for those top 6 spots because they've already lost against Fluxu, Los, and Furia. So then Loud tomorrow becomes the must-win game or Leviathan at that point. Now we are into picks and bans. It looks like it is going to be Los Grandes with both first pick and blue side. So Pain have opted for counter pick, and we'll see if that really works out because Robo hasn't been him, and neither has Kenny. And usually, if you're looking for counter pick, you're looking for your solo lanes.
Yeah, and it just hasn't been. Again, I look for all of Pain. It just has not been amazing, as we've discussed, but. Robo hasn't been kind of that win condition that he has been in splits past, right? Even when it was, 8-80, right? Is he, 8 or an 80? What is Robo rolling? At his highs, he was still really, really high at his highs. He was contesting best player in the league, but we have not seen that Robo in a long, long time. It's safe to say. But into drafts we go, like you were saying, draft flavor definitely look at a little bit different between these two teams as far as the bans are concerned.
Yes.
Vi being taken away from Drake Hero, Rumble being taken away from Robo, but the Orianna does make it through, and that means she's going to get snapped up immediately.
I think it says a lot that Los Grandes is not banning meta bans at all. Like, Rumble is the most meta of their bans, and even he's not, like, the highest priority. But the Caitlyn for Trigger has felt like such a huge crutch. Having that range to be able to play from safety is massive. The Ezreal for Trigger has not looked quite as good as well, which is the other sort of safe AD carry. So yeah, they can afford to leave all the meta picks open, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Los Grandes just slam like one of the big like Seraphine Ash bot lane, or well, Karma's banned away, but like Corki Nami could be another thing they look for. Pain, they're just going for go buttons right now. Curry's Nico was a thing of legends, was being the keywords. Curry's been struggling to kind of communicate properly and look for proper engages with his team. And Karaoke on J4, that's just a comfort pick at this point. Not just for Karaoke, but for Pain as an organization, knowing that they have a clear go button.
Yeah, I mean, and that you go back to, I mean, what you said about Curry, right? As Trigger going to lock in the Varus and Nico here. That's been the biggest, like, what the heck is going on with Pain Gaming, kind of point for me, is that Curry, he looks like me out there, dog. He was, again, at his best, contesting best player in the league. And when he was with a bot lane pairing, really just Titan, that he liked, he was unstoppable, especially on things like the Bard. But man, oh man, it has been just really rough sailing.
Oh, fun fact, it's actually Duda's birthday today. So happy birthday, Duda. We'll see, if he gets his birthday present, quick 2-0 over Pain, maybe, or whether things get a little bit fun and we throw a bit of a party in the bot side. For now, though, both teams, actually, for Pain, they're looking for their solo lanes. For Los Grandes, still looking for jungle and top. So we're going to see more jungle bans being thrown. We already saw 2 being thrown against Drake Hero with the Vi and with the Nocturne. And with Drake Hero in specific, I think he's one of those junglers where Aatrox Hen is actually quite high prior for him. So while the meta is skirmish junglers like Xinjiao, like J4, like Pantheon, that might not be top of mind for Drake Hero. Maybe the Pantheon, actually. Pantheon probably needs to be banned. There we go. Yeah, so he's going to get his choice of Aatrox Hen, even if this is the situation.
The jungle pool does continue to get pinched. Akali going to be banned away. Yeah, let's see here.
Katie actually hasn't played Akali this year.
Huh.
Yeah, even over in the LCP on DFM, he didn't touch the Akali. So.
Interesting. Okay. Well, Sion going to be taken away from Robo as well. So a healthy blind pick. Not going to be up and running for them. But, I mean, I guess the only thing I'm kind of looking for is a bit of a ball delivery system for the side of Los Grandes, right? But taking away the Pantheon, the Vi, the Nocturne, and the Xinjiao certainly negates what they're trying to do there. It's kind of going to lock in the Ahri. There we go.
I feel like if you're just picking Ahri into Ori at this point, it's just you're just handshaking that. You're just kind of saying, okay, I'm just going to skirmish. Not a bad choice to go diving after the Ezreal, though, because you are going to be looking for something that can chase on that safe AD carry that Duda is going to be piloting. Jace being a hover. Now, that's definitely more of a Zest pick. One thing we haven't talked about is Zest, of course, for Los Grandes. Arguably one of the best sort of 1v1 or mechanical top laners in the league right now. He's been crushing his opposition, and he's now picking the Jace blind on this one. And Jace is a bit of a lane bully, is fairly safe as well, unless we see a lot of jungle pressure come through. So, yeah, I like the idea for Zest, but it very much does not fit with, I feel like, the Orianna identity that they're hoping for. I guess it's good poke with the Ezreal.
Yeah, yeah, that's something that you're looking for, right? I mean, I would love to see the Rakan, I guess, as well. But
they're looking for a jungler.
Yeah, we're just
trolling.
Bugging.
Yeah, Ackerman's just trolling with the port hovers. Yeah, it will be the Aatrox like we talked about for Drake Hero. So, yeah, not the best of ball delivery systems. So I guess instead of the usual using the ball for the engage, it might just be more of a Ackerman looking for the Tempered Fate angle. And then you look for the Aatrox to follow up with the ball, or heck, Vice could just drop the ball himself. You don't need a ball delivery system if everybody's fastest and frame frozen for you to be able to follow up on.
Yeah, guess not, like you were saying. But the Yorick will be locked in here. And look, if Robo's not having the best of splits or whatever, stick homie on the PvE champion and just let him cook, I guess.
It's technically a good pick into Jace. It's actually one of the counter picks into Jace because you get tanky enough that you can survive some of those trades, and your ghouls do a lot of damage. So once you kind of raise the Dark Procession or the baby cage, if you will, around Jace, you win out that trade. I like it on paper. I just don't like the way Robo's been performing on the Yorick. And to me, Robo is scariest when he's on champions that can split push, but also have team fight threat. Things like Renekton, like Mbessa, like Jax. His notable signature Jax in the past. Yorick doesn't do that. Yorick's team fight is going to be very, very bleh. Like he'll show up, he'll be a body, he'll do some damage, but he has no innate teamfight synergies. This is pretty much exclusively for the 1v1. And Robo has not impressed me with the 1v1s up against Zest, who has. Yeah. if you somehow lose the lane to a Jace as a Yorick, things do not get better. Things get exponentially worse for not just you, but for your team.
Yeah. Robo not in a favorable place in this one, unfortunately. Now, look, if the snowball does get rolling with the Yorick, then all of a sudden your team fight impact can be outsized, right? That's not what you're there for, like you said.
Sure.
But if you show up, right, and you're a slightly bigger body and you start hitting those Triforce chunks all of a sudden, you get a little bit more thickness in you, and maybe you can have an impact. But yeah, must-win territory here for Los Grandes as they face off against Los Tradicionais, Pain Gaming, looking to avoid further. I'm not even going to say. I mean, look, the embarrassment has already been. It's already happened. It's already embarrassed. Past tense. But they've got yeah, like you said, it's last ditch saloon for them. They need to win all the rest of their games, and they need to hope that Loud and potentially Los Grandes lose all the rest of theirs. It is not looking pretty right now. But Los Grandes, I definitely favor them in this one, and for all the things you pointed out in draft as well, RMC. Right? I mean, Zest, he's just going to try to outhands Robo in this lane and take it. I mean, talk about something that if you get the snowball rolling and take into a big body here, right? No true tank on the side of Pain Gaming. You start hitting those shock blasts, all of a sudden, Pain showing up to every team fight in a world more hurt.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was distracted earlier just watching the crowd cams. Can I just say that CBLOL, the camera people are trolling, and I love it. They showed us Pain fans in the Fluxu Fury matchup earlier.
Yeah.
They did not show us the Pain fans.
They already got their screen time. They already give themselves the screen time.
But this is the actual Pain matchup.
Well, they showed the Los Grandes fans.
True, they did show Los Grandes fans. That is fair. And maybe that's a hidden message they're trying to show us right now that about the expectations. Yep. Okay, we are seeing Drake Hero go for the early invade though, and it feels like Pain kind of expected it. They will have a ward to spot this out, so Karaoke is going to be aware of this. If it does become sort of a vertical jungle, I am going to find that very, very interesting. We did see how much damage Aatrox can do as a jungler, especially onto squishies, and Varus, Nico, besides flashes, don't have great ways to dodge out on the Aatrox dive. But that does mean that Karaoke should have full run on that top lane. And we talked about the Jace Yorick kind of matchup already, and how if Yorick gets ahead, it does become a problem.
We're going to step himself out of lane, try to get something back onto this one, but instead it'll be level 3 to Drake Hero. But you know who else is level 3? It's Karaoke. All of a sudden, he's got a way into this one, blows Drake Hero's flash. Not a bad return on investment.
It's good that you're blowing the flash, but the problem for Karaoke, and the reason why we don't actually usually see junglers try and stop the invade, and we often just see a vertical jungle instead, unless your lanes can really back you up, is because now Karaoke doesn't have camps to clear, and he doesn't have a good way to invade on the other side either. He pulled Curry out from lane, but now he doesn't have the top side, and you can see Ackerman already roaming up to try and cover this top side so that potentially Drake Hero can go for that. Drake Hero just doing his red for now, and yeah, he's basically betting that Karaoke is not going to hard invade the top side. Karaoke is just going to try and recoup his losses instead in the mid lane.
Well, Pig's coming down out of that northern tri-brush. It's Kaine and Feisty going at it in the mid lane. Drake Hero making his way on back. Karaoke, they have no idea that the other one is there, although Karaoke does see Drake Hero. Knowing that he's onto his jungle. Flash go forward, but the flag and drag down as well. Kaine flashing away now. A couple more autos will get Karaoke the kill, but can he get one back? He cannot. First blood over to Pain Gaming.
Okay, critical and huge. I actually don't know. I think Karaoke still had red buff at the time, so the slow ticked over. Just barely able to convert that. And that's why Karaoke is back over Samkis. It's not because Samkis is bad. It's because Karaoke makes the calls better. Drake Hero, no flash, burnt it earlier.
Oh no, surely not like this. You have your Umbral dash. You do not. You just try to deal damage and get on to Karaoke. Just barely Karaoke able to get away with murder in that one. But the kill goes over to Curry. Now, as Pain Gaming, all of a sudden, with a 2-0 lead. And they're not done just yet. Los Grandes trying to pick up the scraps here, but the TP coming in from Pain Gaming. It's a shutdown already after just 2 kills. Onto Karaoke's Jarvan for Kaine, or for Feisty, excuse me. As now he's in a little bit more trouble. Trigger going to grab himself a much-needed kill. All of a sudden, RMC, I mean, they got one back. That's a good kill out of the Orianna. That, don't get me wrong here. But everybody else is eating 2 for Pain.
Yeah, you know what? Today's going to be a biased cast because I have a Pain strategy. I have such spit feelings about this right now, forever. Like, it's great for Pain. But part of me is just like, don't get my hopes up, man.
And also, would you rather, because I see this discussion among sports fans as well. I had this discussion with, the discourse around one of my beloved Detroit teams, the hockey team, the Red Wings. They had a spectacular late season collapse, and all right, we'll get into the broader questions here. Let's take a look at this fight and how it went down, because this was a lot going on in this one.
It's a lot of greed from both these teams. Like, Drake Hero being in this position was a little bit greedy, but it was a fantastic rotation from Curry, and Curry feels like he's been getting out of lane without being marked both times now, into the mid lane earlier as well. But this fight, this was Karaoke greeting. He messed up the scuttle and it went to 22 health, and it should have backfired, but instead it ends up causing Feisty to overstay his welcome. And Ackerman's portal actually backfires too, because Ackerman's portal was why Feisty died. Feisty probably would have gotten away if Curry didn't have a portal to get there. And that's when, like, as a support, sometimes you just got to make the call, like, better I die than my carries die. But Ackerman didn't think about it, didn't see it, and unfortunately didn't realize it was going to cost his mid laner his life. Zest, though, in this top lane, dominating this matchup right now.
Robo might get a solo kill here, though, as he is level 6. Pulls out the maiden, flashes away as Drake Hero shows up not a moment too soon.
Just as us praising Zest, of course he gets caught in the baby cage at that moment. But up to that point, he has been dominating. If you look at the CS differential as well, he's up 2 waves onto Robo, which is... Jace does win out like the first couple of levels just because you're ranged into melee. So being down a wave well, being down a wave is not a big deal. Being down 2 waves is kind of a problem. So
yeah,
good to see that Robo is able to answer back. I would like to see Karaoke help out a little bit. Home from Curry again.
Yeah, Charmlands, Corey gets a CC chain. On to Feisty. No flash, no problem. For the Los Grandes mid laner. First dragon picked up by Karaoke as well. But RMC, back to the... Oh, hold on a second. Curry is still in the lane. Gets the Tangle Barbs onto Feisty. Drake Hero joining the party. Doesn't have World Ender. Doesn't need it. Just beats Curry over the head repeatedly with the Darkened Blade.
That's disgusting. The amount of damage. Curry cosplayed a minion and was canonically accurate. The way he popped, can confirm. That's a minion right there.
RMC, I don't think anyone's under any illusions, especially for Pain Gaming, that the roster needs upgrades. But if Pain overperform and get some wins and, the vibes start to improve here, I don't think this is going to happen, but I'm going to throw out the hypothetical anyway. Does it create a false sense of, oh, actually, maybe this roster isn't that bad. Maybe we don't need a complete overhaul, but you do.
Well, the names don't need it. Hold on, Zest. Struggle.
Just going to try to take someone down with him. Cataclysm in. Robo taking one too many tower shots. Potentially Drake Hero. As always, right place, right time. Flashes forward. Does have the World Ender here to give him that little bit extra oomph. Robo does have the help of the Maiden, but should be able to go down here. Conqueror popped. Hang on a second. Drake Hero might be in some trouble here. Karaoke gave him the wraparound as now he EQs in. The Maiden still doing her thing. Yeah. Drake Hero will retreat to the safety of the tower. I thought that was done and dusted. They for sure were going to get Robo. Instead, Drake Hero walks away with nothing, and Robo's going to walk away with more turret plating.
Drake Hero burned everything to gap close onto that, and so didn't actually have any abilities to find and to finalize the kill. And the Maiden was healing up Robo the entire time. That's why being Maidenless matters, because you don't have that healing, and Robo would have died otherwise. But between that and the cooldowns coming back up from Karaoke, Drake Hero just was not able to convert. And however, going back to your question about, the Pain, do they need a full overhaul? The problem is their names don't need a full overhaul. Curry is good. Trigger is kind of good individually, mechanically. We've seen Robo. He is still the GOAT of CBLOL at this moment, right? He still got the most championships under his belt. Karaoke has been the Pain jungler since franchising, since re-franchising. So he's won it before too, multiple times on this team. Do they need to change the names? Not really. The problem was just the communication and the way the team worked together. So if they start fixing that problem, no, you don't need a massive overhaul. The problem is I don't believe that they're going to fix their communication problems. Curry's roaming right now has been looking fantastic. That's why I'm saying don't raise my hopes, man, because it's good now. Can it be good throughout the series? Can it be good throughout the game? Because that's what made Curry sort of a top support and arguably the best bot lane alongside Titan was his ability to exert the map pressure and find those keys and engages. We've seen half of it so far with good roams, but can he keep it up in the team fight. So far this split, the answer's been no.
Lead has been all but wiped away here, paying up about 200 gold. As Kiney blew his flash in the mid lane, expect a revisit there from Karaoke. He's got his flash. Not for nothing. Dragon, still going to be another minute and change until that spawn. There are grubs up on the top side here. But Drake Hero continuing his warpath, man. I mean, he is, he tried the dash over the wall, could not get it. We'll take the scenic route instead. As now Karaoke looking for a dive there onto Feisty. The stop, or the shockwave popped, but that was as efficient as you like. Got in, got the kill, got out, and now Kaidi on the board with his first kill of the game.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Feisty, you just know you're dead to rights in that sort of situation. Because Karaoke hasn't been able to accelerate himself, did pick up the Sundered Sky that early, you know you're cooked. And oh my god, Karaoke's roaming, or his ganking, pardon me, his pathing has been on point. Good flash from Trigger to make sure he didn't get tagged up by that Tempered Fate, and just like that, Trigger and Curry should be fine. We haven't talked about Trigger, but I do want to highlight the fact that because of Curry's roam, Trigger has been 1v2 for a lot of the laning phase, and he's still up CS in this situation.
Yeah, he certainly acquitted himself very nicely. No, I'm glad you pointed that out. We haven't paid attention to Trigger really at all, right? He got the one kill during that scrap in the bottom side, and that's kind of been it. But like you said, a 600 gold lead when Curry's basically just been AFK, not too shabby. You'll absolutely take that. Going with that Comet lethality early build, very much no tanks on the side of Los Grandes. Varus looking to be a menace as well, and match a little bit of that poke that Los Grandes can provide on their side.
And that's one thing about the Los Grandes composition. Yes, they're starting to lose out this early game a little bit. Top side's been equalized by Robo, and mid is getting a little bit dicey with the potential dives, but it's not about the laning phase for Los Grandes. It's more about what they can achieve in the mid to late games when they're actually set up, one, for team fights with the Orianna Shockwave, and two, for like siege situations. If they get a lead with the double poke of Jace Ezreal, it does get really hard for Pain. And sure, you've got a Varus, but that's one poke versus two.
Robo equalizing the lane as well, right? He got the kill, obviously, and now he's on his way to that Triforce, but still very much behind in combat power. But Robo's a veteran. This is not the first Yorick into Jace matchup he's played, I don't think. There's a chance it is. There's a chance it is. But in Scrim, certainly, he has played this matchup before, just in solo queue. You know what I mean, right? Robo's been around for 10,000 years and then forevermore. He has been around a long, long time. It's been good to see him kind of, just rest this lane back, because that's the one thing we said from Los Grandes. They will beat you in the early game. They will try to outhand you, and especially with this Jace pick, you kind of have to. All of a sudden, Robo showing up to the 15-minute mark of this game in a little bit in a pretty decent spot, and that is not the recipe. That was not what the doctor ordered for Los Grandes.
No, not at all. And I'm actually a little bit surprised and disappointed for we didn't hear you in the soapbox, because you were popping off during the GL podcast. So if you want to hear Fireforce thoughts on Los Grandes as a team, go watch the podcast.
Or just watch the clip on Twitter. That was the highlight clip I chose. It was just my 3-minute crash out on how this team isn't as good as we think they are. But they are underperforming even my expectations.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem, because when Los has lost their games, they were still dominating the early game. They just kind of fell apart. They're the second best early game team in the league. So what happens when they're not winning the early game?
Well, what happens is Robo gets himself into a pretty good position. And now he's got the Maiden, doesn't have flash, but they're just going to win this fight out. Drake Hero pops the World Ender. There's not much he can do about it. It was purely defensively used. Does Pain walk away with one more kill? Zest on the KR Jace looking a little more BR.
Yeah, and to be fair to Zest, I think the early game was good, but the moment Robo kind of caught back up, things got very complicated for him. Ackerman looking for the stun, not able to land. Chains of Corruption being used to ward them off, and Trigger knows he's in trouble. He's running for the hills right now.
Yeah, that was a panic Chains of Corruption if I've ever seen one. Yeah. Feisty going to grab himself a kill.
I think he realized when Ackerman was in that position looking like it was going to be a dive, when Feisty wasn't on that mid lane pushing, and Kaney had already moved to the top side and Bert TP to make that happen, Trigger knew he was the next target. Unfortunately, I think he made all the right moves. Just no flash. He even used the Ghost Blade to try and get out. You're just dead, right? So well played response from Los Grandes, showing us that it's not over for them by any means. Yes, they didn't win the early game, but hopefully they can string together something of a mid game to bring themselves back to a position where they can actually leverage their poke and siege composition.
Yeah, because they do have windows into this game, right? The win condition is, it's relatively clear, and you still got, Dudu hasn't hit that big 2-item spike for Ezreal. Zest is going to hit a big 2-item spike when that Mana Moon comes online. So I think there's still a lot more to be written in this game for sure. But can Robo dictate the story beforehand? Can he? Are you a JoJo's fan, RMC?
I am aware of JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. I am not.
Okay.
I don't read or watch it.
Okay, that's okay. There was one particular stand, which is kind of like the power system in JoJo's, where one of them is called Heaven's Door, where it's a manga artist and he basically opens up the book of your soul and rewrites your character. If he can do that. So this is Robo rewriting the early game, and the gravity that he can have if he's a Yorick and he gets rolling is going to be tremendous. Zest is just getting hoovered on, getting the you-know-what from the Maiden. My goodness, he's just 1v2ing down there in that bottom lane. Meanwhile, up top here, Carioca in a little bit of trouble here, but he's able to get out feisty, trying to get forward. Temper Fate doesn't land. And now he might be in a little bit more trouble here. Kuri going to grab himself the Pop Blossom. Feisty gets out of dodge with the Magical Journey, but Robo joins the party, and that spells danger. Kuri on the board.
And this is just buying so much time for Pain as well. Los invested everything in the kitchen sink to make that happen. Only Duda in the mid lane just kind of, to be fair, matching Trigger in that sort of situation. But Trigger has teleport, so that's kind of not even. And Robo, is our GOAT back? Is he back in championship form? Because like you called, it was a 1v2. Karika showed up, but Karika got intercepted by Feisty, so he never actually got any damage down onto Zest, and I think he just barely tapped Drake Hero with the flag, and that was kind of it, the Demacian standard. So Robo is causing a lot of problems, and he will continue being an issue. Zest can no longer handle the 1v1, and it will not be better for Feisty. So who's answering this? I almost feel like Drake Hero might be able to lane against him, but you can't afford to lock your jungler in the lane.
No, that's kind of what's happening. I mean, Drake Hero, ever since the really early game, it feels like he's been on the back foot. He's been responding rather than asking the questions.
Yeah.
Carioca, 100% KP game on this Jarvan. Our GOATs might be back, RMC.
That's wild. The more things change, the more they stay the same. True Shot Barrage comes across, will tag up Robo, cancel his back, but he will be fine. Now, this is buying time, once again, for Los Grandes. A lot of the action we're seeing is having counter action across on the other side of the map. So Zest will be able to get some plates on the top side, was able to shove in 2 waves as well. So putting him ahead of Robo, 200 gold at this point is not that meaningful. If he actually gets the turret, maybe we can reconsider if he got it significantly.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, certainly, yeah, like you said, it's been a bit of solo wars here, just mistimed the CC chain, but it actually does not matter as Dudu gets a birthday kill there onto Trigger, and it just as quickly as I say that goes down. Karioka continues 100% KP game on the Jarvan.
Birthday killed. Are you familiar with like the tradition of birthday punches?
Yeah.
So whoever's birthday it is gets punched the same amount of times as their age. Dudu's what now? 17? So are we looking at 17 deaths for Dudu today?
He's on his way, I guess technically, but I hope not. 17. That's a lot. 17 deaths over the course of the series, maybe. I think that's
over the series,
mark we're shooting for, if any.
Over the day. We'll include solo queues if he plays that.
Yeah, exactly. Now Karioka gonna grab himself Dragon number 3. Dude, what the heck is going on?
I don't know. It's wild. Now, it is worth noting that despite all of this, Kane's only 700 gold ahead. It's very marginal, the advantage they have in gold.
Oh, kind of flash forward. Man, I don't know about that. I don't know if he needed to do that. Kuri, I understand, burn the flash. They're trying to get the Pop Blossom, sure, but Ackerman gonna get followed on his magical journey. Cataclysm goes out, and Bard will survive.
I don't know what's going on with those. Zest isn't winning his lane. Feisty is, well, actually, Feisty's doing fine. I think he's okay. Drake Hero is trying to make action happen, but can't convert. Duda is not winning the lane like he normally does, and Ackerman is low-key trolling. That portal, once again, actually put, I think it was Zest was down there, right? Zest in danger of actually going down once again after Zest got himself out of danger. And Ackerman and Duda normally dominate their lane in 2v2s. He's not been able to do that. He is not roaming as much as Kuri and not having as much lane impact as you'd like to see. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on with this game. Very uncharacteristic performance from Los Grandes so far. I'm hoping that the uncharacteristic nature of their gameplay extends into the mid game, because we are now firmly in the mid game. This is where Los has struggled in their last 2 series, last weekend. And they need to actually perform in the mid game, or they will slowly just lose to Pain Gaming. They've got a comp for it. I'm still waiting for that big shockwave from Feisty, and I think Feisty so far has performed well. His deaths are out of his control, and his shockwaves have landed in lane.
Yeah, he's the win condition right now. Certainly the condition to buy everybody else enough time to really get rolling. Zest has hit that Mana Moon, waiting for Dudu to get there. Looks like he might not before the next fight. Well, I say that. I mean, when you can kind of control a little bit when the next fight is going to be. There's not going to be an objective to fight over for another 3 minutes. You're not going to rip the Baron on cooldown.
They shouldn't. I'm hesitating a little bit just because of how much how uncharacteristic Pain has played. So there is a world in which they do it. I do feel like that would be a throw angle though, unless they find Drake Hero first.
Trigger in some trouble, is able to flash away, kind of getting the return damage down. Drake Hero pops the World Ender. So a little bit there invested to get onto Trigger. Zest levels up on Karaoke and making him remember it.
Yeah, and good picks in rotation as well will mean that Pain can't defend this mid outer turret. Shelly going to charge that in and should get a charge off into the inner turret as well if Los decides to escort her. Oh, she got intercepted by recruits, by minions.
They will abandon her.
Nice. Shelly could have done so much more. She just needed a gentleman to escort her in to the inner turret, but instead,
just needed a helping hand.
Yeah, just slow down the minion wave and Shelly would have crashed. Instead, the minion wave actually cuts her out right before her charge distance. So Los Grandes, they're able to find a turret. That's good. That helps with the gold situation. They're only 1,000 gold behind at 20 minutes. Not hugely significant. That keeps them in the game, but it is very telling of, I feel like, the way they've played this entire game so far, where there's a lot of good ideas. There's some good execution, but it feels like they keep stepping away right before they can find their leads or find the best way to play out.
Now Dudu has that 2-item spike. So now maybe you're looking for something, right? Before, now Trigger hits that third item, as it were, but Trigger's still in a pretty good spot here. Building that lethality into this composition, but dragging up in a minute 30. I think that's where the next battle lines are going to be drawn. And I think Los Grandes might have a combat advantage. I mean, Karaoke's up 1,000 gold, but he's really not up much in terms of, again, combat power over Drake Hero. So this feels like Los Grandes' last, one of their last windows here. But Pain, all of a sudden, looking a little more front-footed.
Beowulf Knight being triggered off of Trigger, unfortunately, so he will have to walk away. He doesn't have flash just yet. And for Pain, I don't know if they want to do this dragon necessarily. Like, I feel like they can take their own sweet time, let Robo continue pushing up on that top side instead. He has summoned Zest up with the pressure. And the lack of vision around this dragon is actually really funny to me, because that's slowing everything down. Los finally getting the vision that they need. Trigger on the flank. An ADC flank is not the angle I think that teams are worried about.
I was thinking whether Robo would TP himself down in case a fight broke out. He is, moderately strong. Triforce Shojin. That feels pretty good. But it's where does Robo go? Yeah, and we haven't talked kind of enough about the Yorick, I don't really think, in terms of just, how his gravity can warp the map in this game specifically. They haven't been able to really unleash him, right? It's just been the two towers. We haven't seen that big Robo kind of, 1v5 moment.
I don't know if we will get to see that. I mean, to be fair, I think Yorick as a whole has moved away from Hullbreaker, so we don't see the 1v5 moments quite as much. But it's about the split push pressure, the gravity you're talking about. And Robo hasn't really applied that, hasn't wanted to. It feels like Pain keep calling him to kind of rejoin the rest of the team on a lot of these fights, and they want the extra body instead. They don't want to lose the objective. And now you can see everybody's actually here. Exest is here as well. And this is where it gets scary for Pain. The poke from Los is a lot more consistent, and they can keep pounding it out. Maiden goes down. Robo maidenless. Kaney on a flank, but there is still the remains of a ward that will catch him moving in.
Yeah, I was going to say, Kaney, the element of surprise is almost completely gone. True Shot Barrage not going to find anybody here. Pain looking to collapse. What is the go button? What is the trigger, pardon the pun, that they are looking for? Kaney has to go now. Dragon getting low. It is nut cutting time. Drake here trying to get forward onto Robo. Zest going to chase Kaney out of this, but the dragon is stolen away. Very nicely done there by Drake Hero. Kaney in some trouble, gets out of dodge. Feisty is down as Karaoke jumps onto him. The rest of those grunts scattered, and the Pain Gaming battering ram going forward on a Drake Hero. Kaney will walk away. Drake Hero is down. Pain Gaming lose the dragon, but they walk away with 2 kills.
And they should be able to get a massive push into the mid lane as well. Duda and Ackerman going to try and hold this, but there's still a 1 charge of the Spirit Rush left on Kaney. Going in, looking for the charm. That will force Duda and Ackerman away, and that will allow Pain to get the mid outer. Oh, this is insane from Karaoke. Okay.
This is very, very brave. But again, with no Drake Hero and no Feisty, right? The threat of the Shockwave in a bunched up spot, not present, right? That could be, you get a lot of value out of that. How does Los Grandes try to steal this? But I mean, the threat you're running is Duda and Zest are just going to keep free firing into this pit. But that's a threat they are willing to put up with. And after all that, if Curry's the only one that dies here, which it's looking like he will be, that is a trade that you will absolutely take. Pain Gaming, highway robbery. They walk away with the Baron.
And what was the most insane part to me wasn't that the call was made to go for Baron. It was how the Baron call started. Karioka walks himself over there and starts soloing the Baron before the team even joined him. We do get a replay of this fight, and I do think it's critical how this kind of broke down. Drake Hero living up to his name, literally being a hero at the Dragon Pit. But Pain recognized that, well, we already lost this. We'll just turn and look for the fight. And this charm right there is what makes this possible. If Drake Hero lives, that Baron is off the table. But because he goes down, no smite available. And that was a charm mid-jump to interrupt the blast cone. I've seen that before, but it is incredibly rare to get to see that thing. And it cuts the jump short, which is critical and really unfortunate for Los Grandes. Now, Pain, with Baron, you'd expect a bigger lead, but they're only 2,000 up, and Los Grandes could look to pressure in.
Now with 3 dragons and a Baron, those almighty lane assignments become the next important item on the checklist. Karioka, very far forward, trying to get that deep vision. And not just that deep vision, with the rest of Pain Gaming, might be able to pull off a collapse here. Pop Blossom going to be ripped onto Feisty. Does kind of have the follow-up damage. It's not going to land because of the stopwatch. Now TP coming in here from Los Grandes as well. Pain Gaming looking to capitalize. Curry just getting taken off the fight. Beat over the head by Drake Hero. Kaine will survive, but for how long? Cataclysm down onto Drake Hero. He did have the World Ender. Kaine flashes away, Spirit rushes away from a Shock Blast. As Karioka buys some time with the stopwatch, enough for Trigger to do a little more heavy lifting. 2 more kills for Pain Gaming at the expense of 1.
Just hiding in a bush, looking to try and ambush, but it looks like Trigger knows he's in there. The comment will 100% guarantee that they're aware somebody is hiding in that bush. And Pain pushing in with this Baron buff. Wherefore, it's almost enough to bring a tear to my eye watching them actually team fight properly. And they're actually winning this. Just hopping in just for a little bit of poke. We'll be fine. And I think that will actually be enough to dissuade Pain from hard committing on this turret take.
Yeah, with just that 1 cannon minion left, not going to quite be enough sauce to knock down that tier 2. But this tier 2, well, that's a different story. With the numbers advantage, able to overload that 1 lane ever so slightly as Robo shows up and rips through the rest of it. Now maybe you migrate over to that top side, but Zest up there preemptively. Let's get another look at this one. It starts off with a really good Pop Blossom by Curry.
And looks really dicey the moment that Pop Blossom lands, because there was a great hourglass from Feisty to go to Sassus. Curry just gets hunted down. And Drake Hero can do so much damage. The problem is, unfortunately for Los Grandes, they're not in position. And most notably, Duda is missing. Their big, consistent source of damage isn't available. Birthday Boy didn't show up to his own birthday party in the bot side. And because of that, Pain are able to turn the tides, pushing. And they had Baron, too. So they were already going to be pressuring in. It was already going to be disadvantage for Los. It just gets worse when they lose those extra members. Now, Baron is off of Pain Gaming. 1 minute to this Cloud Drake. Last time, the Cloud Drake was a bit of, yes, so neither team having good vision. I'd love to see Pain actually set up properly. We're already seeing the ward line come through, and look for a pick, as those will have to stream in to stop the soul going over.
Yeah, Pain have a suffocating chokehold.
Yeah.
On that southern quadrant of the jungle. They have all that deep vision, and Corey just happy to bait forward with that clone and keep that vision maintained. Kaine looking for a pick. Like you said, Los Grandes have to come in by hook or by crook. And Kaine has the damage right now with that flat pen and with the Shadow Flame, where he could 100 to 0 certain members of this Los Grandes squad. Trigger just going to barely sidestep a True Shot Barrage, a Tempered Fate, but Willie to Shock Blast. Now the TP coming in is Karioka. He's got a Guardian Angel to his name as well. He has hit the late game 3-item power spike for the jungler. Drake Hero chased out of dodge. Robo just on him. The Chilling Smite came down. The Dragon started up here. Can Los Grandes contest this? Do they care about contesting this RMC?
They do care, but the problem is that I don't think they have permission or the ability to get in there. So they have to go for the next best thing, which is just a push into mid lane instead and try and find themselves a bit more map pressure as well as a bit more gold. They do have to be careful not to get caught. So if they do get caught that far out, it could spell game.
Reverse sides of the map. Is Kaine going to land that charm, but the stun comes in. Kaine bait off more than he could chew. Maybe not. He gets the kill onto Trigger. Or, excuse me, gets the kill onto the Ackerman, but Trigger gets one right back. And now Karaoke on the roll here as they chase Drake Hero. Drake Hero's doing been a lot of running backwards for my GOAT here. As Curry and Robo just beating him over the head. Curry going to grab himself a kill as it's a 4-for-0 right now. It's going to be an ace for Pain Gaming if they can catch Doodoo.
Good ankle breaking from Doodoo, but Kenny teleported from behind as well. Charm not quite able to land. It won't matter. Robo picking up the ace in all that chaos. And just like that, we talked about it, it could be the end of the game. Now, Doodoo did waste a lot of time. Feisty's death timer is almost back up. So I don't know if Pain can actually close out at this point. But I think that fight would be the fight that breaks this game open. And Los Grandes, look, I get not going for the dragon. You don't have permission. You don't have angles. You don't have the ability. But to overextend and put yourself on Pain's side of the map, they tried to get through. It was really close in quite a few fights. Like Kaney and Karaoke played insanely well to not die in those situations, not give Los anything. But it's just absolute chaos. And right here, it's a mechanical feast with the eyes. The fight breaks out very messily. And Ackerman, like I said, this game, his positioning has been a little bit suspect. He does bait in Kaney, but Kaney doesn't die. And what they decide to do is insane. On the other side, by the way, Robo and Drake Hero were just holding the fort. I said Yorick can't really 1v5, but Robo kind of 1v3. I know Curry was there, but it was really about Robo being able to stop them. Charm to cancel the TP escape from Feisty.
He should be going down here. Yeah, Karaoke is trying to give the kill to Kaine. Karaoke with lots of points in fantasy. Now going to start up this Baron. Drake Hero just going for a miracle flip. A miracle smite steal should he have a way in. And spoiler alert, he will not. Now, the rest of the squad showing up here just trying to kind of be a nuisance. Tempered Fate does land. Hold on a second here. Drake Hero in the pit. He might be able to as a CC chain long enough. It is indeed. I like the looks there. Down 10,000 or 8,000 gold, I should say. That's about the best you can do. But the rest of Los Grandes will fall. Pain Gaming should walk away. Game 1 winners in this one, pulling off the upset over Los Grandes.
Yeah, Zest just trying to split push on the bot side, recognizing that the top side was a hope and a prayer, a desperation play, a Hail Mary and a half. Was just trying to chip away. Doesn't even find the inhibitor turret, unfortunately, Kenny, back in base. So it'll be a 4-2 on this base defense. 20 seconds for Drake Hero to come back up. But yeah, I don't know if that combination of champions will be enough to hold this. Feisty has the shockwave available. Uses it immediately, doesn't find
Chains
Robo.
of Corruption finds its mark. Fantastic look there by Trigger. Karaoke follows it up to grab himself a kill as the Nexus will fall. A deathless game for the Pain Gaming solo laners, the much maligned Pain Gaming solo laners. Deathless performance as they walk away with just their second map win of the split.
They maybe might escape the label as the most broke team in the league after this game. 4-4. They did have a decent lead, but even at the end, the lead wasn't like monumental. Like we're used to seeing 10,000 gold leads, you know, when teams are ahead and closing out. That didn't happen. Oh, is that Doodoo?
Yeah, it's Doodoo.
That is mom.
I'm assuming so.
That's really cute. I was like, Mom, you're embarrassing me.
Love to
but
see
no,
that.
it's interesting kind of just watching the faces of the Pain players as well after that game. Because they didn't look
stoic, no emotion.
Yeah. They didn't look happy about it, which I do find rather odd considering how...
man. I don't find that odd. I would find it weird if they win the series and we saw no emotion, maybe, right?
Fair.
But like it's just one map, right? Against a flawed team.
That's fair. I mean, a flawed team, but at the same time, like this is a win I feel like Pain really commanded. Like you said, it was a slow choke out onto those Grandes.
Yeah.
And we've seen so many times Pain, even at their best, Pain screwed up a lot of these closing outs, right? And sure, they win the game, but there's little slip-ups here and there which allow the opponents back in. This one, there wasn't. Like, there was just no option for Lowe's to get back in. Insanely controlled play from Pain Gaming. And I'd love to see that happen again, but we'll have to see for like, yeah, sometimes Pain does good. Yeah, sometimes teams choke a little bit. And Lowe's still has, I feel like, the makings of a really strong early game. The early game was barely won out.
Yeah, it was not a Los Grandes game. And look, they've got one, maybe 2 games to fix this, but all of a sudden those top 4 credentials, I predicted them to finish 5th.
Yeah.
Not what they're looking like right now, man. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna take. I don't enjoy. I like being right, but I'd be happy to be proven wrong here as well. I don't want Los Grandes to be bad. That being said, oh man, if you want more more servings of the haterade, I've got a batch cooking downstairs, and if this series goes the way that it's going right now, I'll bring it up and everybody can have some. For now, we're gonna take it to a quick break. We'll be right back. Is it going to be our last game of the day? Well, Pain Gaming certainly hopes so. They could be on the. They are on the verge.
Don't
of a
curse
historic 2-0. Coming up against the Los Grandes team that looked a little bit shaky. Pain Gaming, though, I mean, RMC, is this the best you have seen from Pain Gaming this split?
This year, arguably,
Yeah.
yes. I mean, the cup was also a disaster for them.
Yep.
Certainly has been. And for I'm not even like, look, 2-0 would be great, but I'm not even like asking for like a 2-1 would make me happy.
But I feel like
right
if
now.
Pain
just
lose
a win.
game 2, they are losing game 3. That is such the mental fragility of this squad.
Yeah, low-key, kind of. It's been a really, really rough sort of patch for them, but the way they played that out for it gives us so much hope. Now, funnily enough, I think it was it Ray, Full Minute Ray, posted in the CBLOL English Discord that, yeah, Duda, unfortunately, Birthday Boy got like 4 point something for his fantasy score. I have Zest, I think this is my top laner this week, and on that game, he went 3.18. So it's a bit of a rough one for Los Grandes, and I think for Los to win, it's not so much that they're hoping for Pain to underperform. Los needs to step up themselves a lot in that game, because unfortunately, again, a bit of a nothing burger from them, right? Like, I don't think anybody did anything terribly wrong, but where is our early game Los Grandes, right? They're the second best early game team. I didn't see it that game.
Well, and I think kind of the where I'm looking as far as like where to lay blame, if you will, right, is, I mean, the Ezreal Bard into the Varus Nico, that's going to be kind of a 50-50, just like, okay, who can overpower more? I'm not mad at that. But in the top lane, man, right, you picked something that's supposed to very much get involved in the game, be a main character, against someone that does not want to be a main character at all. And it felt like after one gank, the timbre of that lane shifted completely. And to me, that shouldn't be enough to do that. You have to, whether that's on Drake Hero, whether that's on Zest, but that's on somebody. You can't pick something that is that lane dominant. And when you're not dumpstering Robo, like you know, maybe dumpstering is a strong pick, but you are supposed to win out that lane. And when you're not going to, it's like it was just a bit of like kind of status quo.
Yeah, and perhaps that just shows that Los has a bit of an over-reliance on Zest and his ability to win lanes. Because while Jace does win out early, let's not forget the Robo counterpicked the Yorick into the Jace, knowing that if I can survive the early lane, I will be more impactful in the split push later on.
And that is exactly what happened.
Exactly. And unfortunately for Zest, like, I don't know if it's communication issue and Zest is just saying like, hey, I got this. No, actually, you don't got this, but he thought he did. Or whether it's a team call that says like, hey, Zest, we gave you your pick, you do your thing. We have to play somewhere else, which also I still don't think was the right call. But yeah, I don't quite know what's going on there, but Los definitely didn't play to their strong suits. Now we are into this. It is Los who gets to pick whether they want it first pick or last pick, and they opted for counter pick for themselves. Pain, again, kind of weird drafting for Pain. They have sort of a weird situation. They first picked Nami in this meta, and I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, that is bold. Like there are just other things you could pick. Xin Zhao is available. Grab yourself that. Grab yourself. I was gonna say Orianna, but that's gone. I mean, you could blind rise, like, you know, like the counters we've seen. Like, okay, it's a lot on Feisty to like, okay, you got to win lane, then you got to win game, right? If you're gonna pick like something like the Anivia, right? But instead, I guess Trigger feels comfortable enough on the Corki to where you can grab yourself that. And look, Lucian Milio, in this context now, all of a sudden doesn't feel that bad because this is something that he really hasn't, you know, blossomed just yet. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, and I do think that Nami too was a challenge straight up to Lucius bot lane. We have to remember Dudu when he first showed up. He's had some great Lucian games, so this really is a challenge saying that we think Nami Corki is stronger. When we pick the Nami, we know you're going to pick the Lucian to break that combo, and we're just going to go with the Corki side of it. And traditionally, the way this matchup has played out is Nami Corki has more all-in kill threat. Lucian Nami trades safer, and if you can't quite find the phosphorus bombs from the Corki, then Lucian will actually start winning that out over time in just trades. Robo hovering the Rumble for himself right now. That is a pick that Robo has played a ton of throughout his career. Paired with the Nami, it is a potentially team fight changing pickup. But I need to see engage from Pain Gaming. And when you're looking at your jungle and your mid laner to provide that engage, I start thinking maybe we see a bit of a Malphite come through.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, I mean, Malphite I feel like has been a bit underutilized, right? Especially, I mean, obviously Malphite, the engage is so incredibly strong. Easy to follow up on a pretty short cooldown, but also you can kind of, we've seen this more in like the LCS, where people like Blabber will pick something like the Malphite and the Sejuani, right, and be okay with kind of, not getting as accelerated, but for the purpose of, look, I can build Zeke's and, Knight's Vow and Protoplasm and just, stuff like that and still be very, very effective. Instead of like, oh, well, if I lose out early in this jungle game, I'm just kind of going to get steamrolled and be a little bit ineffective, which is kind of what we saw from Drake Hero. But see where they want to pivot here. If they want to pivot at all, there's that Aurora counter we were kind of talking about in, I don't know if it's game 1 or series 1, but that's going to be what Zess is piloting here. So again, more eggs being put in the basket of, as I was told, the best top laner in CBLOL.
True. And last game, Zess got counterpick. This time he gets counterpick of his own. So that should be kind of interesting. The Malphite, though, the Tomber of Malphite does become, I feel like, a bit more complicated in this situation because normally, ideally, you want somebody who can gank that top lane to shut that Aurora down. Malphite really needs level 6 before he can look at trying to capture Aurora. Yeah, you can throw a shard, but even trying to get in range of the Malphite Q, that seismic shard, is actually really, really tough against something as mobile as Aurora. Mid lane focus continues. It's LeBlanc and Annie being taken away from Kenny. So Rise very much still an option.
Yep. Rise still up and available. Could be Syndra potentially. I mean, Akali is, out here and there. Don't know how much we've seen it from these two, I confess. But Xin Zhao finally taken away. Yeah, and I think that's probably fair enough. Senna Hover, I know we're not supposed to talk about it, but that could be an angle here as well. I mean, I kind of like how it combos over the top with the Aurora.
But where does it go?
That is a lot of healing, but yeah, like you said, where would it go? Think before you speak, 4x4. We'll be locked in here, and this could be flexed either way, so we'll see what matchup Drake Hero and Zest like a little bit more.
Yeah. Hey, maybe it's a Lucian mid or something. You could send a million undying for healing. Stranger things have happened, I feel like. Zehen being picked up for Drake Hero, as we talked about. Aatrox Zehen feels like his comfort zone. Very squishy damage overload for Los Grandes, and potentially still looking for a mid or top laner. I'm thinking more potentially top now, because if you want to attack, you probably fix that. Oh, what?
Or
when was the last time we saw Lee Sin for Karaoke?
Or we play Lee Sin. Well. All right, didn't have that on my bingo card.
No. What? I'm so confused. That Lee Sin does not fit into this comp at all. I'm just gonna say that. But
no, but I mean, this is dominate the early game and then give the reins to Rise, right? To Rise and Corki. I mean, but again, I mean, your ways to start fights are kind of just okay. It's a lot relying on Kuri. As Feisty gonna lock in here the Galio. Now there's a way to start a follow up on some fights. Now it has just like Aurora pops between worlds and you kind of slam on top of her, and then Drake Hero goes in with the Grim Deliverance and you slam the Hero's Entrance on top of him. Yeah, I'm not in love with either of these compositions, if I'm being honest, but
yeah.
But I'm trying to formulate my thoughts here as we go, as you can tell. I don't know. I guess I like Los Grandes' composition as the game goes on a little bit. I don't know. The team fight is a little bit easier to execute, but this is a lot of damage coming out from the side of Pain Gaming, though. You cannot underestimate the Rise, man.
It is. It just feels like the margins of error for both these teams are quite thin. I think Pain has a little bit more flexibility, worst comes to worst. But yeah, that Lee Sin pick for Karaoke there is going to be huge. And actually looking back, I remember there was a Lee Sin pick last week. And it was against those Grandes, actually, where I was like, wait, why are we picking Lee Sin here?
Yeah, was it the
It was
Desamas Lee Sin?
Desamas.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. So, hey, maybe Payne's going for the trauma angle. Because Drake Hero did struggle against the Lee Sin when Desamas picked it. And Desamas did manage to get the hero plays that we were looking for. So maybe Karaoke's looking to do the same thing. Because let's not forget, we think of Karaoke as a mostly herbivorous jungler, but that's when he was paired, with the likes of Titan and Fox, right? He actually, the champion he was known for was Lee Sin back in the day when he was a newbie to the scene. And I still remember, even like after franchising 2021, on that Pain Gaming roster with BRTT, we did occasionally get to see this Lee Sin show up from time to time. So a champion that he has put in a lot of time with, historically speaking, a champion that we can see go up to the top side, gank that Aurora like we were kind of hoping for to try and equalize that lane, and a champion that can bully out Galio in the mid lane as well.
A lot of investment onto Karaoke, and you could set him far behind if you're able to land any more damage onto him, but will not be the case. He'll walk away just fine here. No flashes blown or anything. That's big.
Good patience. Don't want to waste anything too early. Ooh, Karaoke actually, yeah, because if he had recalled, he wouldn't have been in time to start this in the jungle. So he's going to start this up low on health, and that to me is really scary. Unfortunately for Los Grandes, Drake Hero had already made the call to go to this bot side. Probably assumed that Karaoke was just going to go back and heal, that he wasn't going to take this huge risk to keep the tempo up and make sure that he's relevant early on.
Let's see if Korean Trigger can have another good game here. Again, this feels like they feel like similar sort of lanes, right? Short range AD carry plus Enchanter. One's going to scale a little bit better than the other. They both can trade. Like you said, that the Corki nominally trades a little bit easier, a little bit safer, right? A little more wiggle room. In this mid lane, I don't know, any thoughts on that? I mean, really, I feel like you kind of know how it's going to play out, right? You play a neutralizing pick that's going to, team fight a little bit better, and then Kaine, if he gets the late game again, the Rise is so strong right now.
It is, and I actually really don't like the Galio matchup into Rise specifically, because normally Galio can punish the opposing mid laners, the mages, by, Justice punching in, and then you're just trading out with your passive, the Winds of War. If you can get in, you win. But the problem is that usually that's because the lot of mages are looking to actively trade and get pressure, whereas Rise is just sitting back and chilling. Karaoke ganking top onto Zest. Can't find anything, so Zest gonna just hop away safely. And yeah, again, Karaoke is getting very lucky with the pathing from Drake Hero, and perhaps I don't think they actually got any vision down, so he is doing this blind. But Drake Hero is just clearing his top side, so there's no counter invade to come through and take away those camps that Karaoke left up in order to try and get that early cheese.
Break her up ever so slightly. Pain fans feeling at least hopeful in the comments there. What a strange game from Pain. Let's hope they keep up the rhythm. This is Pain Gaming. Shout out to that screen name. That if you didn't catch that, well, you missed a hilarious one that can sometimes happen when they don't care about the English screen names. I'll put it that way.
I actually didn't catch the screen name, so I'll go back and take a look on the VOD after to see what I missed.
An appreciator of the female body, I think, is where I'll leave it.
Okay. Sounds good.
Just wild to see it on the screen.
Yeah, the subscribe thing too. I remember like at MSI was kind of weird as well. Like I think it's kind of risky always, when you're showing sort of player names. This is why we ask that people in our chat speak in English so that we can actually mod properly.
Easy to mod.
Yep. Drake Hero actually getting a chance to deny away a camp, going in Raptors, but I love that Karaoke is actually invading on the other side. Karaoke on Lee Sin is just a completely different beast. And
no, it really feels like a switch flips in his brain.
Yep, here we go. He's just like, yeah, I can take this. I can fight because I'm Lee Sin. I'm strong. Beautiful to watch. Did he leave a single chicken behind? I think he actually did. So Drake Hero has to detour to take that lone chicken. Okay, I want to go back to the mid lane matchup though, because I did say I didn't like the Galio into the Rise pickup. Part of that's also because Rise doesn't want to interact, so he's not going to, and instead he's just going to power farm, but he can incidentally do damage while he's doing that. Karaoke flashing in. He's not level 6 yet, so there was no Dragon's Rage combo to follow up. Yeah, Karaoke.
Yeah, that's where my brain went. Was like, oh, he's gonna no, incorrect.
He just really wants to be aggressive. We'll see if that comes back to bite him, not having that flash, because I don't know if... Yeah, I don't think he'll be up by the time he actually hits level 6.
Yeah, I don't think it will. Yeah, so not going to be able to get the full-on combo, right? But if you can obviously release in, there are other avenues to reposition yourself. See? Trying to wait for the V-Mix thingy to go away and see what sort of CS he was up by, but really not much. Yeah, it's been a pretty even game. It's been kind of action-packed as far as the junglers are concerned. And them making their visits to the lanes, but not a ton of fruits to be reaped. Fruits from their labors. Dragon is up here, though. Vision on the bot side of the map, ever so slightly controlled by Dudu and Ackerman are the priority that they've got here in this one. Level 6 starting to be hit across the board here as Zest and Robo have found theirs, and Feisty and Kaini have found theirs as well.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about Kaini as a player, because we talked a lot about the picks, but Kaini, I think he's had a very underwhelming entrance into the CBLOL. Oh. Underwhelmed again.
In a little bit of trouble, but should be all right. That's Ghost and Phase Rush and all those lovely movement abilities.
Doesn't have to burn notably the Flash, though, which I think is key in trying to survive a lot of these ganks. Yeah, Kaini's not had the impact we hope to see. Last split, he played in the LCP on DFM in one of the roughest splits I feel like DFM as an organization has had.
I was going to say, man, I didn't watch any of that, but just kind of after the fact, I'll kind of just pop in my, if I'm bored on Lolpedia, I'll pop in. I'm just like, whoa, that was not a good time.
And it wasn't really his fault. Like, DFM has been struggling since Evie kind of left them to try on Team Heretics, and then he came back and he was playing on a different team in the LJL region. Oh, Karaoke.
Rumward coming in. Will Drake Hero meet his end? He just might here.
First blood?
Too little, too late
Second?
from Feisty. First blood over to Kaini. He might get a second one, like you're saying, RMC. But now the rest of Los Grandes looking to collapse. Dudu trying to get forward. He's got the Cozy Campfire on him, but doesn't have level 6. But that's still illusion. He can do a lot of damage in with his own power out with the blast code. Now Feist looking to go in. Dudu goes over the wall. He actually gets a kill on Kaini. Very nicely done. Brave from the birthday boy there, but it works out.
Very necessary from the side of Los Grandes. If not, they were just going to hemorrhage that. In fact, there was a chance that Pain would turn around if they didn't find that kill and find yet another kill of their own. Pain. Karaoke, the aggression, you love to see it. And Kaini going 1-1 there is kind of okay because Feisty wasn't able to farm the lane at all. And Feisty doesn't get an assist or a kill. Very unfortunate. Just a solo kill from Dudu. No assist gold going anywhere. And that actually ends up evening up the gold. Los had a very, very small, slight 100+ gold lead from their laning. And that just got canceled out.
Yeah, that went completely away. As now Pain Gaming, I mean, look at the vision control they've got over this bottom side. They're going to know exactly where Drake Hero is. And going to have really good, I mean, kind of no excuse to be first to this dragon.
Well, we'll kind of see how it goes. It has been kind of swingy, and neither team is actually looking at the dragon weirdly enough. Like, I agree with you. The Pain should probably just go for the dragon, but no. They've just kind of left it be for now. And then the ward's actually expiring, so it's now Los Grandes with all the control in that area. I don't know if either jungler feels comfortable doing it. I'd actually love to see a bot side gank first to establish control over that objective. Mid's a little bit fake for control because both of them have ways to get there so quickly. Realm Warp is down for Kaini right now, but Kaini is also the ascendancy and has the easier push. So, yeah, and 5C0's entrance is down. So maybe you can get control through mid.
Yeah. See if the objectives are traded, if anything. Kaini does have that 500 gold lead, like you were saying. Dudu up 600 in his own right. So the gold is starting to be allocated into a couple of different carry conditions, potentially. Karaoke going to be walking up to this dragon first, and Drake Hero, I think, seeing that, says, all right, I will take it on the other side.
Robo has to be careful, though, especially since he knows that Karaoke is down there. We're seeing him, Robo, actually do really well in lane individually right now, just kind of answering, but you're starting to see the threat from Zest.
Yeah, all of a sudden, he's starting to get rolling. I mean, Robo's very, very low. I mean, if he doesn't have his MR boots there, his Merc Shreds, I think he might have been a dead duckling. Although I think he might have flashed before then. So, maybe not impossible to trace the full chain of events there. Karaoke does get his first dragon of the game. On the other side, Los Grandes going to trade it for 3 chickens. Now potentially looking for a big dive down onto the bottom side. Yeah, it's looking like a 4-man dive. Dudu, not long for this world. Don't think he's going to walk away with anybody. Indeed, he will not. Karaoke, kill number 2 for the boy.
Happy
kill number 1, excuse me.
Yeah. A bit rough of a situation for Dida there, and I hate that we kind of got distracted and the camera kind of panned away because I love to see how Dida actually got separated from Ackerman, because last we saw they were kind of walking together, backing off, and I don't know why Dida made the call to go back towards the turret. I'm going to assume Payne somehow found a way to put him in that awkward situation rather than Dida just making that sort of mistake, because that would be rather uncharacteristic of him. And Karyoka, with that gank to the bot side, didn't even burn Dragon's Rage, so he still has it available to make a gank happen somewhere else. His flash is also back up, and it does feel like the lanes are low-key being set up for success. Kaney, once again, winning out the trade onto Feisty, trading very heavily. Top side as well. Robo didn't burn flash defensively, so he has it offensively to follow up if Karyoka can look for a gank on the top side.
Yeah, I do want to see more attention paid to this top side. I mean, it's certain. I'm a little surprised. I mean, we had like the one early visit, right? That didn't really amount to much because that Sonic Wave didn't connect. But I would like to see a little bit more there to just launch one of these laners ahead. Robo doesn't have the best setup for Rumble for his equalizer and whatnot, but still a Rumble, man. It is still a champion that can be an absolute problem.
And I've seen that matchup go where if Rumble gets far ahead enough, he can just crush the lane and actually look for dives. But you do need a lot of attention to make that happen. Feisty actually walking up here.
Should get up there. Flashing away from certain doom is Robo. So we'll waste his time. 2026, just that little bit more. Karyoka's got the Sundered Sky. Big power spike as we were talking about. That item is nutty. Dudu just going to dump the culling into the wave. It really feels like this game's on a knife edge, RMC. We've seen a lot of kind of half measures and a lot of almosts.
Yeah, very scrappy from how these a lot of these matchups are going. Oh, Zest actually has to switch from a back to a teleport to get out of lane because he knew if he got caught up there, he was dead to right. So teleport's being traded, but Robo gets back to lane with his. Zest is going to have to do the long walk back to his lane. Very, very dangerous. And Robo getting out of that gank is actually insane to me. It burnt time away from Feisty. Feisty was actually doing a really good job kind of holding even in terms of CS. A lot of times you'll see Gallows go down in CS, unfortunately, just because they're melee champions into ranged matchups. And it's worse when Ryze incidentally just does AoE damage to you. You're not even the target, you just happen to be too close to
you just kind of just get hit by the drive-by there.
Exactly. And so Feisty roaming up there, it does cost him a little bit of the advantage he's been growing. And not being able to find Robo. Robo is quietly returning to amazing form. Like this game, he's not bonking the way he was with the Yorick. But him being able to draw pressure, him not going down, is already kind of a win on this pick. And at the rate we're going, that control ward in bush, it's setting up for Karyoka to look up there and maybe actually get a significant lead for Robo.
Our goats might be back. We've got Robo playing carries. We got Karyoka back on Lee Sin. I mean, it's not quite, 2016 is so back, but 2021 certainly feels very much back.
The bot side, that's the funny thing about Payne is that traditionally they've always been about the bot lane through the ages. BRTT, Trigo Damage was one of the bot lanes which didn't quite pop up for them. Oh, Robo.
And for the all-in here, Zest doesn't have his ultimate either. Should be able to win out in this extended fight, but getting a little help from his friends is Robo. Long-time jungler, Karyoka. There goes some help from the Realm Warp as well. Kiney coming up, just waiting for that wave to crash. They're going to jump the shark here a little bit. The hero's entrance coming in. Is it too little too late? It's too little to save Zest, but could they get something back on the other side? Gromp joining the fight, because why the heck not? Tidal Wave goes out defensively. Corey in a little bit of trouble. The Grim Deliverance will go down. Corey, surely he doesn't live this. Thanks to Dudu, he will not. The revive comes in onto the Zahen. Looking for a way back in. Now Trigger trying to waste his time. Get a couple tower shots down. Trigger! Nicely done on the Corki to get something back for Payne. Might not be done just yet on the top side. And yeah, we are done actually.
Well, Dida is still chunking away on this bot side turret. Can he find the extra plate? I think the minions might just not finish the job. Robo getting there clutch. And for Los Grandes, a split second decision from Feisty. And he ends up choosing to cover the top lane, pardon me. I think that was a mistake. He ended up kind of falling into the sunk cost fallacy. This was never going to work. The moment you saw the Realm Warp happen, like Zest already suspects Karyoka's there, which is why he didn't all in on Robo harder. So when you make this call, it's just so incredibly dicey. You're not going to find anybody off the back end of it, especially when it's a Lee Sin and so slippery. If you had gone for the bot side, this dive gets that much cleaner because it was really tough. Like Drake Hero had to go in really deep, and Ackerman can't do much. He tanked it up early, and sure, you get Curry, but this secondary dive, like I get it, you're greeting for it, but the barrier and flash from Trigger is just too good, too critical. And being able to find that kill back, you can see the Lestrange's team they're just like, what, why? How'd that happen? How did we not get the kill there? And Trigger walking away with that kill mitigates a lot of the CS loss that he experienced and the plates that Duda was able to pick up.
Trigger should be okay here. Tidal wave used by Curry. Maybe setting up for a repeat dive, but Carioca lurking in the wings. Just out of sight. Herald has spawned. That'll be the prize if one team can walk away victorious in this one. Dragon's Rage into Sonic Wave. It's as easy as you like for Carioca.
Oh, yep. Lee Sin. Carioca's making Lee Sin actually look viable in the current meta. I kind of can't believe it, but 2-0-2 right now. Just like 80% kill participation from Carioca. He's certainly making action happen, but a bit of a slow game for with in terms of kills. We've seen a lot of attempts come through, and the goal lead is still pretty close between both of these teams. I feel like I need to see a little bit more from Drake here. I'm waiting to see him pop off. He's looking at Herald. They will clear out the control ward, but I don't believe Los should be the ones to start this one off.
You're going to look at this one. It starts off with Pain almost throwing away the little lead that they had.
Yeah.
Able to stay alive long enough for Carioca to show up and do some Lee Sin things. My boy's on a warpath.
And Trigger's just insanely clutch. How many times have we seen him actually get ganked or focused down, and he's just surviving ever so little? Dida's gonna, I get that look, man. Dida thought they had this, but Trigger's just outplaying to stay alive and get pressure. And unfortunately for Dida, that lead he had just kind of nullified with that death because Trigger's able to pick up all that CS in the mid lane. Culling comes across, but with the heal, with the shield, Trigger is A-okay after getting that back massage.
Now's the Herald to spawn. Drake Hero. That's where he will pay his respects for now. 2 dragons to 0 for Pain. Again, this is something we've seen kind of all day is the dragons stacking. And the teams that have gotten that rolling have been pretty much uncontested. I think the teams that have stacked up the dragons 3-0 today, RMC, is that right?
Yeah, it feels like it. We've been just seeing one team just threaten Soul right from the get-go. Ooh, good dodge away from Zest between worlds. I think the Dragon's Rage actually kicked him into the boundary, which sent him to safety, but very fun interaction there. I want to talk about Dragons a little bit, though, for since you did mention it, because in 2026, or historically speaking, Dragons is a very good indicator of who the better team is, because Dragons were a win con, so better teams just stack Dragons. Even during the age of Atakan and whatnot, the Herald was usually the secondary objective. But in 2026, I have noticed that a lot of the winning teams don't necessarily have the highest Dragon take rate. In fact, they often give up those early Drakes to focus on getting, specifically the second Drake, to focus on the Herald, because getting the Herald accelerates the game, and they just often build early gold leads, and then they go for Dragon. So they get closer to the sort of 50% or 60, 70% Dragon rates rather than the sort of 80, 90% that we saw in 2024 and 2025. So today has been a bit of an anomaly where the teams stacking Dragons have usually just been winning out with that, and they've just been giving over Grubs and Herald. Let's see if those can kind of return back to the normal 2026 statistics, or whether today just continues on with that trend, with Pain just stacking those Drakes and then forcing Los to a fight that they don't want but can't ignore.
Start up another fight here in the mid lane potentially. Yeah, I mean, it is a bit self-fulfilling, right? As okay, yeah, you're good because you get the dragons. You get dragons because you're good. But in gaming, certainly, I mean, with Carioca, I mean, he just looks so much on the front foot, and I think maybe that's the other side of it is like how swingy the jungle matchups kind of have been. Is that it feels like in these games, one jungler is having a big impact, the other one is almost like, you know, is just reacting, and maybe that's just a psychological thing of, oh, the losing, you know, the team that is losing, their jungler looks like they're just kind of fishing for more stuff. But still, yeah, it just hasn't really come together for Los Grandes. I mean, Duda's gotten off to an okay start, but the 0-0-0 there for Feisty this early on doesn't feel great either. Between Worlds, opted again as wary of the all-in. Robo, he's on an item and a half here. Yeah, feeling amazing in terms of power, but now Dragon up in 30 seconds, and the on my way pings are coming down. Both teams recognize the importance of that.
I think level lead for Robo is helping out quite a lot, and he's just playing on the fact that he had A little bit more of those stats, an extra point in one of his abilities. Not a good sign for Zest, though, forever, because that's a straight up 1v1. In the past, it was like, oh, Karioka's up there helping Robo every time he's using between worlds. But this was just straight up Robo running him down. And we talked about Zest. He's great in the 1v1s. Outside the 1v1s, he has had issues before. If you're not even winning the 1v1, then where are we going from here?
Yeah. Here, Harold Shelley popped. Now, Dudu gets his driver license immediately revoked. Baron going to spawn here in a bit. If this fight is explosive enough, maybe that's the prize. And neither team really looking to pull the trigger. And that's another thing we kind of mentioned with this composition, or I kind of mentioned. Tell me if you've shared this worry. For Los Grandes, is Pain going to start up this dragon? You don't really have, I feel like, a great target for Feisty to go in on. Like, as far as someone who's going to be durable enough to survive the initial engage, Dudu going to dump the culling into absolutely nothing. Feisty now going forward, gets the taunt off. Tidal Wave used on the other side as Robo going to get the equalizer down to moderate effect, it has to be said. Drake Hero in some trouble here, has the Grim Deliverance should he want to pop it, but now 3 dragons in a row for Pain Gaming.
And I love the fact that Pain Gaming there, it looks like they're spoiling for the fight, but realistically, they're just buying time for Karioka to finish off that dragon. Like, they didn't want a full or hard commit to that. They were kind of okay with just forcing Los away. And yeah, I kind of agree. Like, not only do you not have somebody durable enough for you to use the hero's entrance, but also who's going in.
Yeah, exactly.
Set up for that hero's entrance.
Like, I feel like if someone finds themselves in there, it's not on purpose.
Yeah. No, it's pretty much only Drake Hero, and he's Zahen. He's not Aatrox. Zahen, it's like Cassante and Aatrox. Cassante and Bessa is the relationship between like Aatrox and Zahen. Zahen is more damage, but not as durable. And sure, he's got the revive like old Aatrox used to have. But even then, it's kind of iffy. And when he revives, he can absolutely still get popped on that revive. So it's so difficult. And the problem is, for Los Grandes, now that I'm looking at it, we kind of didn't mention it in draft, that feels like the only engage they have is the hero's entrance on somebody who's already in there. And that's secondary engage at that point. So how are Los looking for a fight? They're not even winning the poke war. Trigger and Karioka, somehow, Karioka is poking them out, which is kind of disgusting.
Oh, yeah, that's not where you want to find yourself. Dudu. Happy birthday, kid. Welcome to the CBLOL.
Jeez.
The unction taking him down as Robo. I did not expect that kill to come through. Robo 2-0. Yeah, quietly Pain Gaming just accumulating a really good lead, and RMC just zooming out. Again, this is not a victory lap. This is me commenting on the game state. Karioka has helped nullify Los Grandes' early game, and the lanes around him have played really well as well, right? Drake Hero has gotten no purchase into this game, really. And now they're taking this Baron even a little quicker than I thought. Trigger's on that 2-item spike. Robo's feeling good on 2 items. So is Kaine. And now, looking for a turn off the back of it. Robo getting decent damage down onto Drake Hero. Curry is kind of low. Now they're backing off just a little bit. Tidal Wave going to buy a little more time. Again, Hero's Entrance does absolutely nothing, but the Between Worlds does potentially something here. Revive coming in for Drake Hero as they get them off the Baron with nobody dying. It feels like a dub to me, RMC.
Dub for who, though, for?
I think a dub for Los Grandes. Pain was ready to walk away with that one.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you there. Yeah, Pain was in position, and they also, because they lost more health, trying to do that will also lose the mid outer turret. That's the price you pay when you don't get your Baron all right. And for Pain, like, I actually think they should have stuck with it and potentially finished off the Baron, but they turned around to deal with the Drake Hero. They didn't want a risk of 50-50. Pain, very slow gameplay from them. He called them the Unction, and they're certainly playing like it right now. Like, it's good in that you're not giving opportunities for the enemy team to really find flips. That's also kind of bad because you're extending the game time, and that always just gives more opportunities for something to go wrong for your team. Pain right back to the Baron Pit. This time just clearing out vision for now. Again, not strong enough, not confident enough to actually be able to do it. Scuttle being picked up by Los Grandes once again should give them at least control or an inkling if Pain decides to start this one back up.
Yeah, a little more vision on that one. The Dragon up in a minute and change as well. I can't help but think that RMC that might be where we're looking a little bit more.
100%. Dragons melt so much faster, and like you said, Pain did a lot of damage to Baron in in a very short window of time. That's going to be enough for them to take out the Dragon. And Ocean Soul, with how the fights have been breaking out, the fights aren't actually that quick. They have been quite extended, and I think that's partially due to a lack of CC on both of these teams. So it's hard to get a single person down and just focus them. Usually people can kind of limp away, and then the rest of the team can try and crowd and corral and block body shots and whatnot. So the Ocean Soul actually might get to see quite a lot of value from Pain Gaming, especially when they've been the ones sometimes to have members go down low but not actually die, and then it just gets that much worse for Los Grandes.
Pain's certainly prioritizing this first dragon, or this fourth dragon, I should say. First objective that will be taken. Trigger, you got to be careful, brother. I just leaping forward like that. I don't like the energy that's radiating.
He's feeling himself. And Trigger has been having quietly a very good game too. He's pumping out the bulk of the damage. I'd love for them to actually show the damage numbers. Oh, Karaoke on the flag.
Ooh. Aqua Prison will lock one. Pain's still commanding the battle lines. Robo's got his TP back. Feisty, if he wants to come back with a little more combat power. Looks like that's what he's going to try to do here. Going back with just a ward. He's got TP back, but also the global, obviously. Robo's on the other side of the map, but again, does have that TP. He's trying to pull Los Grandes potentially apart here, but yeah, both teams playing this very carefully.
Pain are just trying to buy time once again. Teleport being used by Feisty to get in here. Those know they have to fight this, but Drake Hero has already lost half his health bar.
Now the TP coming in. Robo will join the fight. Yeah, like you said, those health bars are low. Last breath popped. As they go in, Robo gonna dump the Flame Spitter down, but attention kind of split for Pain Gaming now as Karaoke still holding on to this dragon. Los Grandes not taking the Robo bait. Now the Equalizer goes out, Dudo in some trouble, able to dash away from the brunt of Robo's attacks, trying to go back in here, has the Cozy Campfire on him. Meanwhile, Drake Hero and Feisty taken out to have health and completely removed from this fight. Robo taking low, Karaoke finds the young man who's just trying to enjoy being able to play on a Brazil Riot Client approved client. Away from the evils of microtransactions and loot boxes, has found his home in the gray screen. Karaoke going to walk away with the Ocean Soul for his team.
Okay, context for his comments there. Brazil has new legislation where basically kids under a certain age can't play League of Legends because of loot boxes and whatnot. And Dude is actually underage for that. He has a special permission because he's playing in CBLOL.
He got a specially modified client with no loot boxes or Gamba.
But I think
it's raised the question
actually,
why you can't just make
that
the client available to everybody, but I digress.
Is he old enough after today?
I think after today. I think 16 is the cutoff.
Okay. Well, great call from Pain Gaming, and I love that Karaoke actually didn't hyperfixate on the dragon. He recognized that, well, we've got Robo on the flank. Equalizer comes across. We've got them split. We've got them on the ropes. If we can find a kill, we can go back to dragon. And Duda, unfortunately, kind of sectioned off again by the team. Like, they don't go for it. Well, to be fair, Duda chooses to go back thinking he can get Robo, but the moment you're split is the moment you're in trouble. And you can see how much distance a Lee Sin can really cover when he wants. And I feel like people have kind of forgotten because we haven't seen Lee Sin in a while. But yeah, it's a really dangerous champion for squishies on their own.
Now Pain Gaming turning their attention onto the Baron. Doesn't look like Los Grandes have any sort of way into it. Yeah, in fact, Pain Gaming just taking the fight right to Drake Hero and company. Trigger taken very low, though. Has to flash and barrier over. Now can Feisty get on him? It's a shutdown coming in for Drake Hero. Maybe this is a flip that Los Grandes want here. Robo doesn't have his equalizer. A lot of big tools not available here. But Los Grandes looking very healthy as they play this fight out.
Yeah, and Trigger frontlining finally gets burned for all the times he's been playing with fire. Feisty just trying to slow Robo down. Taunt will land, will buy time. And Robo, he's just trying to buy space and time for his team as well for Trigger to come back up and then maybe contest. Drake Hero going oddly low, though. Why is Robo killing them?
Because he's him.
What?
He's the GOAT.
Wait, that actually bought time for Pain to turn around and take the inner turret. Trigger's about to respawn. Los on that pick should have been able to go for Baron. They're not going to find anything. Great, you found kills, but nothing else more. This is a mistake on Trigger. Trigger oversteps, trying to be aggressive, and he gets punished by Drake Hero. Great fire kick as well from Ackerman, just to slow him down. And the moment Trigger goes down, you can see the lack of damage that Pain have. Kaney was not prepared for this, so he wasn't really there for the team either. And I'm still in shock that Pain don't lose more off the back end of it. That Robo lived as long as he did. Like that's what you'd expect from something like a Yorick, something designed to handle a lot of pressure, Irelia or something. Rumble is a team fighter. He should not have been able to live that long.
Now Los Grandes are going to be the ones that are starting up this Baron, but again, probably just playing for the flip. As you see, Feisty nowhere to be found as far as the drag or the Baron pit is concerned. Rest of Pain Gaming moving slowly, methodically in. Los Grandes turn their attention to the Scuttle Crab. Baron keeping on doing damage. It's a little tougher to take down than you might think. Feisty unaccounted for as far as Pain Gaming are concerned, but he knows. They know with the hero's entrance, you can get anywhere in a hurry. They back off, can't get the angle they want. Feisty's got to be careful here. Los Grandes looking for the collapse. There goes the back massage. Again. Trigger taken low and taken out again. Los Grandes execute on the Pain Gaming AD carry twice now. Robo will abandon ship as Los Grandes all of a sudden have established dominion over the neutral objective. Pain Gaming looking for a way in to maybe flip that. They do have Carioca, they do have Smite, and they do have a 3-item rise. Is that enough?
It's kind of iffy. There's a lot of shred going down onto Los Grandes right now, and Drake Hero tanking it really, really well. But it's the shred, it's the damage. Robo has equalizer. There's a lot of choke points here. Pain, they're going for the Baron flip.
Going for the flip. The Aqua Prison goes down. Carioca's got to get into that pit quickly. He does, but it's not enough. Los Grandes walk away with the Baron, but what else can they get? Sonic Wave connects. Is he going to take the Resonating Strike in? Looks like a no. Going to take the more scenic route here. Zest going to try to get out of this fight. Just kidding. The fight has started again. Feisty going to buy time with the stopwatch. Rotobelt out. Zest grabs the kill and gets himself back out. Now the hero's entrance comes in. Carioca taken down. The shutdown comes in again for Los Grandes. Are they going to turn this one around? Katie locked up. If he's locked up, he cannot do that 3-item rise damage. Trigger shows up with the help of Curry. Maybe can take one target down, but he's got to be careful, brother. You are not in this to win this fight. Is Trigger going to die twice? No, he will not.
But this might cost Pain the game. That is a Baroned up Los Grandes charging in, and Feisty went back, escorted the wave with them. 30 seconds. Okay, I don't think Los can win with this, but they can certainly break the base open. And just like that, for the game flips. Trigger, indeed living up to his name, but he's the trigger for Los Grandes to find his way in. That positioning was brutal. He cannot be the first man in.
Not good. So we're going to get another look at it. He'd almost died twice. Pain, I thought they had a way back into this one, man. Like you said, the shred going down, Pain playing as confidently and as cohesively as they were. I thought maybe they would have gotten away with this one.
But it's the discipline of Los that really turns this. The 3-man taunt, and just look at how they're picking the targets and knowing when to disengage. They keep baiting, and Pain keeps biting. Like right there, Kenny thinks, oh, I can find one more. I can turn. No, you can't. There's too much CC, and they just kind of pull him out, go back in, punish again. There's a teleport being channeled as well by Zest on all this happening on the top side. Thankfully, finally, they realized that we can't fight this. Trigger was thinking about going in, and if he had stepped up one more Teemo's worth of distance, that would have been absolute disaster for Pain.
First meaningful lead of the game for Los Grandes, and the Elder is up in 20 seconds. Pain do have the Ocean Soul. Let's keep that in mind. But the Baron buff is on the side of Los Grandes. Gold lead as well. 2,000 gold. Robo and Zest trying to
Trigger
flank and unflank the others. Yeah, Trigger, my brother in Christ. Please be careful. You do way too much damage. This? No, I simply don't know. Carioca, could he be caught here? The CC chain and the calling means that Carioca goes down. The unction is over. Dudu is here to play. He is 17 years old and he's going to make it your problem. He's got those zoomer hands. Los Grandes ripping Pain apart. They were nowhere near on the same page.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. The comms just suddenly broke down. Did their headsets fall off? Like, what is going on with Pain Gaming? And beautiful catch from Los Grandes to recognize that, well, we can look for this, we can punish. And unfortunately for Pain, because they took the soul that quickly, this is Elder. This is the game-breaking dragon. Robo barely able to teleport out to safety. Insanely clutch from him. But is it going to be enough for I4? Because sure, you're alive. Sure, your death time is assured enough that everybody way up to defend the base. But against a Los Grandes with Elder Soul, suddenly that Lucian that was struggling to get kills, the Aurora that couldn't quite pop people, the threshold gets so much easier for them now with the Elder.
Yeah, all of a sudden, you're not too concerned about, especially that Lucian. Like you were saying, let's get a look at this one. Carioca, unfortunately, just caught.
And the culling as well, it felt like, I was wondering if Carioca could find somebody to just hop to, but the rest of Pain was just too far forward once again. It feels like they're still trapped in 20 minutes ago when they were strong, before they had screwed up. You know, when Trigger was able to step up, do damage, and get away. You can't be doing that anymore. You are not the winning team. And I just hate the way, like, I get why it's happening that Kaney's in front, because, that Trigger's in front, because Kaney's looking for flanks, Robo's looking for flanks, Carioca's looking for flanks. But somebody needs to stay back and make sure that they can stand in front of Trigger or when these catches are happening.
Now Pain have to pull off a defense. Gotta wait out this Elder buff. That is easier said than done. They don't have the Baron, but the threat of being caught will keep Pain Gaming at a safe distance. Oh, that's a trigger missile barrage there. That's something.
It is.
So,
It is.
you know,
Do a lot of work on the squishies, though.
Yeah, kind of, again, 3 items with a little bit of pen in tow as well. As Dudu looking to go forward, almost. Does he have the dragon on the trigger? He does. The Elder Dragon helps seal the deal. Robo trying to go back out, but you see the hesitation he has to play with. Dudu gonna get the hero's entrance over the top of him. Now Feisty coming in. Tidal Wave used to knock him back, but it's just buying time for Pain Gaming. In he goes with the Grim Deliverance.
Oh,
He's
yes.
unstoppable in more ways than one. Los Grandes pull victory from the jaws of defeat. Are they going to wrap it up? It looks like they are. With the help of the Elder Dragon, thank you for the leash, Pain Gaming. We will take it from here. We've got a tie series.
And just like that, it feels like the dream for Pain Gaming just kind of crumbled and you woke up in a cold sweat. It's just so brutal. Pain threw that game, unfortunately, and Los are going to be very, very happy for it. I guess the encouragement from Dudu's mom there coming in big for him. He looked much better this game too, stepping up with that Lucian. And for Pain, I fear a little bit that what we saw in the draft kind of got wasted, right? Like the Lee Sin pickup kind of went to the wayside. The Corki Nami that was doing so well initially, that's the loss of, I feel like, the sort of meta bot lanes. That kind of gets denied away as well. And yeah, if the communication starts to fall apart for R4, are they able to regain what they had in game 1, or do we just see more of what this ending of game 2 brought us?
It's been flippy, it's been throwy. It has not been clean from both of these teams. Just kind of walking into teams leaving the door open for other teams to walk into. But hey, do Los Grandes have a late game now? Maybe they've fixed their issues, or did Pain just let them back into it? Because I did feel like you could point to a couple of mistakes, like we talked about the previous games, like, oh, Fourier didn't even like play that bad. That was more just Luke's playing really well. Pain left the door open at a couple of critical spots. Their objective setups weren't amazing, and their execution wasn't amazing around the team fights. But you do have to give credit to Los Grandes. They team fought well. I think of that fight up in the Barren River, like you were saying. There's a lot of patience from Los Grandes, right? Just be able to back off, and then strike on everybody when they had Pain funneled in, clumped up, the 3-man taunt like you were talking about. So I got a tie series, RMC. We're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, the series decider. Can Pain rest the slide and get themselves their first series win of the day, of the split? Or will Los Grandes take it? We'll be right back. Back with the last game of the day, Los Grandes. They pulled out a miracle Pain Gaming kind of huffed and puffed and just exhaled and decided, all right, no, you have this one. We got we're tired. Karaoke was doing his absolute darndest in that game. And in the early game, it looked like we were so back. I mean, it looked really, really good. It was a masterclass from him. And then Trigger, dude, just a couple of brutal frontline quirky moments, which, like, look, we all have a couple of frontline quirky moments every now and then. But if you're a professional player, the expectation is that you have fewer and fewer of those as time goes on. I got nothing, RMC. That's what that game came down to for me. That's where the control started being lost and Pain were thrown into increasingly unfavorable situations.
I wholeheartedly agree. And unfortunately for Trigger, look, in Brazil, we've got plenty of AD carries to get caught out like that. But the difference is, those AD carries also have moments where they just make the game for you. And unfortunately, Trigger, we've not seen that part of it, unfortunately, with his playmaking so far. Now, going to game 3, the big concern I have for Pain Gaming is sort of the mental, because the mental has not been strong with this roster. They've been buffeted by problem after problem this entire year. And it feels like when things crumble, when the cookie crumbles, yeah, just everything starts to fall apart. So yeah, I don't know if Pain have the mental resilience. We will find out. They get to choose whether they go first or second, and they've opted for first pick this game. A very, very interesting choice. When game 1, they chose counter pick and used it to great effect. This time they want first pick. What sort of magic first pick are they looking for? Like, there's still a lot of things. Ash Seraphine still exists, but actually, Ash Seraphine for Trigger Curry might not be a bad idea.
Yeah, I don't know. Give them something that with a little more range, where if they do decide to have a frontline moment, they can, I don't know, you throw a volley out, you give yourself some time to run away. I don't know, man. Yeah, I wouldn't hate that.
Don't frontline.
Yeah, or just don't frontline. It doesn't matter what champion you're playing as an AD carry. Just don't do that.
Bad, unfortunately, going to remove that option away from Pain Gaming altogether. And the Ezreal's been taken away. The Caitlyn's being denied. Yeah, it feels like they really want to put Trigger on situations where maybe they've read him right, that he will eventually screw up. So just remove all the champions with safety.
Yeah. That's a shout. Seraphine taken away. Karma, thank you, Brain, taken away. Jeez Louise, dude. I feel like I've been awake for like 4 hours. I feel like I haven't fully woken up. But
you're still in the sweet dream of Pain winning.
Yes, sure, we'll go with that. Yeah. Jin's still up here. I think that's where we might be heading. And you know, both these guys, they like. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that for Dudu. Honestly.
Mm-hmm.
But with Lulu taken away, yeah, the Lulu Yunara still a bit of a thing. Yeah, did Lulu get touched in 26-8, or am I making that up?
No, I don't think she did. She's still fine. And I like the Lulu removal as well, just because we were talking about safety for Trigger. That's one way Curry could try and keep Trigger alive if Trigger gets in trouble. But it does remove it from Ackerman Duda, which is a little bit unfortunate, because I did like the Lulu Yunara combo that we often see Los run. It's really strong. And even, heck, Lulu Sivir as well for Duda. Look, fantastic, right? We saw Duda flashing forward last week to finish off some of these kills. Super standard first picks, though, coming through. The junglers, Karaoke with the Nocturne, and then Drake here with the Pantheon. Pantheon, I think, a little bit more favored in the early skirmish. What?
Whoa. All right, so we'll get Zaya Rakan for Dudu Ackerman into the Nocturne. Yeah, Nocturne we haven't seen in a while. It's just been kind of permabanned. Karaoke, that's going to be his go button, looking for a dive buddy for him. But meanwhile, sacking the lane and going for the late game for Zaya Rakan.
I almost feel like we didn't need to slam that here. Like, neither of those are particularly high prio for Pain Gaming. So very, very interesting choice to come through. And Zaya Rakan, as a pairing, it already kind of fills the team fight role. You've got Zaya who plays very safely, plays backwards very well. You've got Rakan who can dive in and set up your team. So I like the Zaya Rakan, but I also would like to see a Pantheon being picked up before it just gets banned away in the second phase. Pain going with the old tried and true Aphelios Thresh. Now, that's a combo as old as time. That's a combo that Trigger and Curry have never played, at least here in the CBLOL. So,
good shot.
Very, very interesting sort of growth, maybe, perhaps, we're seeing from Pain. I'm hoping it's growth and not just
I think the results will dictate whether it's growth.
Yeah, you know, not just like, hey, guys, we need something that can play into Zaya Rakan. What do you guys got?
Yeah, so I don't know. We got we have Zaya Rakan at home. It'll be Zest on the Ambessa. Gonna blind that one. That's probably fair enough. Can blind that into a couple pretty good matchups here. But yeah, RMC taking some risks here. Pain Gaming, but you've still got Karaoke on something with some urgency, which I can appreciate.
Yeah, and what I want to see to help Karaoke with this Nocturne pick is either a dive buddy to go alongside him, or potential sort of frontline to set up for Trigger and Curry with the Aphelios. Because Aphelios, late game, absolute monster in team fights, can just run people over, but you do need a bit of a frontline to help you, especially when I'm seeing an Ambessa on the other side, who's very good at kind of finding ways in the backline when Rakan kind of opens that door as well with those dives. Worth noting, the Ambessa could also be a Drake hero pickup in the jungle. It fits his style very, very well. He has already played it once this split.
This is fair.
So,
this is fair.
Yeah, it could kind of go either way. I would like to see a Renekton ban from Los Grandes still, if they're even thinking about... Actually, regardless, I'd like to see a Renekton ban, just because if not, you could just see the Renekton being slammed for pain. It would fit that role of needing somebody who can frontline and potentially dive. With Karaoke, would kind of fulfill both those roles, and it would pretty much force Ambessa into the jungle position.
Yeah, I think giving Robo over the Renekton would be a bit of would be not a good idea. I would like to see that banned away and the Vayne taken away as well. So I think that might give you some insight into what Robo wants to be playing.
Tanks potentially, because usually you're worried about tank when you pick that
100%
Vayne to come through. The hover from Los Grandes, they're still looking for their jungle we're assuming jungle, but definitely their mid lane. So we're seeing they're just hover through a couple of mid lane picks right now. Icy, I was gonna say, is not the type to play something exciting. Unfortunately, he is very stock standard. Nothing bad about that, just not as exciting to watch. Victor being picked up, strong team fighting from Los Grandes, front to back right now. They've pretty much ticked all the boxes. Engage is there, safety is there, AoE is there, and some sort of dive threat just to remove enemy threats.
Still don't know exactly where this Ambessa is going. The top lane will be picked very dead last here. As Trigger and Curry going to grab the Syndra here for Kaine. We'll see what is grabbed elsewhere.
Please, the Renekton. Just don't. I could live with the tank as well, I guess, if need be, for this sort of front to back composition. I just fear that the tank might not be that effective into dealing with the Ambessa dive later on as well, not just the laning phase. Ooh, please, no. No, I have very little trust in CBLOL Nars in general. Trying to match the Gnar bar is kind of difficult, but I particularly don't like the Gnar here because if you're going mini Gnar into Ambessa, you win out early. You get a bully her. But later on, trying to match the 1v1 side lane split push pressure is not great for Gnar. And then when you go diving in with Nocturne, you need Mega Gnar specifically. Mini Gnar diving in with Nocturne is not going to do squat. So a lot of focus, a lot of attention, a lot of responsibility on Robo for managing that Gnar bar to make this composition work.
Robo, look, he's had his moments on the Gnar, right? In kind of, in splits past. He has taken over games on the Gnar.
Sure.
But it does require a level of coordination that we haven't seen consistently from Pain Gaming. Now we've seen it in spurts this afternoon, so it's not crazy. But if they can't get rolling this Los Grandes composition, let's talk about that a little bit. In the late game, I mean, my goodness, just absolutely demonic to deal with.
It is. And so every champion on that side pretty much scales fairly well into the mid to late game. But also, it's just got the ability to do anything you need. Should you fall behind, there is pick potential. Should you not want a team fight, you've got split push on your side. The Wukong, we didn't talk about very much the last lock there for Drake Hero. It's more like, okay, we've got Ambessa top now. She's got a lane that she can happily play into. And the Wukong is going to interrupt the dives from Nocturne as well. If you're diving in, the Cyclone comes in, you arrive, and then you get knocked up immediately. You've got to get that shield going right from the get-go. The ability for it to punish mini Gnar as well. We're talking about playing around that Gnar bar for Pain Gaming, but the opposing team needs to do that as well. Between the Rakan and the Wukong, it's going to be very easy for them to kind of just outplay the Gnar bar, the Rage bar. The moment you go back to mini form, just dive in right away. And for Pain Gaming, how do you stop that dive from coming through? Like, Thresh is great for trying to peel off for Aphelios. It's good at guarding one person. It's not so good at just stopping a mass engage from the other side. And then
unless you get a really good box, and even like if you have to hit every single ability.
Yeah, even then, I just feel like with the dashes too, if you save the dash for after the box, it tags you with the slow, it's still playable. I'm looking more at Kenny for the scatter of the week at that point. I'm sorry to say, I don't know if I have trust in Kenny. Last game, in game 2, he was just never there when the fight started. And granted, on a Rise, that's okay. On a Syndra, though, that's game losing.
No, you've got to be that follow up there. No, you absolutely have to be in the I was gonna say something else in the weeds, but yeah, like you have to be that follow up CC because there is a ton of of crowd control. Like this composition for Pain Gaming, you do have decent peel, right? I mean, and look, a lot is going to come on a trigger, and look, maybe the thinking with this composition was, all right, if he's going to frontline, let's at least surround him with bodies that can fling people off of him, because if you leave Trigger alone, he should be able to dump out enough damage.
Fair. My concern is that I don't know how many bodies will actually remain around him, and the bodies that do are also squishy and potentially viable targets. Because Syndra scales really well as well, more single target or certainly more burst damage. She does have consistent damage with her orbs compared to a lot of other mages, but compared to a Victor specifically, maybe not so much. And Carioca Robo are certainly not going to be there to peel whatsoever. Early barrier from Trigger, just wants to get some favorable trades on.
Yeah, this bottom lane I think is going to be interesting to see how that all plays out. But yeah, Zest and Robo, I mean, again, we talked about it, how the attention maybe hasn't been paid enough to the top lane. We'll see how that all goes. But Feisty on the Victor, Tiny on the Syndra, going to get a little extra love here early on. Carioca going to join up the fight, relieve a little pressure from Kaidi, going for the flash, traded that. But not able to follow up there with the fear to get that down. I'm a little surprised by that, but you got a flash out of it, so I guess that's you got what you came for.
Yeah, flash is being traded, so kind of used his as well to try and set that one up. A little bit over ambitious, I feel like, and we'll see if Drake Hero is able to capitalize. I do like the early gank coming through from Carioca, though. It does slow him down in the jungle ever so slightly. But I feel like a lot of times when I see Nocturnes and Wukongs, you kind of don't expect the ganks to come across that early, and so laners play up overly aggressive.
Yeah, and with the Nocturne, right? I mean, it's not like Jarvan. Right, it's not like a Mumu, dare I say, where you can just kind of snap engage like that and clear the lane in a very short amount of time, right? And that's why you saw I think kind of just flash forward and go with the scatter of the week to say, look, we've got to clear this, gap somehow. Not quite enough. Ackerman and Dudu get forward just a little bit, trigger a little on mana. Now on a great gun setup. The junglers again, yeah, level 6, so huge for both of these junglers, and we're back to power farming, unfortunately, RMC.
Yeah, I suspect we're not going to see too much action. Actually, as I say that, Drake Hero is probably just picking up the scuttle right now. No real threat. Carioca revisiting mid lane down. Oh, they're going to... Drake Hero's invading.
Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, Carioca doesn't have the best combat power early on, but the fear is going to go down.
I think he wins this,
auto him to death here. Yeah, if he stands in his thingy, he can get the extra attack speed. Gets the shield off. Corey! Man, went for the highlight play with the flash death sentence, but not going to find that. Ackerman in, right place, right time. Both these supports operating like secondary junglers right now.
Yeah, the thing with Drake Hero trying to invade early on, with the Wukong Nocturne matchup, Nocturne actually tends to win longer trades because it's just autos are worth more and he gets a bit of sustain through that. So with the Wukong, you've got a lot of burst. Ooh, a little bit of a poke landing.
Does land the death sentence, but Kaine takes the lantern into certain doom.
Yeah, you're in there. Like, if you take, I guess you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you're in that sort of situation, because
I guess
stay where you are. Drake Hero kills you. Take it in, and you're not coming back out. So just trying to find a little bit more on the back end, trying to find Feisty. But yeah, these mid laners, I am shocked by how aggressively they're trading. It's almost gratuitous how much they're going.
Yeah,
how hard they're going on this. It's not poke; they're all in it.
And like you're going airy too, right? You're not going, comet, electrocute, right? Even phase rush, I dare say, right? It's not like that. But I guess you take bone plating and you feel invincible, right? You get that resolve tree secondary, and you go, what the hell?
I don't know. It feels a bit more like boneheaded than bone plating to me. And for their troubles, Kane is losing out. It's worth noting that Kenny's been winning the 1v1 for the most part against Feisty, but the side lanes have been a lot more hit or miss, especially the bots that I think Dida and Ackerman have actually still been winning out the 2v2 situation. And I fear that if Kaine's taking a lot of these dangerous trades, if he dies once or twice more, then Pain might just have losing lanes across the board. And we've seen what happened. We go back to the stats that we brought up earlier, the fact that Los is the second best early game team, and Pain is bar none the worst. Right? The differential between them, it's like plus 1,000 plus for Los, negative 2,000 plus for Pain. Add them together, negative 3,500 differential.
When you put it like that, it's a little bit suboptimal. Now there's a good lantern. This Trigger gonna come up to just shadow Karaoke, make sure he's all right. We okay? You good? You need some water? Some hot pockets? Come and grab you some. No, mom, we're okay. Just playing my video game. Okay, you have fun.
What is his mom role play? Is it just because Dudu's mom is there that you're feeling some way
that I
for
really
more?
just that was just like I just find it funny when like Karaoke, like obviously he wasn't gonna die, but to the untrained eye, it's like, why didn't you go help him out and take that dragon a little bit quicker? It's just like my boy's on the verge of death. It's like, no, I'm fine. You're gonna be okay. Execution going in. As Zest gonna try to get the all on a Robo. Able to sidestep, getting a glacier thrown at him. That'll be all she wrote.
Oh, no.
Or is it? Robo doesn't have his Mega Gnar. Gonna try to get the safety, flashing forward his Drake Hero. That is a flash well spent.
I really wish they're showing Robo's cam. I wanted to know, like, he realized that he was in trouble at that moment, right? Like, he went back, he dropped the control ward. But the problem is that with how aggressively Zest is playing, you got to assume that backup was on the way, if not already there. And unfortunately, I just feel like it was kind of risky. Red-white from Trigger. He's looking for this trade. Looking for the blade call.
Fantastic. Saved that cleanse to wait for the inevitable root from the Gravitum and got it right back. Said, nope, I don't think you can win this. I'm just going to auto attack you to death. Hits level 6 at the perfect time. Featherstorm into Blade Caller. Just easy as you like. Solo Bolo in the bottom lane.
And I love the way he herded Trigger into that situation as well. The alcove, unfortunately for Trigger, I felt like was it's like that dead end alley, right? You can't afford to go in there. There's no space for you to outplay at that point. I don't know if he actually had the flash available. That just came off cooldown, but either way, like the moment you're in there, you're cooked. So you can't afford to be doing that. And just like that, for Los Grandes, they're back on track. This is what we expected when we entered the series.
Yep.
1.7 thousand gold lead pre 10 minutes. That's what Los Grandes normally do. And Pain, yeah, it looks like the mental crumble from game 2 is continuing. I'm not seeing too many signs of life from them. Karaoke now level 7 has the paranoia available. I'd love for him to prove me wrong.
Yeah, he's got to start ripping these. I mean, we talked about how big of a deal level 6 is for both of these junglers, and with the paranoia, right? No matter what item you go first, I hope it's going to be experimental hexplate. You got to be having an impact. I mean, look, he got the first dragon, but that's kind of it that he's done. That anybody has done, to be fair. 3 kills for 0 in the favor of Los Grandes. That's not a situation that you want to let extend, especially not with this composition. I mean, the late game scaling is absolutely on Los Grandes' side.
Karaoke thinking about ganking to the bot lane, was not able to find anything. Blue buff actually came up as well while that was happening. So Karaoke going to be a bit behind in terms of the jungle clear angle. Drake Hero couldn't find Kaini, and that's huge. Flash expended.
But not by much. How about Los Grandes, man? Willing to expend these flashes on some high-risk plays, but they're reaping the rewards here early, RMC.
Hey, yeah, take those if you can get them. And that was the one lane that didn't have a lead. Topside.
Now there's the all-in, and Robo will get one back. A much-needed kill. And, hey, got what we came for, right? This is what we wanted.
Sure.
Karaoke, start having an impact. Just like that. Yeah, feeling pretty good about that.
Easy as you like, Drake Hero. Kind of wandering past a little bit. I think he saw Karaoke. I'm actually not sure because there's a missing ping, and I'm not sure what that means. But yeah, this should be punishable or those should be able to at least push them off the last one. But it looks like Drake Hero does not care about these early objectives. He just wants to get his lanes rolling as fast as possible. Ooh, a decent recall. Trigger makes it home. Curry does not.
We're just going to have to wait a little bit longer for that one. 1 minute and change until this dragon comes up. But Pain Gaming, do they have enough of a foothold in this one? What are you playing through, right? Those are the questions I'm asking myself. I mean, where are you allocating your resources if you're Pain Gaming here?
Yeah, and because of their draft as well, it's not like clear cut like, hey, we just win the team fights. We just need to show up and press R, right? Like, it does require a bit of execution, and it requires a bit of skilling as well. Unfortunately, Ophelio is not that strong early on, whereas Zaya, just with the Sheen, will already have impact. Mid lane as well. Things are kind of dicey. Curry's the flash forward.
Curry taking a page out of the Los Grandes book and getting himself a shutdown. That's suboptimal, but it looked cool.
Yeah, the Ignite had to be the one to kind of secure that. Kenny doesn't want to stay around, get in trouble. Ooh, Robo with the turret in his back pocket.
Execution. Can he get in there? He doesn't have Triforce. If he did, I think he takes that. But Zest blowing the flash Robo blowing the flash. Zest holding on to his.
Yeah, and Robo getting a little bit too hypey there. Like, relax a little, buddy. Has to flash out of a situation he put himself in, trying to bait Zest under the turret. We'll see if he regrets that. Because we were talking about how Pain get back into this game. I don't really think it's through laning necessarily. I think it's through Karaoke finding picks, or you get a lucky big team fight. And if you want the lucky big team fight, you need Meganar.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's something we talked about. Even just going right back to draft is how big of a deal it is for Robo to be able to have an impact with the Meganar. And I mean that is what you're there for, right? In these team fights, and giving Trigger that time to scale up and to just dump out the amounts of damage that he can, the game-winning amounts of damage, I dare say. We haven't quite seen that just yet. We've just been using it in lane. And to be fair, look, we're only 10 minutes into this one, but yeah, just something to keep an eye on.
Somehow it just feels like we're later into the game this game. I don't know why. It's not like we're getting a ton of kills or anything, but yeah, I guess the tension between both of these teams, because it is a game 3, because again, the stakes for this matchup, if Pain wins this, they are statistically still alive and can make the playoffs. If they lose, they're kind of busted. Also, potentially first series that Pain win. Los, on the other hand, if they lose this one, things get complicated for them. There's a chance they get knocked out of playoffs. And also, they're currently on a 2-series loss. They are looking to break their lose streak. 2 wins to start, 2 wins to lose, and this is not what they wanted to be. Also, it is his birthday.
Yeah, come on. For Dudu, right? Get him something to be able to write home about. Yeah, I mean, for the broader implications. Yeah, I mean, let's talk a little bit about that for both these teams. I mean, for Pain, it's a little bit of the moral victories, because it's like, okay, like we're still, we're still not in a great spot. We're still probably not going to make playoffs. But like you can, right? And Los Grandes might be one of those teams that you end up chasing down. So, yeah, this is far from over, man.
I'm getting real worried for Robo right now. Okay, Drake Hero. He's still thinking about it, but I think it's taken long enough at this point that they are aware that Karaoke is probably in the area for this. But Robo trading well onto Zest now, not getting into melee range as much. I say as he takes a bit of melee damage, but much better position for him to potentially look for a gank from Karaoke, who was waiting around, actually recalled away from the top lane.
Dragging up in a few minutes here. Yeah, was traded back. Los Grandes did get the second one. Let's see what the follow-up is potentially here. Yeah, I mean, like you said, the tension feels so big here. Paranoia popped. Into the backline goes Karaoke. Can he get much? Cyclone popped in response. Now Karaoke in some trouble, and he will go down. Pain Gaming maybe getting a little too overeager, but here comes Trigger. And, oh, you got to be freaking kidding me, dude. With the death sentence? Really?
He kind of has to, no? Like, I don't know. I just don't have confidence for Kaini to be able to finish off these kills. So the Infernum unfortunately popped and wasn't enough to take down Feisty, so it got really clutch. This is so unfortunate for Pain Gaming. That's 2 of the kills, 2 of the 3 onto Curry right now.
Yeah, it's suboptimal. Again, like we've been saying, Ackerman. Should be all right here. Drake Hero should be able to help him out. Now, Robo might be able to get one here. Just ignore Drake Hero completely. Oh, no, they overreach. He'll be fine.
I'm actually surprised Drake Hero and Zest aren't thinking about diving this. There we go. Drake Hero's sticking around because they know there's no paranoia for Karaoke right now. And Robo went mini. Robo into it. It's a
He giveth and he taketh away.
Oh man, that's rough to watch. Yeah, Robo horrifically overextending in that one. Like I appreciated the 1v3 angle. I think he disrespected the fact that Zest had public execution and could rejoin the fight, but that was okay. The problem is kind of chasing for Zest after that. Yeah, that's just egregious. Why? You know Drake Hero's in the area. You didn't give him enough time to recall for now, and then Pain just going a little bit deeper into the hole that they just started digging themselves out of.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like they have kind of an angle on this methodical, late game that we're used to seeing kind of from the best Pain teams and from the, I dare say, the names, right? You kind of talked about it, RMC, that we are used to seeing more from these players because of the names, right? Because they have done it in the past. It goes back to my rant about, well, when you give people the benefit of the doubt when they have shown you that they deserve it, right? And Pain, to be fair, like they have kind of, they've shown that they've deserved it in many ways, but not this split, man. We were still holding on to, the titles and the highs with Korean Titan. It's just not enough these days as they cling on to their first potential series win. Is it did they win one in CBLOL Cup?
In the cup they did, I think.
I thought they won one as well. Paranoia popped. Kind of not going to find the scatter of the week. Karaoke goes in with the fear, with the spell shield. Zest dodges out very, very nicely. Curry pops the bot. Gets absolutely nobody. Now Ackerman looking for a re-engage here. Gets in, gets out. That's a slippery bugger. That Rakan. And now comes execution. Kaini might just be toast. Your scatter of the week saves his life. Man, not by much, though. As Zest still doing what he can. Buying time for his squad. The death sentence lands. And man, it was sloppy, but they did get what they came for. Surely you don't greed here and die, Robo. No!
Okay, there is.
One, but...
Oh, yeah, I was going to say that there's an angle for them to play through, but Dida's going to clean house.
Yeah, and the kill, oh man. Yeah, and the kill went on to Zest as well, right? It just, again, they can't do wrong for, they can't do right for doing wrong, man.
Yeah, and apparently those can't do wrong for doing right. Look, I get the robo dive following that. If Dida's on the way, you know you're not getting out anyways, at least trade for the 1-for-1. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Dida finds Curry anyways and Kaini and just punishes them for that dive. The dive was just very, very suspect. And while all that was happening, Feisty just kept pushing top. Feisty finds the top lane turret. He's going to get a bunch of chip damage on the inner top lane turret just from minions crashing. And Zest gets the full up bot side. So Los more than happy with that attempt from Pain Gaming to actually doubles their gold lead on that play.
Yeah, they got, maybe not exactly how they wanted to. They got what they came for at the end of the day. Curry not going to find the death sentence that time. Trigger going to take the lantern out, and Shelly take her glorious journey home.
Robo now doesn't even have a turret to say Underman. Okay, good hop. He's fine. He's safe. He's mega. Shout out to Rezemis in chat who kind of pointed out that yes, Pain did beat Lev and Los in the CBLOL Cup. Though I believe those were the best of ones, and then they lost the play-ins against, I think it was Cade and I don't remember who, to not actually make the playoffs. But best of 3, I don't think they've won a series yet.
Okay, well, there you go. And right up that mid-tier 2. Right? Okay, mid-tier 1, excuse me. Ackerman going to get locked up by the scatter of the week, but we'll get out with the battle dance. Not a moment too soon. Let's get another look at this replay. Yeah, this bot dive, man, it took about 3 to 5 business days to finally resolve itself. But yeah, like you said, not an ideal outcome.
I feel like Zest is kind of regaining his form. In game 1, we were kind of like, well, what's going on with him? He feels a little bit lackluster. I believe anemic was the term I ended up using. But this is what we're expecting from Zest, right? This massive outplay. And that exhaust from Ackerman just did so much work. The wards actually do catch Dida moving down. So Pain knew they were on a timer. But they had already sunk so much into this, they just decided we just have to. And Robo's not getting out. He knows he's got the wrong angle. I think Kenny and Curry thought they're going to get away, but Dida, that flash over the wall for max distance. So fun fact about the wall, if you're far enough over the wall, it will push you all the way to the other side. And that's how Dida actually gets the extended range to make that happen.
Now another paranoia popped here by Karaoke. The scout of the week is there for the follow-up CC. Now the death sentence. Curry kind of saucing on this thresh here, giving Karaoke the lane to go forward, taking Drake Hero completely out of this fight. Pops a Cyclone defensively, gets onto the Krugs for a little bit more help. Trigger joining the fight potentially, or just kind of getting ready for a potential re-engage. No, Los Grandes will walk away.
Yeah, and just again, buying time for Feisty to keep split pushing this top side. Did a split pushing mid as well, so Los, okay, actually not quite able to find a plate on either side for now. Pain's throwing a lot to make this happen, but at the same time, I guess it kind of worked out. They're not losing anything for this play, and Zest's overextensions shutting him down is huge. I do think they actually could have found Drake Hero on the back end of it, but Karaoke steps up a little bit too far in his attempt to apply the slow and keep Drake Hero in range. So first Cyclone, nothing you can do about it. The second sort of fear tether he had, the Cyclone was already spinning. He just needed to space that a little bit better, and I think they might have been able to chase down. Again, minor things. It doesn't change too much for Pain. They still need to find picks of their own, multiple picks of their own to get back into this.
The difference is this composition can do that a lot better than the last one, right? When we were saying calling for Pain to be able to execute that, isolate and destroy. Isolate and destroy some targets, but this composition actually can do that. We're somehow still only 20 minutes into this game. I feel like we've been here for 2 hours.
Yeah, we were at, what, 5 kills at 10 minutes, and now we're at 15 at 20. So the last 10 minutes have been a lot spicier for both of these teams. trying to kind of get in there. And for Pain Gaming, I think we're starting to reach the point. I'm just waiting for that second item for Trigger. And then I think at that point, Pain actually might start looking for team fights. There we go. Infinity Edge just completed for Trigger. And you're just looking for the big Infernum pop with the Hex Optics and with the Infernum. You're not really looking for like the long sustained fights that would probably work against Trigger because the Aphelios doesn't have any actual attack speed. And then you're just cleaning up with Kaini there, or potentially the other way around, Kaini setting it up, Trigger knocking them down. So look for big burst damage from Pain Gaming, and if it doesn't work, just a disengage.
Telegraphed there. Ackerman knows what he signed up for. A speedier entrance into his desired part of the rift. 30 seconds left on this dragon. Los Grandes have taken the next two after Pain Gaming. Not Pain Grandes, although it is a lot of Pain Grande recently for their fans. But our first ones to this dragon. Trying to equalize it here. Cloud Soul. Opinions vary as far as how strong that might be. What say you? Is this a game-changing soul for either team?
For this game, yes, I think so. Because the ability to chase down when you're ahead is going to be massive, or the ability to disengage when you're behind. We just talked about how Pain, it's very bursty, how they're looking to approach these fights. So if they don't crit, if it doesn't work, they're going to want to be able to run away real fast.
Yeah, get in, assess the damage, potentially get right back out. Both sides of the rift kind of split here. Pain happy to take Dominion over the Dragon Pit. Not going to start up this Baron, not for taking, unless, I mean, I don't know, if they think that they can bait Pain into a fight that they might not want. The death sentence lands on Ackerman. Goodbye, Sweet Prince. He pops the quickness, the flash, everything. I don't think that was exactly how they drew it up, RMC, but Pain will take it.
Yeah, I don't think either team expected that to happen. Ackerman was just meant to be sort of a sentry to make sure that Lowe's could spot if Pain actually was thinking about checking the Baron, because it was an early take. Lowe's was thinking about sneaking it, but the burst damage came through and Ackerman didn't even get a chance to heal. That's the burst that we're kind of talking about there. Zero hesitation from Pain to burn both the Moonlight Vigil and the Unleashed Power to convert that. And great call from them. We said they need a couple more picks. That's one. That's Dragon. That extends the game.
You don't have Mountain Soul Soul Point. Cloud Soul Point to deal with in 5 minutes. Dudu quietly up 1,000 gold on his opposite number. That is where the brunt of the lead is landing. Yeah, we're going to try again. Ackerman in a much more advantageous position. Death Sentence misses, but not by much. TP in here from Pain. If they can start a fight before the shred wears off, not going to be the case. Warding off any sort of potential Baron sneak. Curry still fishing. Kind of fishing as well here. I think we might be waiting another few minutes for a dragon fight, RMC, or for any sort of fight. But, I don't know. Ackerman, he's had his ups and downs this game, or this series. A couple of rough positioning mistakes from the boy. But as Rakan, you can take a few more of those risks, I suppose. You're much slipperier.
And you'll get much tankier as the game goes on as well. Not to mention, I feel like one of the big things about engaged champions and why I guess South America loves them so much is, one, they're explosive and fun, but two, if you land the big engage, people forget all the times you got caught out, all the lane screw-ups you had, all the bad trades. All of that gets washed away by one great engage. So Ackerman, that's what we're going to keep an eye out for, is going to be that massive entrance, the ability to catch all of Pain, pull them in. And, Kaini just being on his own, maybe that's an angle to look for a catch. But for let's talk a bit about the objectives and how this game is going to play out. I think for the next little while, Baron is bait. Neither team should be going for it. If Pain goes for it, they can lose. They are weaker on it, and if they get wiped, that blows the game open. Lows have to be careful because of the pop power that Pain have. That's one of the few places where those can really get their resistances shredded, and the whole team could get caught by sort of a scatter the weak Moonlight Vigil sort of situation. As for Pain, they're just stalling. They want more items. They want 3 items before Trigger starts looking for team fights.
Ackerman looking for a way in for the quickness. He gets completely body blocked by Kuri. Karaoke's going to turn the lights out. Kaine looking for a way in on the flank. Gets a scout of the week onto one. Corey's going to follow that up with a death sentence. Feisty getting damage down onto Karaoke. Now the flash backwards. The Gnar is used defensively. Robo's in the back line. Robo's going to get deleted here. Has to flash away. He gets nothing done. It's a double kill for Drake Hero.
And that'll be a push from Los Grandes straight onto Baron. They've removed 2 big threats. Trigger being the big team fight threat for Pain Gaming. And I want to highlight too, we talked about Pain Gaming. They're looking for the outs. They're looking for the pops. Moonlight Vigil and Unleashed Power were not used. There was no opportunity for Kaine or Trigger to play that. And really good from Los Grandes. They played around the Narbar perfectly. Robo came in. He was not ready to go Mega. By the time he was, fight was already over.
Baron. Over now as Los Grandes have taken firm control of this one. RMC, we kind of talked about it. If Pain lose game 2, it kind of feels like they're going to lose game 3. It's not over yet.
Yeah.
But this actually it didn't start out looking that bad for Pain. You know, kind of was doing his job. Curry was styling on this Thresh, man. He was hitting absolutely everything. But then the public execution lands on a trigger, and that just can't happen.
Yeah, and part of the problem is that Trigger had to burn the flash initially for that disengage, which is fine. But throughout that fight, Robo's looking for a flag position. Who's frontlining? Once again, for Trigger, right? Trigger just finds himself kind of as the front line as his team recedes, and he didn't get the memo. And this is a lot of what we saw in game 2 that kind of cost them. It's costing them even more now in game 3, because as the Aphelios, you are the big team fighter for your team. And granted, you don't necessarily have the attack speed to get the repeated damage off, pardon me. But the crits, the chunks, that's going to be huge if you're allowed to do it. Turrets being traded mid-inner or in top lane outer, but Pain's just trying to funnel gold into Trigger right now.
And they can funnel all the gold they want. If they don't keep him alive, like you were saying, RMC, then there's not much the boy can do. Even on the Aphelios. Heel cut coming in. Trigger opting for a last whisper over the LDR. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, who's healing on that side. Like, I'm not seeing.
Well, in healing to the point where you'd sacrifice a little bit more combat power.
I'm trying to think, is Mortal Reminder cheaper than LDR? I don't think so. I think they're the same price, right? So.
Maybe it was just like, look, I need a completed item, but I don't sell the Doran's Blade or something. Surely that difference was made up by that. I don't know, dude. Anyway, and with the public execution, Zest gonna get a big old shield there. Man, oh man, that was close. They got what they came for. They got not exactly. I mean, they wanted the inhib. That's what you want with a Baron push. But it's not over just yet. Gonna be over very soon here.
Yeah, I think for Pain, they also didn't get what they were looking for. Moonlight Vigil falls short from Trigger, so they weren't actually able to confirm the kill on to Zest there. And Los Grandes, perfect timing for the back, because why not? Dragon spawning anyway, Soul Point for Los Grandes, and we talked about this. First of all, okay, even before we hit the Soul itself, just having the extra mobility for Los Grandes to rotate is going to be huge in terms of being able to allow them split push and actually protect their split pushing lane in Zest. And Zest is ahead enough of Robo that he's going to feel comfortable in these extended lanes, and Robo is the one who has to be very careful about how he approaches these. And once they get the Soul itself, we talked about for Pain, allowing them to disengage or re-engage at will, follow up with those ultimates. But for Los Grandes, it's going to let them run down Pain. We've already seen that for Pain, if they don't get the fight they want to disengage. But if you're just being run down, if Los Grandes have that additional movement speed, that's when Drake Hero gets in there. That's how Ackerman looks to set up. That's how Zest finds backline access.
And Zest finding that backline access, it might be like the low-key just the secret ingredient. I feel like he has wreaked so much havoc with that public execution. Only one of you can take the lantern. Okay. You got to be able to get a body in front of Zest somehow, because Trigger can do enough damage to swing the team fight. But it's like, is that even enough? Because so can Dudu. Drake Hero is an item ahead of his opposite number. Robo able to sidestep the public execution would have meant almost certain death there. He is on that Triforce Derek spike here. Robo's going to turn out the lights. Katie gets exhausted. Carioca in there. The tower does go down. Curry going to buy some time with the death sentence. Moonlight Vigil. Pop does really not do much at all.
Opting for the Gravitum there. Like, Gravitum is great when you're ahead to lock people down, but when you're behind, it feels really, really bad, especially when you don't have any more damage.
That extra
Robo!
Damage. Robo's boomerang didn't land. He did his darndest. And Zest instead going to walk away with his second kill of the game.
Also, Robo diving into melee range of the Abysses. You don't have the ability to confirm that kill, bro. And yeah, I don't know, man. Robo looking a little bit tilted right now, unfortunately. 5 and 2. The saddest part is Robo played the initial fight so incredibly well to get to that point where he almost finds Zest. And then decides, like, yeah, I'm done. Throws in the towel, dies.
That's that's the tilt kind of permeating Pain right now. I wouldn't be surprised if that's how a lot of the players are feeling right now. It's like, what are we doing here? Like, we had a plan in the offseason. It was going to be Titan and the Super Minions, and then everything, and I mean everything, went to pot in the span of a split and a half on and off the rift, just disaster after disaster. They've been kind of just picking up the pieces, playing out the split because they are contractually obligated to. But I think if you gave the rest of these players truth serum, they said, look, could we just forfeit everything and with no public repercussions at all? I don't think they would be too opposed to that. But that's just my speculation playing amateur psychiatrist. As the public execution comes in with the Cyclone over the top, the Chaos Storm rips through the rest of Pain Gaming. Trigger gets jumped on by Ackerman. There's the follow-up. Good night, Sweet Prince. That should be the game here? Question mark. Yeah, Corey's out of the fight. Gets one with the death sentence. Karaoke going to take the Lantern. Now, the health bars are pretty low. Maybe Pain have one last stand in them. But the waves are pushing in here. 2 inhibs as well. So it's just a matter of time as Los Grandes take a one of the series of all time against Pain Gaming. That's for sure.
And just like that, Pain fans and Pain, their hopes are dashed. That is Pain Gaming effectively out of the playoffs. I think there's like one scenario still where they could still make
they
it. They
win all the rest of their games and Loud loses everything else. That is the only scenario.
Yeah, something like that. And even then, I don't know.
Yeah, we're not 100% sure.
Things get real dicey, like with how things are playing out. So, super rough position for Pain Gaming. Los, they won, but frankly, they look more relieved than ecstatic over the win.
That's how I would feel if I'm a Los Grandes fan.
True, but they do manage to keep their place in that top muck, stay abreast of Fluxu W7M for now, and that just makes tomorrow that much spicier for because Loud versus Leviathan as well has very similar implications to this match that we just watched.
No, it really does. Yeah, so tune in tomorrow, same time, same place, as Los Grandes walk away with a win. Again, by hook or by crook, they got there eventually, and Pain Gaming sink further into the depths of despair. RMC, any broader takeaways, any shining lights, any particularly good things we want? I guess we'll end on some positives, right? What did Los Grandes do well there? Because I feel like this was a bit of a who was less bad at times.
Well, I think Zest, like you kind of pointed out during the game, like as Zest goes, so goes Los, right? And when Zest is doing well, which he did in Game 3, you can see the team's much more confident. I think Dudu is another bright spot. It was his birthday. We joked about him, getting birthday deaths and everything. But I do think when they were losing, Dudu, for me, felt like the guy who was still stepping up and still making things happen, regardless of the state of the game or whether or not his team was kind of falling to pieces around him. So I'm really liking this look that we're seeing from Dudu. I do feel like he could be a great AD carry for Brazil, and not just like one of those Natuno came in, he's amazing and whatnot. Like, no, he's quietly growing. And to me, I value that a lot more than sort of the flash and fizzle of players coming in right from the get-go. For Pain as well, there is still a good part about them, which is they did win Game 1, and they should have won Game 2. The talent is there. The possibility is there. The reality is just very cold and harsh for them, and they need to figure that out. If they can fix that, like I said, like the names don't technically need to be changed. It's just how they interact and how they're working together, which is the major issue.
It almost feels like, I don't know. And again, like this is not our, not our place, but like, it just feels like they're kind of checked out.
Yeah.
It feels like it's like, well, again, the split, the roster, the year didn't go to plan. Oh, well, right? Like when push comes to shove, are you going to go with that extra mile, or you're going to, work on your communication a little bit more, right? Do the thing you signed up for, which is playing in an unfamiliar environment, an unfamiliar language. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. I don't know, man. But, Robo's talked about, he's like, it's not like we're not trying, but just the communication isn't there, like you've been alluding to. And that is the root of the problem, unfortunately. So, Pain, see you in Split 3, dog. We still got 2 more series to play, but it's not looking good. All right, RMC, anything else from me before we let the good people go on with their Saturday?
Loud Lev tomorrow. That one's going to be, I think, funner than Pain Los today. With similar implications again. And we get to see Red once again up against VKS to round out tomorrow on Sunday. Red currently sat alone top of the table so first. They want to continue that run, but VKS, they've been showing some signs of life. And hey, even if they lose against Red, that's fine. As long as we see more of what they've been bringing to the table last week, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, Red Cage should be a very good one. Unironically, tune in for that. And like you said, Loud Lev, it does have similar vibes to this series, like you've been saying. I have a little more confidence that one's going to go Loud's way, but hey, this is the CBLOL. Anything can happen, and that's why we love it. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you to Dia on production. Thank you to my co-caster RMC for all those people. I've been 4Y4. Thank you so much for watching. Same time, same place, back here for more CBLOL action. See you there.